Welcome back to Factory Sealed. It is December 29th, 2019. My name is Eric Peters, and joining me today, Mr. Dan Curtis.
Hello.
Hi.
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 We got Mr. Tom Ragan.
Hello, people. How's it going?
Hello, Tom.
Sounds like a throwback to the Getaway episode.
Yeah, it did. A little bit of, I can't remember the bad guy's name in that one.
Eyebrows.
Eyebrows.
Charlie.
He was not the bad guy. Speaking of hair, we got Mr. Mike Tyson.
Hello.
Hey.
Part of me wants to just break into A Whole Lot of Love by Led Zeppelin because it's our chart show. It's like the old Top of the Pops.
Oh, yeah.
Break your guitar out, Dan. I'll play on keyboard.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Tom's gone.
Bye, Tom.
Oh, well, good start.
Fantastic start.
See you, Tom. Quit closing that app.
I didn't.
You did.
Is X-Hamster getting in the way again?
Did you say something about a hamster?
Yeah, your hamster got in the way.
At least his webcam hasn't started streaming whatever porn he's watching in the background.
Can you imagine the source just switched?
Oh, God. just meat spin on loop.
That giantess doesn't look like Tom.
Giantess meat spinning?
Oh, speaking of giantess.
Just a giantess rising out of a lake. That's what Tom watches.
Speaking of giantess, Tom, how much did you enjoy that portion of Death Stranding? Oh, boy.
Spoilers.
Yeah, it's not a
that's huge
spoiler.
spoiler, dude.
It's not
You
a
just
spoiler.
fucking wrecked yourself there.
Yeah, I did not spoil anything.
Oof.
You better not spoil anything.
I didn't.
I've, 30
Sorry,
hours in,
guys.
I'm finally getting to some more story points. So,
I know, but
Just reach chapter 3, right, Mike?
no, I'm on chapter 5 now. But I
Yay.
only reached the end of chapter 3 last night. 30
Chapter
hours
3
in.
is excessive compared to the rest, but my God, you spent a long time in that chapter. I've got to build all the roads.
you mean if I hold down this button, I can run?
Hang on, I can pick up packages. Game changer.
I can play as Norman Reedus.
Why isn't this on Stadia? This would be much better on Stadia.
Why do I sound like that?
What accent is that?
What accent even is that?
It's your voice, Mark.
Is that how I sound?
Dan
Jesus
excels
Christ.
at old people's voices. Oh!
It's a niche market, but somebody's got to do it.
You should try and crouch into Ringo Starr and peace and love, peace and love.
Who?
I'm warning you with peace and love.
Who?
Is he talking about shit music from the 70s?
Ringo Starr. Have you guys not seen this video of his from a few years ago? Me and Hazel are obsessed with it at the moment.
Who's he? What's he from?
The Beatles. You know who
He was the
is,
guy in
don't
the
be
Beatles.
facetious. The worst one. But he had, I
thought they were all the worst.
uploaded this video a few years ago because he wanted people to stop sending him fan mail. And he opens it up and it's like just completely zoomed in on his eyes and it comes out as like, peace and love, I'm talking to you from this video update. Peace and love, peace and love. And he's like, don't send me any more fan mail. I'm warning you with peace and love. I've got too much to do.
Sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, he literally says, I'm warning you with peace and love.
So he's lost it. He's
Don't
lost his
tempt
marbles a
me.
little bit
I'll
then.
put out more music.
Oh God, he did. There was a review of his most recent album, and the byline of the review was for some reason he was in the Beatles, so for some reason people keep letting him release music.
Wait, he's got. I didn't realize he had solo stuff.
Is it just him
Yeah.
banging on a cocktail drum, screaming?
Peace and love. Peace and love.
No, actually, his most recent god awful single is just about his name. It just goes, "What's my name, Ringo?"
No way.
It's a real thing. Have a look.
You're right, Eric, that music is bollocks.
It is. The entirety of the 70s was mostly, or 60s was mostly terrible.
What about Wings? The band the Beatles could have been.
And on the run.
It's a good.
Hey, welcome to the Factory
I have
Seals
very
Beatles podcast.
fond memories of playing when I got Guitar Hero World Tour and setting it all up on Christmas Day, and my gran on lead vocals singing Band on the Run when she'd never heard it before in her entire life, and absolutely murdering it.
Like in a good way?
Brilliant.
I just always remember that was absolutely hilarious.
Is that before or after she fell over?
Probably the same year.
Oh, God.
The same moment. Band on the...
He looks pretty good for 79.
Who, Ringo?
Yeah.
That's because he never had to do anything his entire life.
God, he looks like Bono.
Wasn't even the best drummer in the Beatles.
I was going to say, I love that quote. Well, he certainly wasn't there for looks.
Just
George
like you
Harrison
on this
was
show, my
handsome, wasn't
friend.
They just, what?
he? There's got to be someone out there with a thumb fetish.
Yeah, well. Hey, if you're watching the video version right now,
Put thumbs into X-Hamster, Tom, while you're there.
yeah, Todd, let's see what comes up. Giant test thumbs. I just want people with giant thumbs.
Porn star name, Eric Peterson.
11,900 matches.
Please don't search it. I have a dark past.
Excellent. It's all right. We've already looked.
So I don't know how true this story is. It's kind of a second-hand story relating to thumbs. But a friend of mine used to have a mate who played, I'm sure it was rugby he used to play. And if there was other people on the other team that he didn't like, and when you tackled him down, he used to sometimes just quickly thumb them in the bum and then get up and leave them and run away.
I've heard rugby's a fucked
I don't know
up
how
sport.
true this is, but
I had a buddy.
I'm not
this
sure
is
if
a
he's
story I was
doing
told.
that for his own sexual gratification or to annoy someone.
why not both? Two birds, one thumb.
Yeah. Two bums, one thumb.
Ironically, that's the porno that Eric started.
No, I started in two thumbs, one bum.
It's just you pointing at yourself.
Just sitting on my own thumbs. Just
Oh,
This show
that's a
took a
hard,
weird turn.
that's a hard wank, that one. I can tell you.
it's like that book. Did I ever send you a picture of that book that I've got? One of my buddies sent it to me. It's called Images Not to Masturbate To.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
It's a dude in a Speedo chopping wood. Picture of a of a garden gnome. Just some weird, fucked up shit. Challenge
You shouldn't
accepted.
kink shame, Eric. Someone probably finds that really sexy.
point.
Don't kink
I'm
shame.
not shaming anybody.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
well.
Feckin' bunch of weirdos.
That's behind the times.
Almost.
She's showing ankle.
Almost.
Burner at the
Read
stake.
of like straight missionary, and that's only for procreation as necessary, son.
No eye contact. Lights off. No noise.
How do you know if there's any eye contact if the lights are off?
You will not enjoy this. Neither will I.
But we gotta. Damn, how small is that
I
water
was
bottle?
about to say the same thing.
You've taken like 15 sips out of it, and it seems like nothing's gone.
I'm pacing myself. I know this is going to be a long one.
So you got the smallest bottle of water in existence.
Yeah.
Surprised they even have
freebie?
plastic in here.
It's all we got in the house today.
The what?
In the hoose.
The hoose? Did you move to
The moose
Canada?
hoose.
Is there a moose loose?
Moose loose about this house.
Speaking of houses, I am now broadcasting from my own new home. But big
barren.
thank you to Tom and
Shit.
Kirsty again for last week's.
Yeah, no worries.
Let me do last week's show. Not you. Not unless you live with someone called Kirsty.
No.
She's the girl,
I like how we
she's
have
the
to
girl you're
check.
watching on X Hamster.
Oh, dear.
This episode is not brought to you by X Hamster.
Or is it? We do have a sponsorship
Depends if,
spot open.
depends if Tom gets his feeds mixed up. We'll see.
Just make sure you've got that tab on mute.
Congratulations on moving house, Mike. It's nice to see you in a place that isn't covered from wall to ceiling in black fungus.
Yeah, that's
In
good.
Las
That's
Plagas.
always good.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Like, me and Hazel were actually talking about this earlier. So for context, the last house we were renting, obviously we own this one, we had a huge fucking black mold problem that we'd alerted the landlord to many, many times. But me and Hazel were even discussing earlier that just like in the mornings when we're waking up, we actually feel so much healthier when we're not sleeping in a room that clearly has black mold coming on one of the walls.
Yeah, no kidding.
Honestly, I'm not being funny, Mike. When I stayed over, I didn't feel very well either. So
Yeah. That's why he shit himself in America.
it was a combination of the ridiculous amounts of burger that Mike fed me on that evening.
Hey, you ordered it.
I had to. It came in a smoky thing, me jiggy, my bob. What's it called?
A smoker?
Smoker. This one.
You did. It came with like this big glass dome over it, and it was filled with smoke. And you opened it up, and you
Waft your smoke.
Very nice. Very nice.
it
Very
all clings to
fancy.
your hair. Mm. And now that I just tagged Dan in every single one of that restaurant's updates.
I'm totally coming down and we're going again. It has to be done.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's too bad you're not coming in March. We could go to Texas BBQ House and get the fatty cut, the beef brisket.
Oh.
Beef brisket.
I'll vacuum
gonna send
seal
you a
it.
video
I
of me
couldn't
enjoying
come
that.
even if I wanted to. You've booked it when I'm on holiday. So.
Well, it could have been this holiday. You could have doubled up. Half the money, twice the vacation.
Wait, Dan, you're going to go on Flob while when Final Fantasy VII's just come out?
Yes.
Oh my God! Does
It's
Crystal even
depressing.
know how unenthused you're going to be with her?
It's going to take my TV with.
I dare you to get a shirt that says "I'd rather be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake" and just wear that every day. I'll make it for you.
no.
Hold on, I'm going to make
Wait.
a note of that. I got to make it for you.
I'll probably be finished by the time I go. Don't worry about
With a
it.
picture of Crystal next to it looking angry.
Hold on, I'm making this note because I do not want to forget.
Where's your pink marker? Hey, you actually remembered your notes last week as well. Well done.
I did.
That was amazing.
Make Dan a shirt for Flob.
I wonder if any listeners
Don't
turned off at any of those
make me
moments where the
more
music
things.
kicked in.
What, Mike?
I wonder if any listeners actually like just turned it off when they heard the music come in early.
Well, that was a short show.
These guys usually do 4 hours.
Dan,
What's going on?
Didn't go very in depth, did they, with the game?
Dan, don't tell me to not make you things because I will make you things.
You'll make them even if I just randomly suggest it at one point and then it gets dismissed and then you remember it for months on end. And it'll come.
Lord knows I'm willing to throw a few bucks at a bad joke.
I mean,
right.
you've got a few days to get me my new Eric's Head calendar because that bastard's expiring in a few days.
Dude, that took
but when it comes to
much
Joy-Cons-
work.
Oh, that was
Oh,
tough.
whole 2 hours.
I crested at like 157. Yeah.
I can't believe that's ran out already. That's mental.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been an entire year.
Just flip it over and then just cross off the days and then
Yeah.
rewrite the number on them.
One of Hazel's Christmas presents to me was a calendar with like loads of pictures from our wedding and stuff like that. Obviously, she put important dates on it and everything. Completely forgot to put our wedding anniversary in it.
Whoops.
She hasn't quite mastered presents, Hazel, has she?
She's getting there.
She's going to kill me for mentioning that on the show.
Well, you got to move into your house for a week, Mike. Congratulations. Might be living in the lorry for a while.
How's everyone's Christmas?
It's all right. I had a Christmas.
Yeah. I spent a good portion of the day in urgent care. So that was fun.
Bit different for me this year. Bit different.
Yeah. Just hung out at
Yeah.
home with the cats in your American flag pajama pants.
Yeah, for the first half, and then went to a friend's house.
Ex-hamster for the second half.
For a bit of, yeah. Merry Christmas to me.
Round
And then I had some Quebecois meat pie. It's like a French Christmassy dish, apparently.
That does sound like something off Ex-hamster.
Tell me. Tell me about this meat pie.
It's my
Again,
first meat
show
pie.
not brought to you by X-Hamster.
I think it's my first meat pie, Eric. I think they're more a thing over here, aren't they, meat pies?
They are not a thing over here.
Are they
I'm
not?
fine.
Oh.
You've never had a steak pie in the UK.
Oh, sorry. No, I have actually had a steak and kidney
those
pie
look
many
so
times.
gross. Like it should be filled
Yeah,
with
because
apples.
in America, you guys, when you say pie to Americans, they instantly think of like sweet
Blueberry
pies,
and
don't they?
stuff like that.
Like
don't they?
apple and
Cherries
cherry and
yeah.
I think of things
Yeah.
with candy in them and things like that.
Can you
Do
blame
not
us?
speak to Lord Thumb about pies, for God's sake.
Okay.
Lord Thumb.
This is the man who was excited by rapid pie. He only chose rapid pie because it said in the description that there was a chance that it would have buckshot in it. That's why he chose it.
I even told the waitress.
That's why I suffered. That's why my eyes still twinge on cold mornings.
I even told the waitress, make sure I get some of them bullets in my dinner. It's like you knew the American was coming. Tom, those
Yeah, it
look
was nice.
absolutely
It was
gross.
nice, Eric.
No.
It was alright. It was nice.
It actually kind of looks like a quiche.
Yeah, I would compare it to that. I guess, actually.
Canadian meat pie.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's very different. Normally we would have, roast turkey and potatoes and things like that. So it's very.
We
Very
made
alternative.
lasagna.
You had lasagna for Christmas dinner?
Hell yeah.
Really?
Hell yeah.
That is an interesting
weirdos,
choice
No, Italian dinner for Christmas.
for an Italian family. Oh, okay.
We're Norwegian. It was either lasagna or lutefisk.
or what?
God, not lutefisk again.
Lutefisk. Cream of
hell's
lutefisk
lutefisk?
soup. You don't know what lutefisk
How is that?
It's
Dude,
like fish
so
that's been dumped in
lutefisk
spunk or
is-
something. It looks awful.
Yeah, so typically it's aged stockfish. So what they do is they dry it and then, or they salt it and
Tickle
then
it.
dry it and coat it in lye. And then to reconstitute it, you soak it and it becomes very gelatinous and fucking disgusting.
Dirty
No.
bastard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's look at it. Oh, here. This just looks disgusting. Yeah, don't eat lutefisk. It's gross.
I've seen it before. I'm not looking.
Pickled herring, though, on the other hand, good stuff.
Dan, did you just say I'm not looking and then cover your ears?
You did.
Don't know why I did that.
I'm not listening.
And he dares call Eric the dippy one.
Yes, look at that face.
Brilliant.
But yes, I made lasagna and then ended up in urgent care. So I was slowly succumbing
Because
to
of the lasagna?
verdict is
He's got
out.
white sauce coming out of his ass.
Yeah, I just began this slow descent into Las Plagas, and by about, I don't know, 2 in the afternoon, maybe, I was just hot death and was having a hard time breathing. So, of course, I had to drive myself to urgent care, where she listened to my lungs and went, yeah, there's a bunch
Did
of shit
Amelia
in
not
there.
drive you?
Huh?
Did Amelia not drive you?
She wanted to, but she was
Your
busy.
wife, who also drives, not drive you there.
Oh, she opted not to. She's like, I'll stay here with the kids. Good luck.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow, caring.
Just like as you're driving off down the street, she's there waving, don't forget to write your will.
Leave your bank account numbers. But yeah, they listened to my lungs and were like, there's definitely a bunch of shit in there. We need to take an x-ray. And they didn't have an x-ray machine, so they had to send me off to another location that had an x-ray. And I get there and the guy's like, sorry, I don't normally work this location, so I don't know how anything here works. So an x-ray that should have taken 5 minutes took half an hour. And as I,
Is you trying to listen to your chest with a stethoscope, but he's got it on his nipples instead of his ears.
well, if you've ever taken a chest x-ray, like they press you up against the machine and they fire the x-rays from the back. And he's like, now I'm going to tell you to take a deep breath. And as soon as I do, take a half a step back because this thing is known to snap up and hit people in the chin. I'm like, I'm really fucking glad I came here. This is awesome.
I had a chest x-ray a couple weeks ago, and I did exactly that. You stand with your against like your chest against like a plate.
Yeah.
I didn't have to take a step back.
Yeah, I've had a chest X-ray
No,
before as
because
well.
the plate, they can slide it up and down based on your height. But he told
Yeah.
me, he's like, yeah, this one, for some reason, when we take it, sometimes it just releases and fires straight up. Like, oh.
Maybe replace it.
Are you sure this guy is a medical practitioner?
Did they have like no funding?
Well, it was
Did he
the
have
only
a
place that
janitor's
was
uniform
open.
on?
It was a strip mall fast med or an urgent care because I sure as shit ain't
Okay.
going to the emergency room for something like that. So
Yeah, you're potentially dying.
I mean, I've
It's
seen
all right.
people go to the emergency room for a lot less.
yeah, but you know,
Yeah,
they
true.
say don't go to the emergency room unless you are physically on death's doorstep or you have bones protruding or you're bleeding profusely. That's one of the major issues
American
here.
healthcare, excellent.
Is people will go to the ER for shit that's like, okay, you just need a Band-Aid, get the hell out of here. But, you know, so they weren't able to tell me definitively right then and there because a radiologist wasn't on staff. They're like, well, we're just going to treat you like you have pneumonia, so go fill this prescription. Like, where? It's Christmas. Like, well, there's a 24-hour pharmacy open down the road. And I went there, and it was a goddamn circus. I mean, there were people everywhere at this Walgreens. It was just the craziest thing. So I went inside, saw the line for the pharmacy, and went, yeah, dying doesn't sound that bad, and went home. I wasn't about to wait.
Eric, could this illness be anything to do with that barracuda you shouldn't have been eating?
Maybe. No, I will say though that the day we got back from Storkley and I started to feel a little tightness in my chest, but there was one guy on our trip that ended up coming down with pneumonia, and in the airport on the way home, I crossed paths with him briefly. So I think maybe I caught his.
But did you kiss him or something?
Well, that's standard. I mean, that's a given. You see a dude, you kiss him.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with two guys
when I was
kissing, but
over
it just seems strange that you were there with your wife and you just started swapping tongues with a guy
Yeah, well,
Right.
you know,
in the airport.
when you work together in this industry, everybody gets real close.
I recognise you from Max Hamster.
I love your channel. But yeah,
Hey Tom, does on X Hamster do all the like models wear Santa hats at this time of year like they've done on Death Stranding?
Yes, they've modded every single
they-
porn video
they
in
could've
existence, Mike, to put
just
Santa hats on them.
Imported them all into After Effects. Put the Santa hat on.
But do you think they programmed it to do like to put it on everyone's head, and sometimes like there's just one on top of like an erection,
The Johnson.
it's like an
just
Instagram
slightly
filter.
tilted on top?
Here's your Christmas present, baby.
I did watch one called Jingle Balls.
Please tell me it was a guy with bells on his balls.
Mark episode
Jingle
as
balls, jingle balls, right?
explicit. Yes.
I had quite a delightful Christmas actually. We didn't go and spend it with family. We spent it around Tom and Kirsty, who I was on about before. We went and just spent it with friends, and there was a few of us there, and they made dinner and everything, and then we played some like games and stuff, and yeah, it was good, real good.
Tell you what, not traveling for
Nice.
Christmas is the way to go.
Oh yeah,
It is.
We didn't go anywhere. We didn't have
mean,
anyone visit.
I went to the parents. It was a bit flat this year because I haven't said it on the show, but my gran actually passed away this year, so it was a bit flat. But so we just kind of just got through it, and then I went over Crystal's parents on the night, and we played daft games and stuff like that. So it was all right. And then the day after, I had the last day of my 20s and turned 30.
Welcome to your 30s, you old man.
It's all
How
downhill from here.
How
It's
does
horrendous.
it feel, son?
Dan,
It's horrible.
Dan,
Horrible.
Yes.
when you go to Crystal's parents' house, the games that you're playing, did you play Jackbox Party with them?
Not quite.
No? Not the
we
rapping
played
game?
We played Taskmaster, which was actually really fun.
Oh, Crystal's mom wouldn't be very good at rapping.
What?
The rapping
You
game
know,
that we
the-
played on
the
Jackbox
rapping
Party with
game.
my mom.
Oh, she'd be great at it.
Yeah?
Oh,
She's crazy. Oh yeah.
I'll bring it over and we can have Crystal play with us.
I want to play that again, but you have to play it with the right people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They have to know
we
them,
were
know them pretty
100%
well.
the right people. I can't believe that was like nearly a year ago.
Yeah, we're
That's
rolling up
insane.
on a year.
yeah.
And then it's only like 3 months until some of us get together again.
Whoop 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 whoop. Tom, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready.
We got some shit planned for you, son.
Yay.
You may want to hold those yays.
Have you booked your flights yet?
I need to. I
In
need to. That's something I
typical
need to do
Tom
before I go back to
fashion,
work.
no.
What?
Nothing. Just something about coming down for Christmas.
It's a crapshoot if he shows up or not yet. We'll see how
It's
it
like,
goes.
wait a minute. Let's see who planned this. I think I'll pass.
Just don't listen to Mike about what date and time you need to be there, and just Do your own thing. You should be all right.
Show up an hour earlier than you're supposed to.
32nd of March, right?
Smart, yes.
Smart.
Well, what did everybody get for Christmas real quick?
9 games.
Oh, boy.
Which is finished already.
No, I got. How many did I get?
Doesn't count if you bought it for yourself.
Oh, I got 6, I think.
Wow.
Borderlands?
I did get 4 for Christmas, and I've bought like 5 more. And Tom sent me Devil May Cry 5 for my birthday. Thank you, Tom. Very generous.
Yeah. Yes, you're welcome.
And then I've got what have I got? Luigi's Mansion 3, which is excellent.
Very good.
Very much enjoying it. I've got Outer Worlds, Borderlands 3, Star Wars Jedi Have I Fallen Over, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and I've bought Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch Remastered.
Did you get it on Switch or?
No, I've got it on PS4.
Oh, missed
And
opportunity.
I've also bought Sirento VR and Pokemon Sword, which are on the way.
Wow.
Sword.
Pretty amazing haul.
Yes, and I've been hammering Jedi Fallen Order because that game is the tits.
Yeah, it looks pretty damn good, to be fair.
I almost bought
it's
it.
like Dark Souls and Star Wars had a baby, and it's marvelous.
I almost bought it, but I decided not to because we got a big game coming up in January, and I'm playing a ton of Greedfall right now, and I don't want to let that fall to the wayside. Because
Greedfall?
Greedfall?
Crystal's uncle's been playing Greedfall apparently, and it's got a really bad game-breaking bug right at the end. So enjoy.
Look forward to that.
Can't wait. Greedfall
be
is
careful.
real quick. Greedfall is the tits. If you long for those BioWare RPGs of the mid 2000s, this is right up your dumper. But I'll talk about it more later
Dumper.
because we got a lot of shit to go on. I don't think I actually got any games. I got a
Me neither.
gift card. I got the Final Fantasy Ultimania Archive Volume 2. I got a coffee mug, Game Boy coffee mug. And then my daughter, who loves to play Kingdom Hearts and is mad that I haven't been playing Kingdom Hearts, bought me some Kingdom Hearts action figures to subtly prod me into playing more Kingdom Hearts.
My indoctrination training has worked. Excellent.
Yeah.
My only gaming-related gift was tickets to Distant Worlds.
Dude,
Nice.
so jealous.
Yeah,
Oh, man,
that's
you're going
exciting.
to love it. When is
That's
that?
in Montreal in March, actually.
Oh,
Busy
well,
month.
Tom won't be coming to his bachelor party.
What date?
I think it's the 7th.
Oh, no, that's okay then.
It's the weekend before. Okay, you're
Yeah.
good.
Why would you go to Distant Worlds when you could be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake? You could be experiencing it at home.
That'll
This is
actually
what I
be
said
a
to
really
her.
cool one because that'll be right after the game comes out.
Yeah, which is why I'm hoping that maybe,
Nobu will be there.
yes.
There's nobody working on the remake, sorry.
No, but he has a lot of say on what goes on with the Distant Worlds concerts. He was at the
Nobu,
very
he
first
has a
one
lot
I
of
ever
say.
went to.
Because the music for the remake is sounding stellar.
So I think at the Distant Worlds I'm going to, there'll be a special appearance from Don Corneo from Final Fantasy VII. And and his theme will be
Are you
playing.
going to smash them, rip them off, or bash them, or whatever it was?
Beat me to it.
Is he going to direct it from a hot
Did
tub?
you guys get that when you first played it?
Yes.
Did you guys understand what
Probably
she was-
not, no.
I didn't.
Yes.
when
I don't
was
think
a
I got
kid.
the game in general when I first played it.
I thought she was talking about the bedposts.
Wait, she's not?
Then he discovered X Hamster and learned what it was all about.
X-Hamster. Factory sealed Game of the Year show brought to you by X-Hamster.
If
Sorry,
you've never
IKEA,
been to
you've
X
been binned
Hamster
off.
and you're going to visit it because of us, probably should warn you what it is.
Go ahead.
Nah, it'd be more fun that way. Yeah, it'd be more fun
Google
this
it.
way.
You might want to pop on your private browsing before you go on.
Nah.
Private browsing, reporting for duty.
Do it on full volume on your mobile at
As
family
we all
dinner.
know, you only use your private browsing to buy gifts for your other halves, of course.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's true.
Not for basically ripping your Johnson off. Sorry, Eric, I know it hurts you, but it's funny.
Oh, dear.
That puts so many awful images in my head. Private Prouse. You know you can be gentler, right?
How do you think Tom got that smooth area?
Oh, God.
I didn't really get anything gaming related for Christmas. I got a Legend of Zelda top, which I'm wearing now.
Spirit Tracks top?
Which I got. No, I think it's Twilight Princess link.
Oh.
Should be
Got that off
like
Tom
that.
Kirsty. The only kind of really
I got this top for my birthday off Crystal. It says, I identify as Batman.
very nice. The only other kind of geeky. I got like quite a few bits, but the only geeky thing I got was there's pop vinyl figures. Hazel got me one that has it's a Pete Venkman pop vinyl figure, then comes with like a huge Ghostbusters Firehouse pop vinyl next to it. That's massive. But yeah, I didn't really get anything that gaming related. I bought Hazel a Switch for Christmas. I'm very jelly because she's got the one with the better battery life now.
The old switcheroony.
That extra hour is going to come in
could
handy.
you not replace them and just like swap over the Joy-Cons and she won't notice?
Ah, shit. She listens to the show, so she'll know this now. Bollocks.
I'll edit that bit out.
Send
No, you
Hazel a
won't.
special version.
Yeah. But yeah, so I got Hazel a Switch and a few games for Christmas. She's pissed off. I transferred all of her saves over for the games. She's pissed off that she has to start Pokemon again on there because she started Pokemon Shield on mine, but that's one of the games you can't cloud transfer your saves because I don't want people cheating by sending Pokemon off and then just reloading the saves and stuff like that. So she's a bit annoyed she has to start Pokemon again, but yeah.
At least you can transfer the Stardew Valley.
Yes, yeah. Did that,
Is
yeah,
that-
and Baba Is You she'd started as well. So I bought her both of those digitally once I got it all turned on and everything for her. But
Nice.
yeah, I got her Pokemon, Lego Harry Potter. What else did I get her? I got her there's this thing called My Friends Dogs and Cats, which is basically Nintendo Dogs and Cats, but not officially. I got her that, but she said she might not bother with that one and maybe trade that back in because it was a new one. So, but we'll see if she decides to play it or not. And then she got Mario Kart bundled in.
But no!
But no. But yeah,
I can't not do that, by the way. It's infected my brain. If anybody ever says bundle in life, instantly in my head I just go, bundle! It's freaking ridiculous.
Sorry,
lasting
Dan.
effect on us, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, this happens. It's the same with Beat Saber. I can't play Overkill without doing those ridiculous motions that Eric does. It's just ingrained now.
So my mom and I have been playing a ton of Beat Saber on Oculus because she bought one, and for the
I
longest
love your
time,
mother. She's amazing.
she had the highest score on Overkill. She was like 624,000, and I was just struggling to break 600 for like 6 months. She's like, "Hey, you beat my Overkill score yet?" And the other night, I just decided to pop it in just to have a go on it, and crushed her score without even trying. And I sent her a message. I'm like, "Hey, Mom, I beat your score," and she's up visiting my sister right now. And later in the night,
What did you get, though? What did you get?
like 643.
Oh, poor.
I know, but
680-ish I'm on.
yeah, well, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I think I'm 660.
Just doing Tom's head in every day.
Yeah, I'll get there.
See, I tried switching back to playing it on the PSVR last night and did infinitely worse. I think I've gotten so used to the tracking and play style on the Oculus that it's really hard to go back to the PSVR version.
I haven't tested my VR in the new house yet because we've got proper curtains up, so should
Yeah, you can
should
experience
function a lot
VR
better.
again for the first time.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, hooray! I've got quite a few like VR games backed up. To be fair,
I tell you what, Oculus.
I bought Blood and Truth on the PSN sale the other day for like $12.50.
Mike, have you ever played
And-
Astrobot?
Yes, yeah, I've got it, but I struggled to play it in that old house.
By all
and
means,
then-
pop that on because that is an amazing experience.
Still
And
sealed
I've
on
got
my shelf.
Good one, Tom.
Moss as well to play, which I bought on sale ages ago and not played.
Moss is all right. It's not quite as good as Astrobot, but
Yeah, but you got to play Moss
Charming.
first. Otherwise, if you go from Astrobot to Moss, you're going to be like, eh.
Yeah, well, that's what I've done. So
well, that's
Yeah,
that
Astrobot though.
Sirento game that I've pre-ordered. Looks really good. I don't know if you guys know anything about that. Basically, you're a badass samurai in VR, and it looks brilliant.
Yeah, you sent us the
That's-
trailer, I think.
You got swords and shurikens and all kinds of things. Looks pretty damn fun.
Yes.
Cool.
It was like £12 or something, I think. So I was like, okay, I'll buy that.
Dan in a buying
Nice.
video game shocker.
Yeah, I get money for Christmas. That's when I can afford them.
Just front ends his year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Done by
I
January.
love getting games for Christmas because even as an adult, it reminds me of being a child. And I've got this 2 weeks off, and I can just hammer everything I got for Christmas. It's brilliant. I love it.
Nice.
So, guys, why are we
I
here?
refuse to become a responsible adult.
Let's talk about why we're here this week.
Philosophically, or
You
just
keep bribing us to return, so we've got a show.
Well, a little bit. I mean, philosophically.
Wait, bribing? Why? What do you get for this? It doesn't send me
A
anything.
smooth one.
Blowjobs and ass tickles.
Thumb tickles. Just
Sometimes both thumbs at once.
Just tickle my thumb. Just tickle
What do you mean, all 3 thumbs?
Yeah.
The heads are tight. The heads are tight fit, mate. You got to get out Eric's barrel of lube for that one.
Eric, I'm sorry about this.
It's fine.
Because I was the one who said you looked like a thumb one day, and Dan seems to have rolled with it.
Yeah, it's all right. It'll last for a couple years and then fade off, as things do.
famous last words.
It's not like he subjected me to years of torture or anything. It's fine.
I've never tortured you.
Okay.
Not once. Never. So it is.
You just never let it go about him blocking your toilet.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't just me. That was everybody.
It could have just been you,
Nope.
but it wasn't.
Nope. Well, I was fine with it until you tried to blame it on a 2-year-old.
That was your wife.
That was your wife.
Yeah, and then Dan went, yeah, it was her.
Bundle on a media.
I'm telling you, if I'd done an epic shit that should have blocked the toilet, I would hold my hands up. But honestly, a couple of nuggets if you're lucky. That wasn't good enough. Something wrong with your plumbing.
It's probably made out of wood. Like the rest of the house.
But yes, it is our annual Game of the Year show where we did not play a specific game for this week as we normally do, but instead we are going to recap everything that we have played, our top 10 games of the year. It can be games we've played for the show or just games that we have played and enjoyed, and we will talk about them. We have a couple other categories we want to talk about as well, such as top 3 games we played for the show this year, top 3 games we're looking forward to playing next year, and then some top 3 games we ended up being very disappointed by this year. And then, since it is the end of a decade,
It's the last show of the decade, gentlemen.
It is.
Probably best stop here, really.
We're going to try to each select our favorite game of the past 10 years. So
You're out there, Alan Partridge.
what?
Did you see that?
Tom shrugged.
We are. I'm excited.
So, little recap on how this works. We're just going to go through sequentially. We'll start. We actually each have 3 honorable mentions. We're not going to spend really any time talking about them, but we've
Question, should we do our honourable mentions just before we reveal our number 1? Rather than at the beginning here, because I think it'll spoil things that could not be on our list. I don't think we should do them first.
You don't think so?
Really?
Because usually an honorable mention is
I
like...
don't either. I think we usually put them at the end because
Every list.
Some of mine could be on other people's lists.
Yeah, every list I've ever seen on her, they do the honourable mentions either just before number 1 or after our top 10.
Got it. Well, for me,
the
if you
ones
did it right
I've
before
seen, it's
number
always
1...
at the beginning.
Yeah, if you did it right before number 1, it's like, all right, then honorable mention, like, this is close to being... No, these ones are like technically 11, 12, and 13.
Exactly.
You can just do it after the entire thing, and then that's your honourable mentions.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
I agree with Dan.
Anyway, the way this works...
And I agree with Mike, so you're outvoted.
Okay.
No.
The way this works
Tom's
is
not having it.
we will go through and we'll start with one person. They'll say what their number 10 is. If somebody else has it higher on their list, we will wait until it gets to the highest place anywhere on anyone's list before we talk about the game, why it made our list, blah, 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 blah. Sound good?
They know. They've listened to this for long enough. They know.
When are we going
awesome.
to
Could be new listeners.
when are we going to reveal what our predictions for each other are?
Oh, we should do that now.
You think we should do that
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, because
So we
Just
just
make
we
it up
all
as you go
guessed.
along, aren't you, Mike?
Yeah. No,
You don't even really know what you want.
I know what I want, Tom. It's you.
Oh, I can't be angry at you now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should do it now and then see if we're right at the end. But try not to react when the others say what it is.
don't look.
Oh my god!
Don't look.
Cover up your ears, boys.
Don't look, Dan. Okay, cover your ears.
Okay. Let's start with Eric. So, Tom, what do you think is Eric's?
I think I reckon that Eric's number one game will be Death Stranding.
And Daniel?
Plague Tale Innocence.
And I think it will be Link's Awakening.
Good choices, gentlemen. Very good choices. Dan, I am predicting that your number one game of the year is Beat Saber.
I think Dan's number one game will be Detroit Become Human.
And I think it will be Control.
Pretty solid guesses.
Good selection.
I think I've nailed Tom's number one. It's going to be RPG Maker, whatever the hell number it's on. I think it's, what is it on, 15? 20?
They're letters now.
Oh, dear.
MV.
I don't know if you know, but all the Roman numerals are letters.
Actually, it is 15, I think.
I'm predicting Beat Saber for Thomas.
And I think Death Stranding.
Oh. Mike, I'm going to say that yours is Resident Evil 2. Remaster, not the
It's
original.
not a bad show. I didn't think of that one. I've gone for Return of the Obra Dinn.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I've gone for Resident Evil 2 Remake as well.
Ooh. The only
So,
ones that
I
cross
think that's
over.
the first one with like two people choosing the same thing, isn't it?
You're predictable,
I
Mike.
It is.
Mike's going
We'll
in
see.
and editing it right now.
We shall see.
So I'm going to tell you right off the bat, this list was extremely hard to cultivate this year.
It was tricky. I had a few which we got swapped out and put back in.
Yeah, it was so difficult.
I didn't finalize mine till about 11 o'clock last night. And I've been mulling it over for a couple weeks.
So I'm not going to say what it is, but there is a game that I'm sure will appear on probably all three of yours that is missing from my list that I think people are going to go, what? And I mulled over like for ages last night whether to include it or not. And I've decided not to, and I'll give my reasons later. But that was one of the most difficult parts of mine.
I think I
because
have one of
didn't
those
know whether
games
to
as well
include it or
that
not.
everyone's expecting to be on my list, and it might not be. And people are going to be like, what the fuck?
The hardest part for me was like deciding. I kind of almost thrashed out kind of 13, maybe 14 games, and then it was difficult to know what order to put them in.
Yeah.
That was the hard part for me. It was the order. It's been a strange year, for sure.
I looked at my entire list of games that I'd played, and from what I kept track of, I think I crested 60-ish games this year. Probably 45 or 50 of them I've beaten. So all the games on my list this year I actually completed. So
Interesting.
it was extremely difficult to kind of call that down, and then, like you said, Mike, organize it, because this year was just a stellar year for gaming.
Still,
Yeah. Funny because everyone thought after the last couple of years it wasn't going to. And I think as well, we mentioned the Game Awards on the last couple of episodes, and I think one of the things that wasn't mentioned was how interesting the conversation during the Game Awards this year was, because there wasn't, like last year, it was basically going to be either God of War or Red Dead Redemption 2. Was that last year? Year before? I can't remember. Anyway, and then the year before it was like, is it going to be Zelda or Mario?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I mentioned Zelda. Anyway.
You've already mentioned Final Fantasy Distant Worlds, so you're good.
Christ. All right. And, it was obvious which ones people were going to win, and I think this year the conversation was more interesting because there wasn't a complete outlier of, this is the game you should play this year. There's been a nice kind of mix of all sorts of different styles and just different
really
genres.
has.
And yeah, it's just been a very interesting year. I don't think this year should be downplayed at all. Next year is going to be mental. But
Yeah, it is.
I was looking back at everything I'd played. I was like, oh my God, that was this year. And just it's such a good year for
Mario
gaming in
Odyssey,
general.
right?
No, I don't think I played that this year. Made me doubt myself now.
All right, so what order do we want to go in? I don't remember what we did for last year.
do you want to go on the order on this list we've got here? You, Dan, Tom, then me?
Sure.
Keep it easy so we can fill it in as we go along.
Keep it easy. All right. Starting with number 10 for me, Blair Witch.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
I've got it higher.
He does. I knew you would.
You would.
I knew it. Oh.
Mainly because I'm about to put it in because I completely forgot about that game. But I'm definitely putting it higher.
Shift everything down.
No, Lisa, totally fine.
Did you really forget about it?
Speak.
Yeah, I really did, but it's now going in my thing higher.
Oh, God.
The amount of shit he gave me for forgetting about Mario Odyssey.
oh yeah.
You're off the hook, Dan.
Let me just relish this moment. Thank you.
I've got it written down though, so
But it is higher.
it is higher, yeah, for sure.
All right. Dan, what's your number 10?
It's a game you're very fond of, my friend, and that is Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice.
I do not have it higher on my list.
I'm surprised.
Number 10.
Does anybody else even have it on their list?
I really enjoyed this game. It was, I think I've mentioned it before on the show, where it was such a learning experience. Eric obviously hates it for he didn't persist with it that long, but I loved it at the time because you go through this funk where you constantly getting beaten and beaten and beaten. There was this one boss I couldn't beat. It took me 80 tries, and that's when I lost count. I'm not even joking, 80 plus times. But once you nail that combat system, it is so satisfying. The only reason it's not higher on my list is because of the lineup for this year was so incredibly brilliant, and I don't think it's the best of the Soulsborne kind of games. So,
I see.
but yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I see where you're coming from with that, and I do get the appeal for the learning curve. It is much more difficult than previous Souls version or Souls games. It is more tactical in its approach, and the very first boss, the guy on the giant bull, Genichiro or whatever his name was, that took me easily 25, 30 tries. And yes, I do understand once you hit that groove and the combat starts to click. It was fun up until I hit the point that you're talking about, and that's when it crested from this was challenging yet fair into, okay, now they have crested into, we're just going to make this fucking difficult for the sake of making it difficult. And it did just have, it boiled down to sheer stupid luck. And I made a conscious decision.
I would disagree there. It took me a lot of tries, but but as I mentioned before previously, if you persist that much and you learn it, then I can beat that guy without thinking. Well, I could.
See, and I made that conscious decision of I really don't want to continue playing something that I'm not completely enjoying. I see where the appeal was with it, and it was really cool up until that point. It was hyper violent. The combat was unique. It was a fresh take on the Souls versions, but I just hit that point when, I don't like this. I don't like it when games take difficulty to that extreme.
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. I can, but for me, I persisted, and I'm really glad I did.
As somebody that's not played any of the Souls games, or Bloodborne, or this, my understanding of it is that they're very difficult, and they do punish you a little bit. What was the difference with this one, Eric?
It was almost beyond that. This was to the point of, okay, we are going to let me step back. So the Souls games were difficult yet fair to a point where we're going to train you. You're eventually going to learn the mechanics. You're going to, pardon the pun, you're going to get good and figure this out, but it's not going to be utterly impossible. I think what Sekiro did was it stepped into a different tier of you need to be this good before you can just even think about playing this game. And
the thing, sorry, Eric, the thing that I found the most different with it, Mike, was compared to, for example, Dark Souls, the combat system in Sekiro is more reliant on parrying than Dark Souls. Okay. Dark Souls has parrying, but I've never used it personally. I was more of a block and roll kind of guy. And also the dodge in Bloodborne was a slightly new mechanic at the time as well. But getting used to that, to parrying, is the tricky part. That's what takes so long to click in your brain with this one. And it's a very, I haven't really mentioned it to you, Eric, because Jedi Fallen Order has a very similar combat system to Sekiro. So but I wouldn't say it's as difficult. But it does have that kind of parrying system, so I'm reluctant to recommend it to you.
So, Mike, I think you were going down the road of would this be a good place to jump into the Souls series, and
No, I don't think so.
I'm of two minds. If you've never touched one, you have no idea what's going on. Maybe it might be a good place because I had 9 years of learned Souls mechanics, 10 years actually, ingrained into my brain of be more defensive and then evade. Don't sit and actually be taking those attacks. You don't want to be getting hit. And trying to unlearn all of that was too rough. But I also think on the other side, though, that if you jump into the Souls games here and it just beats you down, you go, yeah, I don't want to touch another Souls game. You're going to lose out on Demon Souls, 3 Dark Souls games, Bloodborne. So I don't know.
I think we mentioned this around the time of the release because you said you were struggling with the combat, and we said maybe we should get me to try it and see how I get on because I haven't got everything else ingrained.
You haven't got that training, and it'd just be so interesting to see.
I think I was just as excited.
Most, I think
I was just as excited as anybody else for this game. I mean, I went and got it at midnight the night it came out, and I played the shit out of it, but it just didn't click with me, and I did not enjoy my time with that game. It's one of the few that I've actually shelved and went, I really don't want to physically touch this anymore. A lot of the stuff I abandoned is like, yeah, I just played something else. This was like, I'm not going to finish this because I'm not enjoying it.
Damn.
So
I think I've tried to take that attitude recently with games because there's been so many games in the past where I've kept going and I just want to do it because I want to finish it, but I'm not enjoying myself anymore. And my gaming time is so limited that I'm trying to take that attitude. If I'm not enjoying this, I should just stop.
Not like Dan. He's a stubborn bastard. He'll carry on.
I should have done that with Spirit Tracks, but no, I fucking finished
Dan,
it.
you said that you didn't quite enjoy this as much as the other Souls games. Why is that? Was it setting? Was it the combat just not as enjoyable, or?
I think it's the setting. I really do.
Feudal Japan, not your jam.
It's less cryptic and less interconnected than the others, and I didn't enjoy. I like the Soulsborne series of fighting all the monsters and things. This is more human based.
Yeah,
there's a few monsters in it, but it's more fighting humans.
That's why I really didn't get on with Nioh too much either.
Yeah, that was all right as well. I mean, that was mega difficult. Really tough game, that.
Yeah.
I
give up on that one.
It's really tough. Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't jump in with this one, Mike. If you're going to go for any, start with Dark Souls.
Interesting. I have Bloodborne because I got it on PS Plus last year.
I still think Bloodborne's a bad place to jump in.
Just
That's
pop it
an
in.
awesome game.
Pop it in. Have a good time. Lovely.
I started with Bloodborne.
Did you?
Yeah.
Father, the gas is
good.
gone.
Yeah.
So when I was making my list to look through what games we played this year, because obviously we'd had that category, I went through and I saw that really ridiculous show image you did with
Master Chief.
with Master Chief with the old timey hat on.
So good.
Sorry, Tom, go on.
No, I was going to say, I get where you're coming from, Eric, because at least with Dark Souls, you can pace yourself a little bit more and you can block. That's a huge deal. You can only dodge roll in Bloodborne, and it can be pretty tough. But I just remember Bloodborne giving me such satisfaction when I was playing it and it looks so gorgeous as well. It's a really cool setting.
Yeah,
and I don't know.
I'm really surprised that hasn't got a sequel yet.
I just didn't get any of that satisfaction from Sekiro. When you beat a Souls boss in a Souls game or Bloodborne, it's like, yes.
Oh, it's so good. It's such a good feeling.
I got to the end of that first boss and went, fucking Christ. Like, that was annoying. Like, that was the only feeling I had was that fucking sucked. I don't want to do that again.
Oh, mate, I practically danced around my house when I beat Genericho. What an arsehole.
And see, to me, that's not enjoyable. That it wasn't recapturing that feeling of beating those original Souls bosses. Like, if you play Demon Souls when it first came out and you walk into that first room with the Tower Knight and you're like, how the hell am I going to beat this? And then you throw yourself against that wall for 5-10 times just so you figure out, here's what I'm just supposed to do. And once you know what you're supposed to do, then it's just doing it.
Run through his legs, attack his legs.
Yeah.
Hit him in the head when he falls over.
Yeah,
Easy
that's a
peasy,
great
son.
game.
Crack on.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So nobody's got Sekiro anywhere else on their list.
Oh, I haven't played it.
Because we just talked about it for 10 minutes.
I know.
So.
Tom, what's your number 10?
No, my number 10 is Eliza. Did I talk about Eliza before?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Wasn't this on your list last year?
No. You might be thinking
Tom's
of Emily.
obscure games list brought to you by X Hamster.
Oh yeah, you sent me a link to this. You're like, dude, you got to play this.
Yeah, I did. I have talked about it very briefly on the show. I think it might have just been a 2-manner.
Yeah.
Much like that X-Hamster video.
I think we talked about it on our Rings of Fates.
Oh yeah, we
show.
did. Yeah, I'm looking at it now and I remember this.
Yeah, you play a counselor. Well, you play you used to be a software engineer for a large tech company, and then you leave that company to become a proxy for the product that company develops, which is basically AI that can counsel people and give people therapy. So you, as a counselor, see clients and you follow a script based on what the AI thinks the client wants to hear or what will make them feel better. So the reason you are doing this is because people respond better to other people rather than machines. And so you're literally just a conduit from machine learning. But then there's like a kind of, this is not a spoiler, but it's like a middle turning point where you think about, wouldn't it be better if we went off script and had a more human approach to helping people solve their problems? And the company's like, well, you shouldn't be going off script and all this kind of stuff. And, there's lots of decision making and very good writing. And it's kind of one of those visual novels, basically. Not a ton of like challenge. It's just a story you play through and experience. It's only on PC at the moment. It might be coming to Switch.
Sounds like a Switch game.
Yeah, I think it is coming to Switch at some point. No, it's only it's about 3 or 4 hours. I had a really good time with it. It just really resonated. I thought it was a neat idea, and that's why I've put it as my number 10. Yeah.
I honestly don't remember you talking about this if you have talked about it before, because that sounds really interesting.
I think it was on a show that just Tom and I did.
I think it was just Eric and I on the Final Fantasy DS game that we played. I know you played it, Mike, but I don't think you could make the show.
I don't think I was on the show, was I? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I listened to the shows and I still don't remember you talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. It could just be blocked from my memory, I'm not sure. But yeah, that sounds real cool.
Yeah, I think you'd like it.
I got that Red Strings Club you were talking about on a Switch sale the other day as well.
Game.
So I'll let you know when I play that.
I remember
If I started that game.
I assume this Eliza game is not the same as the one I just found on Google called Eliza the Innkeeper, which is about fending off amorous knights.
Doesn't sound right.
No, but send me a link.
Tom, I got this confused with another one. I think I sent you a message last night about a game coming out it's either out or coming out called Erica, which is a FMV-based game.
Not this again.
I remember you showing me this.
Yeah.
Oh no, you posted it in the chat, didn't you?
Yeah, it's an interactive thriller, all FMV-based, kind of like the old... why can't I think of the one that we played for the show?
Night Trap?
Night Trap. I was thinking Night Stalker. That's not right.
Yeah.
But apparently Erica's real good.
Night Trap.
Yeah.
I kind of wish you'd played it down. I would love to have
So
heard what you thought about
I've
it.
always wondered what it was like, because it was on when I was young. I used to have a Mega Drive VHS, which was cheats and tips for Mega Drive games.
Yeah.
And it had Night Trap on it. I was like, what is this game? Never played it.
It's on Switch, Daniel. Get it on Switch.
Yeah, but it's meant to be bollocks, so I ain't paying for that.
I really want you to play it. Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's neat. It's a neat game.
Yeah. Well, there's one obscure game down.
The first of 10.
Mike, what's your number 10?
So my number 10 is it's pronounced differently all over the internet. Grease.
Ooh.
Great. See that? Amazing.
Grise. Wilds, Worlds.
Soft G, Chris.
Well, I was listening to another podcast the other day. This is Slight Tangent, and they actually tweeted at Devolver Digital and said to him, "How the hell do we pronounce this?" And they said it's something. They said something on the lines of, "It's Grease, but everyone, including us, now just call it Gris." So either or, I guess. But yeah, I picked this up for Switch on a bit of a whim. I talked about it a little bit last episode as well. It's a really, really just gorgeous, like 2D. It's like a 2D puzzler rather than a platformer, but there are platforming elements to it. But it's just absolutely stunning, and it's in some ways it's a little bit more of an art piece rather than necessarily a game, even though there are little bits of challenge. And I mentioned last week that it's all about the 5 stages of grief, which I do have up here somewhere, which is like denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And Grease apparently stands for grey, and this game's use of colour is just absolutely phenomenal. The very beginning of the game, this isn't a spoiler because it's at the very beginning. The main character he plays, who I believe is actually called Grease, it's just this lady, and she attempts to sing and completely loses her voice in her attempt to sing, and then the world just kind of collapses down below her, and she sinks into this just like barren, colourless sort of desert. And every single stage of it, another colour is kind of implemented, and throughout it, she learns more abilities that you can use to guide her through these obvious stages of things that are happening. And then there's this sort of black ooze that sometimes comes and personifies itself in different ways. So it might be like a giant bird or like an eel or things like that, which is obviously her bad feelings and things supposed to be coming to haunt her and to chase her and to stop her bringing the colour and her voice back into her life. But the actual presentation of it looks like a water painting. Like all of the colours that are gradually implemented throughout the game, it's all just like proper like watercolour, like splashed onto the screen. And it's just a real nice experience. It's obviously quite dark in a way, but it's a game that, as it's going towards its end, it's sort of getting happier and happier in a way, and her being able to live with whatever happened to her, whether that's loss of a person in her life or loss of something important and things like that. But it was just a real neat experience. I do have a quote from a website because I was doing a little bit of research on it. This is from a website called indiebytes.com. This is from an article of someone kind of doing a little bit of an essay on it. And they just lost their dog, and they were obviously grieving over that. And this is something they wrote on there, which I thought was quite poignant about the game. They put, Grease is the story of one person's grief, reflection, and acceptance of a loss in their life. It's never said whether this is something as permanent as death or something as slow as drifting apart over time, but the story is familiar in a way that I find comforting. Rather than being a world-changing game, Grease is more akin to a hug from a close friend, comforting you and holding you as they say, I know this sucks, but it's going to be okay. I've been through this too. You'll be okay. You'll get through this. It's nice, it's warm, it's pleasant. And it is. It really is. I recommend this to anyone.
I started it, and it was one of those, I don't remember, one of you guys sent it to me through...
I did.
Yeah, GOG. And I just popped it in to play it, and my girls came in, and they were fascinated by the colors. And it's very simplistic. Not to downplay the game at all, but it's a very simplistic game. It's simple platforming. And it was easy enough for the girls to play. I had Amelia pressing space to jump and Ellie moving, and they just really enjoyed that fundamental nature of it. But yeah, you're right. It is visually a gorgeous game. I didn't pick up on any of the deeper meaning of it because I think I only played the first 25% of it. But yeah, it's a neat little game. But hearing that, I'd actually like to go back through and finish the rest of it.
It's fantastic that the games can express these kind of things now. So we've got things like Celeste with their depression, mental health and things, and then Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade, and then things like this. And it's fantastic that games are branching out into this kind of field rather than just people who aren't necessarily gamers might just think as games have been big and bombastic. Call of Duty, shoot things, kill things, and it's fantastic that we can express these kind of things through an art form in a different way, and it resonates with people. I know Celeste didn't resonate with me as much as it did, for example, with you, Mike, because of your history, which you talked about on the show and things like that, but I still think it's a fantastic thing that this can happen.
Yeah, I mean, Grease, in terms of the themes and everything that it has, it is very subtle with them. It never outright mentions in the game that it's about grief or anything like that. Whereas how it does it is it has like trophies, and even on the Switch version, it has like trophies / achievements where at the end of each stage, it it has like its trophy is named basically after a stage of grief, and that's kind of the only thing that sort of hints towards it.
Okay.
But as I said, this isn't really a spoiler. I think going in knowing that about the game actually enhances the experience.
Interesting.
Awesome. I should try that game. Definitely.
I thought you'd played it since you gave it to me.
Well, I played the first 20% like you.
Pulled an Eric.
Oh,
Yeah.
also audibly, the soundtrack on it is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous soundtrack.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Nice.
Like just beautiful strings and piano and some woodwind and everything. It's just really, really beautiful.
Nice.
Number 9's. My number 9. Little game Tom and I dumped some time into called Grim Dawn.
I thought you were going to say Wreckfest.
No.
Oh, I forgot about Wreckfest. That could be yeah.
Grim
Faced.
Grim Dawn. Tom, do you have this on your list anywhere?
I do not.
Oh, man, you're killing me, Tom.
I did.
You're killing me.
I do not.
Let me tell you what, Grim Dawn is not the seminal gaming experience, but I grew up playing a ton of dungeon crawlers, and that is a genre that has all but died recently, like true dyed-in-the-wool dungeon crawlers. Grim Dawn somehow managed to recapture the magic of what it's like to play those old school dungeon crawlers that aren't your standard Diablo. This is about as close to going back and playing not the original Baldur's Gate, but Dark Alliance and Champions of Norath that I absolutely gravitated towards. And throughout high school, Scott and I would play hundreds of hours of those. We would just cycle through those 4 games time and time and time again. And just hopping back into this, it was one of those that you and I bought off of, what was the deal?
Chrono?
Yeah,
website?
chrono.gg or something, and it was
Yeah.
$5. And you sent me that message like, looks like a good dungeon crawler. I'm like, I'll throw $5 at this. And holy shit, what a fun time. And we dumped probably 15 hours into it. I'm like, we should probably be rolling close to the end of this game here. And looked up like, nope, not even halfway. I mean, this is an expansive, sprawling dungeon crawler. And we didn't even scratch the surface on the leveling system and the skills and the ability trees. It's so unbelievably deep. And actually, it is $4.99 again right now on GOG.com.
Oh, wow.
So if anybody picks this up and wants to play, I am still looking for people to play this with. I know, Tom, you and I have always tried to jump back into it, but I don't know what it is about this game, but it goes back to the medieval style of dungeon crawling. It's got amazing skills and magic abilities. Dungeon crawlers for me always used to be, I'm going to be the tank and just roll through everything. But I've slowly started to switch to magic because it's just more fun. And the magic spells in this, you just get this sense of as you progress through the game, you are physically becoming more powerful. And it's not just 1 or 2 or 3 enemies. I mean, sometimes there are 50, 60 enemies on screen at once. And there's just chaos happening everywhere.
Yeah, it is a really fun game. It's like it just reminded me so much, as you say, of Baldur's Gate or Lords of Destruction, the Diablo 2 expansion.
Yes.
I played a ton of that back in the day. Same graphic style and everything. And I think what's unique about this is it has you could actually select up to 2 classes. I think you can have like a subclass as well as just your so you can be a mage or a paladin or whatever, but you can also have another class and incorporate those skills into your build. And so it leaves for much more interesting character builds.
But then you have this whole theory of the constellations in the sky with you have to choose a constellation that'll affect certain attributes within, and then you can bounce around within that constellation. You haven't even begun to scratch the surface of it. All I did was I found one skill I liked and dumped every point into it. I'm just going to go through and murder. The best part of it is that, the storyline is kind of cool, but you can pull a typical dungeon crawler and go, storyline happens to other people, kill, and just be on your merry way. And I taught Tom the fine art of properly playing dungeon crawlers where you you don't share loot.
You have to become a selfish bastard if you play with Eric.
It's a what did you call it? It was a
No, thank you.
multiplayer single player experience. A competitive single player?
Yeah, competitive multi. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's
competitive cooperative? It's something weird that you came up with. But
2 people playing together, but they're playing single player games in the same world.
Yeah.
Basically. There's no cooperation.
But it was fun.
I've played co-op with them before. It's not a good experience.
We had fun.
Streets of Rage 2, I was basically dead. There was a turkey on screen. He had full health, went and ingested straight into his vagina.
Yep. That's what you got to do. Get good, right?
But then that meant that you couldn't have it, so you couldn't work together and help finish the level.
Yeah.
Like
I know,
Eric
but
cares.
But this doesn't work instead. We did actually get to the last boss, amazingly.
Somehow. But yeah, it's like I said, it's fun. It's not the best dungeon crawler I've ever played, but the fact that it kind of rekindled that magic, it was just something special to be able to hop on and be like, this is fun.
I would like to play more in the new year, Eric.
I think we need to. We have to at least get to the end because I think there's some fun shit waiting for us. The boss battles
wasn't this the
so
game
much
that made
fun.
you want to play a dungeon crawler for the show? So we ended up playing that DS game, Final Fantasy DS game.
Yeah, it kind of sparked my interest in that. So, but I did put Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance on the docket for next year because of this. Because we haven't done a proper dungeon crawler.
No, that's true.
So yeah, if you have any passing interest in dungeon crawlers whatsoever, Grim Dawn is an absolute must.
Oh, and at $5?
Yeah. It's a no-brainer. I've spent way more on far less.
But not Joy-Cons.
I eventually got there. Eventually. Dan, what's your number 9?
Well, Eric, to appreciate my number 9 first, you have to plug in your third energy generator because it's a Crisis of Dinosaurs for the second time.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
First game from the show on the list.
Yeah.
First big surprisement.
I didn't see this coming.
Wow. Talk about a game that was completely different to the first in the series.
No, wait a minute. Dino Crisis was above Sekiro.
Yeah.
Shit.
Wow.
I really, really enjoyed this. It was 4 hours long, blitzed through it, shot loads of dinosaurs in the face, really good arcadey action, completely cheesy storyline, but my God, it was so fun.
This was a fucking blast. I loved every minute with this game this year.
I'm glad I chucked it in.
Oh, it was
too. It was
so
kind of a throwaway one, and
it was. I just thought, 4 hours.
Tom, I'm not going to lie. I was completely dreading playing this because I hated the first one. Like,
no, I
was
know.
shit,
And Eric was this exact same. But I'd read so much that this was a complete departure from the original.
Yeah.
But then I plugged it in, and within the first 10 minutes, I'd killed more dinosaurs than the entirety of the first game. Like, I can get on with this. This is fun.
Yeah, it was great. And interestingly, it reminded me that I played this one when I was a kid, not the first one.
Oh.
Because I remember this arcadey action.
So we had to
Nostalgia
suffer
factor
through the
going
first
for it as
game
well.
because of your shit childhood memory.
I think I
picked
chose the
Dino
original
Crisis.
Dino Crisis. That was me.
Okay, you're off the hook.
It was one of my first picks for the show after I joined.
Well done, Mike. But I'm glad you did now because I can appreciate the crapness of that one and the sheer brilliance of this one.
I'm really
I'm gonna have
happy
to
you
give
put
this a
this
go,
on
aren't
here.
I?
That is awesome. And it spawned one of the funniest comments of, I don't understand why vagina is so hostile towards dildo.
I'm going to have to give this a go. I wasn't on that show, was I?
No.
Mike,
Nah,
you
I'm
can
gonna have to
honestly,
go.
you can finish it in 4 hours. So
Yeah,
just get
it's
it,
very
play
short.
through it, have fun.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Get it loaded up on the old Vita. I think.
Follow a
Yes.
guide to make it even quicker, but it's not super difficult, but God, it's fun. It's actually one of those, Dan, that I've thought about just popping back in and playing through again.
Yeah.
And
Because it only gets better over time because you get more ridiculous weapons which you can kill more
yeah.
dinosaurs with. So
Yeah.
it just gets better and better. Really.
well, I think I did myself a
one of the
disservice
things-
by not buying those silver cards to upgrade my.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so I want to redo that so I can get more better weapons.
It's just so immensely satisfying. The dinosaurs come at you from all angles, and you've got this ridiculously overpowered shotgun. You just shoot them in the face as they jump towards you. It's just marvelous.
And you can walk and shoot at the same time, unlike somebody else I know.
Yeah, Leon.
God damn. One day of training, should have stuck around for 2.
Yeah, so for more of my thoughts on Dino Crisis 2, see the Dino Crisis 2 episode, which is full of funnies and things as well, so do go listen to that.
Good job, Dan. I'm
Cheap
proud of you for
plug.
putting that on there. That's a good shout.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am shooketh.
Shooketh. Me too.
Honestly, yeah, I was not expecting that at all.
No, me neither.
Maybe
I don't think
Dan's
I
will
was
be a
either.
surprise list this year.
What the hell From Software feel about that? Dino Crisis 2 was better than their monster
Should have
release
made
of
our
the
game
year.
shorter.
Popped a bottle of champagne over at Capcom headquarters.
Somebody liked it.
Oh, man.
Tom, what's your number 9?
My number 9 for 2019 is a little game called Vampire.
Oh.
Hey, I've heard of that one.
Interesting.
Oh.
I have as well.
VAMPYR.
I downloaded it on Game Pass. Don't think I ever started it.
Vampire?
No. Yeah, really interesting game. Really, really cool game. I was pretty hooked on it actually. I played it to death. It's got a pretty unique premise. It's one of those games. I think it's from the same publisher as Greedfall and Plague Tale. It's I think it's the same guys.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's the
Focus Interactive.
Yeah, Focus
is it?
Entertainment. Yep.
Or Focus Entertainment. Yeah. Yeah, I played it a long time ago. I think I played it like at the start of the year, like February or March, I want to say.
Yeah.
It's set in London in I think it's the early 1900s. And you play a doctor who has a thirst for blood. I think you're a doctor that's a vampire. But what's really neat about this game is you basically have to form relationships with the people that you meet in each district, and that district has a ranking against like how high your reputation is with them, and you're trying to heal people because you're a doctor. You're trying to make people feel better, but in order to increase your skills, you also have to bite people and kill them. And certain people in society are worth more than others. So if you bite some guy who works on the docks, you're only going to get a few hundred experience. If you bite a nurse, you're going to get a ton of experience. So a ton of experience equals loads of perks, and you're going to be stronger against tougher enemies. But it means there'll be fewer people in the district, and people won't like you so much and stuff like that. And there's always like story elements that change depending on who you eliminate. So if you actually take someone else's life, they're completely removed from the game, and any quest line with them is gone forever.
Oh shit.
So there's sort of this permadeath aspect to the townsfolk and the people that you meet across London.
Wow, this has a lot more depth than I thought it did.
Yeah, it does have a lot of depth. The menus aren't amazing. It can be a little, and it's got some of that sort of mid-tier game jank to it. It's definitely not fully polished.
Well, see, and that's what I was going to say about Greedfall as well. With Focus Entertainment seems to kind of have that. It's like we have a really good concept.
Yeah.
That at its core, like there's this really solid nugget of awesome gaming that's just kind of like tarnished on the outside. But if you can just kind of like polish around that and look through, like this is great.
That's just exactly right. I would say those types of games are just rough diamonds. They have they have something unique about them that they've tried and mostly succeeded, but they just need the expertise from a Naughty Dog or whatever for animation, or from another like an Insomniac for like fluidity and combat or something like that. They just need that extra.
But you almost
polish.
appreciate that it's not.
I know.
Because when you look at that, you go, all right, this is a team that genuinely cares about what they're doing. It may not be absolutely perfect, but they were focused on what actually mattered. Because sometimes you look at those really highly polished games and go, yeah, but I just wish there was something underneeth. Like look at Anthem, for example.
Yeah,
Anthem, fucking gorgeous game, jack shit underneath.
It comes down to all style, no substance, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It happens a lot. So I'd much prefer a good gameplay loop than absolutely stellar graphics.
And there is a lot there in Vampire. There is a lot of substance there. Lots of really good dialogue. The voice acting's brilliant. Every single character you meet is a different voice actor, or has their own voice dialogue. And I don't know, it just really stuck with me. I kind of cared about these people, but also if you help people, their experience and their place in society gets higher, which means they're worth more experience if you do decide to bite them. So
you want to build them up.
Yeah, so you're kind of like you're fattening them up in a way, for want of a better way of putting it.
Huh.
And it's like, well, do I want to stay weak and have a challenging game but keep all these people alive, or do I want to take a few lives of people I just don't care much about? Or you can kind of, it's that good and evil decision type of stuff that I quite like. So
Greedfall has a really weird publishing backlog of just odd games.
Which one? Focus?
Focus Home. Like they've done the Farming Simulator games. They've done Divinity 2.
Yeah.
Bunch of cycling games, but they also did Cities XL.
Cycling games? Who
I think they're French. I think they're a French publisher.
I think so. But they also did... It wasn't very good, but it's kind of one of those also diamond in the rough. So if you can work through the garbage, is Bound by Flame.
Oh.
Which was a early PS4 action game. I think it was given away on Pro, but
the combat is good. Like it's a bit Souls-like, strangely. The bosses definitely have that feel to them. There's a lot of timing and evading and picking your spots carefully and not rushing it. If you rush into any battles, you're almost certainly going to die. You do feel a bit up against it as a one-man army. I don't know, man. I just really liked this game. It was as soon as I played it back in March or whatever it was, I had it on my list in my top 10 and it never really left. It got bumped down over the months as other things came out, but it's
so apparently Focus Home published A Plague Tale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Plague Tale, Greedfall, Vampire. Yeah.
Huh.
I think you'd like it, Eric.
I like them. I've got it. Well, is it still available on Game Pass? Because...
how about throwing some money in it and owning your games?
Well, here's what I like to do. I like to buy them and not open them and then download them.
Oh, I know. I should have thought about that.
Yeah, from what you've explained, it sounds really cool. I like those games where it is very relationship based.
Yeah.
I'm discovering...
Yes, it is on Game Pass.
Is it still on there?
Yeah, I've just looked.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I like those where as you develop relationships with people, more quest lines open up, but as you kind of become an asshole, things close off, so there are actual consequences. It's a little jarring when you can be a complete prick to somebody, but then still get their quest. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How long was it?
I want to say like 12 to 15 hours, maybe.
That's pretty good.
It's not long.
Yeah, I do remember you talking about it and saying, like, it's not perfect. There's definitely some jank to it, and there's some bits that kind of suck, but even a physical copy...
I think it's the marketing of the games that lets them down as well. They just kind of pass by.
It is, man. They don't know how to make a song and dance about their games.
Yeah, but I tell you what, and sometimes that's almost better, because then you find these little hidden gems. And
that's true.
It's not good for their pockets, son.
No, the hipster in you, right? Just doesn't want it.
The hipster.
You keep it to
I
yourself.
liked that game when nobody knew about it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about Plague Tale.
I listened to the Beatles before no one else did.
Well, nobody listened to them, so...
You're an asshole.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I think a physical copy right now is only like $20.
Nice.
It's on Game Pass for
what is-
both PC and console if you've got Ultimate. I don't know if you have
but
it.
I don't. Yeah, it's only $20 right now. Maybe I'll just buy it.
All free on Game Pass.
Yeah, but you see, I'm
Since you got
cresting
it.
up to the 100 mark for PS4 games. It's like, I could throw some more money at this and crest that 100 mark. That's an obnoxious amount of games.
I would like to hear Mike's number 9.
Let's hear it, Mike.
Well, I think this is my third year of doing this, and I think I have a cheat on every single one. So this is my one where I'm going to cheat slightly. Luigi's Mansion, the entire franchise.
Oh, cheater.
But if anyone has a Luigi's Mansion further up, tell me, and then we'll talk later.
Let me check. I do not.
Okay.
Dan?
The reason why I put the entire franchise on, because I did love what I played of 3, but unfortunately Pokemon came out and that took up my entire time, so I still need to play 3 properly. But I played all 3 Luigi's Mansions this year. I started with 2 when I got my 2DS off Eric, and then obviously we did 1 for the show. And I don't know, I mentioned it so many times on the Luigi's Mansion show, there's just a complete level of charm with these games.
Especially number 3. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've only ever played the third one, but that game is dripping with personality.
It's one of those franchises that for years I'm like, what is this about? And after playing the first one for the show, I'm like, this is awesome. Because I played Dark Moon on DS and it didn't really click with me. I think I was running too much other shit at the same time. But yeah, you're right. It's just charming as hell.
I mean, I was the same. I wasn't sure what it was really about, and I never owned a GameCube, and I always wanted to play Luigi's Mansion. I think I said on Luigi's Mansion show as well, I always quite enjoy rooting for the sidekicks. I've always quite enjoyed Luigi over Mario.
Robin! Go Robin!
Yeah. So when I got obviously I got that 2DS off Eric last year, and I was looking for games I hadn't played. I was like, Luigi's Mansion 2 is quite cheap. It's cheaper than Luigi's Mansion 1, despite the fact it came out before 1 on the it was a sequel to 1, but it was cheaper than 1 on the 2DS. And the moment I started playing it, it was like, well, this is basically Nintendo making a Ghostbusters game.
Yeah.
Like, even just kind of some of the comedy with it is kind of there as well, like with some of the ghosts, and some of the ghosts reminded me of kind of the sort of ghosts you'd get on the real Ghostbusters cartoon from the late 80s and early 90s. And I don't know, something about these clicked. They're not very difficult games at all, but they're just such a good time. They really are. And like, if you have a Switch and you've not picked up a Luigi's Mansion game, just get number 3. It's so good.
I think 3 really nailed the formula. I think part of the reason I didn't play a whole ton of 2 is that you're stuck in one locale and things weren't varied enough. But 3, you're bouncing through different floors, and every floor has a different theme to it, and it genuinely feels like different levels, and there's enough variety in the gameplay to keep it fresh. But it's one of the games that I pounded through.
It's got like Metroidvania elements, the third one. I don't know if the others do. But you get new abilities which open up new things as you progress.
I pounded through that game in like 3 days. Ellie still bothers me to play it, so it's definitely
I feel bad for dropping 3 like I did, but like I said, Pokemon came out and it's just eating up so much of my Switch time. But you should give 2 another go, Eric. Now you're kind of used to it. It might feel a bit archaic compared to number 3, but that does actually have different locales. So the first one, you're just in the mansion the entire time. The second one, he does actually go to different locales as well.
Maybe I just didn't get far
the
enough.
The area that he's in with. Yeah.
But you said it stuck around a little too long, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Second one does. I mean, that was one of the things I enjoyed the first one over the second one because of the length of 1. Some would argue it was a little too short, but it seems like 3's length is justified because there's plenty to do. But yeah, 1, probably a little too short. 2, didn't do enough varied stuff to stick around as long as it did. But either way, it's a franchise that, I played all 3 this year, and it's a franchise that I now love. Like, if they make a Luigi's Mansion 4, it'll be a day one purchase for me.
Absolutely. I agree.
Nice.
All right. Number 8. Ready for this one?
I'm ready.
My number 8, Resident Evil 4.
Oh my God.
Interesting. Bloody hell.
It's on there, guys.
Anyone got it higher? No. I expected this to be on yours, Dan, actually, because you seem to really enjoy it.
Huh. I did, but not as much as everything else.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked it's on Eric's, but not completely.
I mean,
yeah, after the turnaround on the last show,
I'm willing to admit when I was wrong, and
but it's not a Resident Evil game, right?
It's not, so I'm just going to put this in redacted 4.
Nice.
It was
Nice.
it was nice to finally be able to put this game under my belt and be like, I finally made it all the way through and just look at it a little differently. Aside from it definitely not being a Resident Evil game, it was a freaking blast to play. Once you get outside the controls, wrap your head around that, it just had a nice flow to it. And I don't know. I mean, we talked at length about it on the last show, but it was just, yeah, I enjoyed it.
It's aged well.
It is a real good time. Yeah, for sure. It really has.
That's
I mean,
what I think about that game for sure, yeah.
Even with its weird controls, that's the weirdest thing
It
about it.
takes a couple
It's got
hours,
such a
but
bizarre
yeah.
control scheme. but
Yeah.
Once it clicks.
Otherwise, though, yeah.
This is the one that got, earlier on I made that quick addition to my list.
Yeah.
This is what got bumped off. This was
Ooh.
Resi 4 was number 10 for me originally.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I don't want to go on about it too much because obviously we only discussed it a week ago. But yeah, it really is just an absolute blast to play still.
Yeah.
Even with all its zany zany moments and
See, and I contemplated again popping it back in and playing through it because I wanted to get the unlimited rocket launcher. But you need 1 million potatoes, and apparently to do that, you got to go through the game a second time before you can even get close to affording that. It's like, I don't want to do it.
sell all of your upgraded weapons. I think you start with all your weapons, don't you?
Yeah, but even still, you're only going to be able to sell like 400,000 to 500,000 potatoes.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no, I'm so glad I played through it again for the show. I really am. Like, a little part of me when Tom put it on, I was like, you know what, I like Resident Evil 4, but am I ready to replay it? But no, I had an absolute blast with this. I really did.
I really enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, me too.
I've never played it before, so it was brand new to me, and I can say it does hold up. It was fun. One of the best ones we played this year. Not quite Dino Crisis 2, guys, but it's all right.
All right, yeah. So, without beating that dead horse, Dan, what's your number 8?
Well, Eric, have you ever wandered down the street and been concerned about androids taking your job? Because my number 8 is Detroit Become Human.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Tom,
man. I got wrecked.
Rack dress.
Sorry,
Now-
Tom.
I was so far behind.
Daniel, do me a favor, because I have played Detroit this year. I didn't finish it. Something got in the way, so I need to finish it. Please, no spoilers.
Yeah, I haven't finished it either.
What about that spaceship at the end? Jesus Christ.
What about the dog wearing
headphones?
That scene where the android logs onto X-Hamster was a bit strange.
It's not on your list, Tom.
It was my game of the year last
Oh,
year.
yes, it was. Sorry. I
God, get
apologize.
with the times, Dan.
No.
You're behind on everything.
Well, yeah, Tom said everything about it last year. You know it's a good time.
No, but
Yeah.
why have you enjoyed
I
this so much?
thoroughly enjoyed this, though. It was Quantic Dream for me has, when they produce a game, it's all right, and then it gets bogged down in ridiculous bullshit, which
Yeah, like Beyond.
just ruins. Beyond, Heavy Rain really fell off the rails towards
yeah,
the
but
end.
Heavy Rain was still great.
Indigo Prophecy was ridiculous.
What, you
Indigo
didn't like
Prophecy was
giant
crazy.
bed bugs and dead people sex?
Well, I do. That's my ex-hamster search. But yeah, I just grabbed this on PS Plus. I waited for it on PS Plus, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah. Amazing.
And, I booted it up, not really wanting to get much out of it, and it's a really good, really tightly narrative-driven story with a really good message behind it. I'm not going to spoil anything about the story because you have to kind of experience it. Really good facial and animation capture as well. Really brings you in, and just a really good interactive thriller. And
Oh yeah, it's stunning. It's such
it's
a stunning
stunning.
game. It's one of those games when I'm playing it where I'm like, this isn't like my usual dig at you, Dan. So don't take it as this. Like, it's one of those games where I'm like, I'm glad I upgraded to the Pro. I'm glad I got the 4K TV because it just looks so good. It really does. Every single part of it that I've played anyway.
yeah,
So-
it's
it's
a
a
world
bit-
you could relate to. You could actually see happening in the future. And I think that's what was really cool about it. It had a really good message about the androids kind of becoming self-aware. That's basically the overlying story arc.
And yeah, what
But all these
constitutes
different-
self-aware?
All
and what
these different android characters going through it with different experiences, and they all kind of come together. And it was one of those games I finished and I wanted to boot up again with different choices to see how it played out.
Yes.
And I did for an extent, but then something else came out and I stopped.
Well, the really interesting thing about this is that when I have been playing it, Hazel's been watching me play it, and Hazel had already played through it because Jeremy Sanford sent it to her. Thanks again for that, Jeremy. And she played Jeremy Sanford. She played it through, and I specifically stayed out of the room every single time she played it because I knew I was going to play through it myself. And
bullshit, you're on ex-hamster, son.
There were sections that I played that she hadn't even seen because I took completely different choices to her. So she was still on the edge of her seat, like watching these new sections. And that was the great thing about it because we both had completely different experiences. And even though she'd played through it and she enjoys watching me play games, she was still enjoying certain parts of it like it was a game she'd never seen before because these sections were brand new to her. And she still had those moments of tension because I was interacting with characters she'd never even seen, threats she'd never even seen, because I was in a completely different area, and that was nice as well because we do enjoy playing games together.
If you look at how the narrative threads come together, because when you finish a chapter, it'll show you all the different ones. I don't know how they made sense of all this. Because
it's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing David Cage tweeted out a huge storyboard of the flowchart with all the lines crossed over each other, and it was just like spaghetti. It was.
Well, I mean, there's real consequences. Heavy Rain, for example, there's that scene where is it Ethan, the main character of Heavy Rain?
Yeah,
he's going through all those electricity bolts and everything, and as you're going through them, you can accidentally catch them. It gives you the idea that you could actually die and kill off Ethan.
Yeah.
Actually, spoilers, you can't. You could keep touching that electricity as many times as you want, and he will never die.
He's got to find Jason.
Jason.
So I was looking at Quantic Dream's wiki page. I didn't realize that they had a game before Fahrenheit called Omicron: The Nomad Soul for Windows and Dreamcast. I'm going to need to dig that one out. Have you played that one, Tom?
But no, I've not tried them. I'd like to, though. I'd like to go back to the old library.
Cool. That was
Tom, what's your number 8?
What's my number 8?
Your number 8, yeah.
My number 8 is A Plague Tale: Innocence.
Oh.
Tom, I'm going to tell you something.
It's higher on yours,
It's
isn't
higher
it?
on mine.
Then I'll save it.
Save it, Tom.
Surprise.
It's higher. It's higher.
Mike Tyson, what's your number 8?
My number 8, sorry, Daniel, it is Return of the Obra Dinn.
Oh.
Was not my number 1.
Oof.
Quite low, actually. I went obscure. I thought you'd enjoyed it more than you did.
Who do you think I am, Tom? No, I mean, we discussed this a little bit a few shows ago, but I kind of had no interest in this. So it piqued my interest a little bit last year when there were podcasts and things that I listened to that spoke about it in a sort of Game of the Year nominee sense, like, oh, this should be up there with stuff. And I just never paid attention. I didn't know what it was. And I was listening to another podcast, and one of the hosts had never played it. One had, and the one who had brought it up, and the other guy went, well, what actually is Obra Dinn? And the other guy who played it, he did a spoiler-free kind of, this is what it is. How it completely works and everything. And I was like, that sounds really interesting. And it came to Switch, and I think it was on offer when it first came to Switch as well. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna dip my toe in. I'm gonna give it a little whirl. It sounds really interesting. I obsessed over this game for 3 days straight. Now, I mention all the time I play a lot of Switch at work, and obviously when I'm driving, I can't. But anytime I'm stopped and my lorry's being unloaded or anything like that.
Sounds like bullshit.
Anytime my lorry is stopped, if I'm on a break or if I'm being unloaded or loaded or whatever.
Or all of the time.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I obviously play my Switch, and I just could not stop thinking about this game. I had to just figure it out. And for those of you who don't know what Return of the Obra Dinn is, you this old school kind of wooden galleon that disappeared at sea came back with no crew whatsoever, and your job is to basically figure out what happened to every member of the crew. I think there's 63 members. You have to figure out who they were, how they died, and if they were killed by somebody, like who killed them. And the entire thing is this really kind of lo-fi graphical presentation, and it's just kind of the outlines of everything, really. And you have this magical sort of pocket watch that takes you back, and you'll get a diorama, a still scene of something that happened. You will hear voices and see evidence of things around you. So it might be like someone is interacting with a certain person in the background, and you need to know that for later on. And you only figure out who you got right when you get 3 correct. So you could guess like 10, maybe 20 different guys, but if you haven't got 3 of them correct, you're not going to find out which ones you've got correct so far.
See, in your explanation of it, I was really, really interested in this game until I heard you talk about it. Like, yeah, it doesn't sound fun to me.
I was the opposite. As soon as I heard what it was about, I was like, as soon as I heard what it actually was, I was like, this sounds really interesting, and it's so unique, and it had to go on. Not just because I obsessed with it and because of how much I enjoyed it. This had to go on my top 10 list just for how unique it is. I've never played a game like this at all.
That's why I thought it would be higher on your list, you see, because I remember you obsessing over it and talking about it a lot, and I was like, over it in. I did actually change my original choice, which was Luigi's Mansion 3 as well, so I'm glad I swapped that.
I knew that wouldn't have been number
joke.
1 because he didn't even finish it.
No. I honestly thought you'd played it to death and loved it. So
no, I thought you put that in as a joke because Eric keeps digging at me for ditching it for Pokemon. But yeah, it's little things like sometimes you have to listen to accents of the voices and things like that to figure out who they were, and look at the crew manifest of who, where they're from and why they're there and who they are in relation to everything. And it's so intricate in terms of what you have to figure out. And it blew me away in terms of just making me obsessed with something that I just had to figure out. I had to figure this game out. Like I said when I spoke about it before, I did have to use a little kind of nudge guide that wasn't a guide, it wasn't a walkthrough, it just kind of nudged you in the right direction. Like, this guy is angry because of this person is angry because of something that happened earlier. Look where he was earlier and figure out why he might be angry about something. It's little hints like that, and I had to use one of those, but towards the end anyway. But I still figured out majority of it completely myself, and I was really proud of myself because it is not an easy game to finish.
I might still give it a go if it ever ends up, in like the sub $10 range, but for full price, it just based on that, I don't know if I've really got the time or the patience for that.
I think it's on offer on Steam quite a bit, but it being portable and I could just pick it up and try and figure out a few things was great.
I'm sort of taking that approach now too, with if it's a game I'm not super interested in, I'm going to just opt for it portably, because then I've got more opportunities to dump some time into it.
Why they're taking a dump?
Yes. Dump some time while dumping.
Eric?
Number 7.
What is your 7?
Resident Evil 2.
Original or remake?
Remake.
Well, yeah, you'll probably guess I've got this higher.
It's higher on yours.
Yeah.
Because it's Mike's number 1. So I will just fill that in and we will wait until later.
Hey, 2 Resident Evils back to back there, Eric.
Yeah,
I just realized.
It's a Resident Evil year.
I hope not.
Dan, it's your number 7.
What? Okay, Eric. Well, when you live in a town, right?
Is there going to be a story prefacing every
There
one?
is. And you want to open up a shop, but all the townspeople want all the shit that's in these dungeons.
But you can only do it at night.
Yeah.
Under the specific light of a celestial body.
Yeah, and you can only go in one dungeon, then you have to open the others, and then you get more loot, and then people will literally buy anything off you. Anyway, it's
Leisure Suit
Moonlighter.
Larry?
Oh, well, Dan, I'm going to poop on your parade, but it's higher on my list.
Oh, well, damn.
I'm glad it made your list, though, because that was
everything.
one of my recommendations for you, wasn't it?
I know. I knew you'd be happy with that one.
Obviously, we're going to discuss it later, but I did play this, and I'm looking forward to discussing my thoughts on that as well. It's not on my list, but
Well, then I don't want to hear your thoughts.
interesting. All right, fuck you then.
You get out of here, son. You're freak right off.
If you don't like it, I don't want to hear it. I only like people that agree with me.
Number
7. Number 7, Resident Evil 2 remake. So
Same as
later
me.
on.
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. Michael?
What are we on? Number 7.
Aye.
So imagine you've got a guy named Tom, surname Brader, and you start
Get
pushing
your
him
own
up.
stick.
And you start pushing him up. It's Rise of the Tomb Raider.
He's sort of been risen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rise of the Tom Raider.
Rise of the Tomb Raider. Yeah. So
Good choice.
I played the reboot back in 2013 when it came out back on PS3, and I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say I was massively blown away by it, so I never had any massive interest in playing the sequel. My issues with the first one were it honestly felt a little bit like Uncharted, but in the jungle. The actual tomb raiding aspects were almost like optional side quests, and they to me were the best parts of the game, going in and figuring out these tomb puzzles and stuff like that. So I was never really that interested in playing the sequel. So it was on offer on PS4. I got it dirt cheap, 20th anniversary edition or whatever it was called, and started playing it. And what I noticed straight away was they toned the action down.
Oh, that's too bad.
It truly was about it. Really, to me, this was the one that felt like it was the old school Tomb Raider, but in a modern way. The interacting with the environments and figuring out the puzzles became the main aspect of it again. Now, don't get me wrong; it has the action, it has the points where you're shooting and undercover and stuff like that. But to me, this was just a vast improvement on the first one. Is everything that I wanted from this reboot.
I loved the first reboot one. So, and I don't know why I never dug into the sequels.
I think I agree with Mike. Rise is better.
Rise is amazing.
All right.
I heard Shadow is gorgeous, though. If you're
It
playing
is.
it on
Shadow
it.
is gorgeous. I love all three of those games. They're brilliant.
Speaking of visuals as well, this is just an absolutely stunning game, and this was the second game. The first one of this will be mentioned much later on, but this was the second game where I went from PS4 Pro to my Xbox One, because I bought it dirt cheap on PS4, like I said, and then literally like a week later it came on Game Pass, and I was like, well, I'm not that far in it. Let me have a little look. If it looks much better on my Xbox One X, I'm going to play it. And the difference, and we were discussing this on WhatsApp, was it yesterday or today? The difference between the upscaled 4K and the true 4K between the two consoles, if you actually see it in person, it looks so much better. And it was one of those moments where I'm like, I'm so glad I actually got the One X as well, because I've never been an Xbox guy. And the main reason I got the Xbox was for old Xbox games for the show. And obviously, I just explained before, I just may as well get the One X, got it, and I was visually floored by how much better it looked on there. Probably a little bit too much snow for me in it. I mean, it looks gorgeous, but there's a lot of snow in there. But yeah, it was everything that I wanted. It was everything I wanted from this reboot of the Tomb Raider series, and I'm looking forward to playing Shadow. I've heard that Shadow gets a bit more puzzly and stuff like that again, and there's a lot of water. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to playing it at some point. And I put a lot of hours in this. So obviously the new Tomb Raiders, they're a little bit Metroidvania-y, and you can only get access certain areas once you've got certain tools and certain items. And it wasn't until I got sort of, I don't know, 3/4 of the way through where I stopped trying to get everything on each map, just because I was like, I wanted to get to a point where I finished it. But as I was going through it, I was trying to get everything I could possibly get at that time. And it's been a long time since I played a game like that where I'm like, I want to do everything.
That's a good feeling.
See, with Metroidvanias, what I do is just, if anything's on the path, I'll get it. And then I know things are going to be locked out until later, so I leave them until the post-game and then mop up.
See, and that's my problem, though, is anytime I can't get to something immediately, I forget about it. Like, I guess I'm not going to get that.
That's what the map's for, Eric.
Nah.
And if only you had a brain.
Huh? So I actually just looked at my shelf. I do own this game. And
for fuck's sake.
I have the
Play it on Game Pass, Eric.
I don't know. I can't tell from here because it's one of those big obnoxious boxes that doesn't blend in with everything else. So I don't know if what's inside is sealed, and I can't reach it. I need one of those Billy Mays gopher grabber things.
Oh yeah.
Billy Mays here. Your shit too far away. Grab it with this piece of shit.
I'm glad that's made it on your list, Mike. I loved Rise of the Tomb Raider. I think it was on my list whichever year it came out.
Yeah, I remember you speaking about it.
Because you have these more open areas and these little side bits, and it felt like after the reboot, it had really come into its own, and Crystal Dynamics had done an amazing job with it. And Shadow is a good game. I think Rise is a little better, but Shadow is still strong.
Yeah, I think I played Shadow this year, and I enjoyed it, but it hasn't made a lasting impact on me as the rest of my list.
So wasn't Tomb Raider one of the franchises that kind of started the whole gritty reboot?
Maybe it could be one of the early ones. It is 2013. It was a while ago now.
I mean, it took it in a completely different direction.
I
just remember even the death
Tomb Raiders,
scenes.
though I wasn't crying out for a change.
Yeah, Tomb Raider 2.
I liked the old Tomb Raiders
better.
too, Dan.
What?
I liked the old Tomb Raiders too.
Oh, watching
Tomb Raider Legend was great on Xbox 360. I loved that game.
just watching the death scenes in the reboot was so uncomfortable with how violent they were.
Oh, they dropped. So the first reboot in 2013 had a lot of QuickTime events as well, and they ditched loads. I don't think I remember any QuickTime events in Rise.
That's good.
But yeah, that first one, it definitely just in many places felt a bit like Uncharted in the jungle, and I don't know. I just enjoyed this one so much more. And like I said, it's almost like they listened to me, because I played that first one. I was like, yeah, I could have done with more of this and less of this, and that's exactly what they did. And
Nice.
I'm glad I kind of took the time into
Do you know what my issue was with the Tomb Raiders? It was that I enjoy the exploration puzzle aspect of it, but the actual shooting people and things, I think, is just thematically wrong for the game. And I understand it was in the originals, but it wasn't as much of an extent as it is in this one, where Lara is like basically a war machine, and she was fighting monsters and things in the originals, which was more Tomb Raider to me.
Yeah.
And this, the shooting sections just kind of felt like filler.
There were plenty of dudes in Tomb Raider 2. Remember when you were in Venice and you're shooting all those gang guys?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, like 6 of them throughout the whole level. It was packed with guys.
I mean, that's still like 6 people is still a lot of people to murder, Eric.
Brimming with shit to do. That game was so just packed of entertainment. Awesome game. Really glad we played it for the show.
Didn't you just play the first
level?
level?
Through one level.
I think
I made it through
both
Venice.
got to
I killed
Venice.
enough people. I'm like, I've killed too many. I need to take a break. There's too much to do.
I'm never going to forgive you for that.
Pick better games.
All right, Eric, number 6.
So, Dan, you know when you want to open a shop and sell
I've started a
stuff,
trend.
sell stuff from a dungeon. My number 6 was Moonlighter.
Moonlighter.
What a game.
Moonlighter.
What a game. Oh. This was one of my list this year has games on it that I have absolutely obsessed over, and Moonlighter was one of the first of this year where I popped it in and I physically could not stop playing it. I bought it the day I left Tom's house in Toronto, and I think I had it completed, 100% completed in like 4 days. I dumped so much time into this. It was the most unique concept. It kind of meshed that dungeon crawling with a little bit of kind of Harvest Moon. I mean, you're not farming, but you're still managing supply and inventory and running a shop. It was this neat little gameplay loop that there was a little bit of a learning curve to it, but once you got over that hump and you made it through that part of the dungeon, you're like, all right, I'm just going to do all this shit. I'm going to go sell all this stuff and unlock the next dungeon. And then it just started over again, where you had to kind of throw yourself against this wall till you could get strong enough and just rinse, repeat.
See, that's where it lost me.
Really?
Right, so I picked this, it was on sale, and you guys were banging on about it. I was like, okay, I'll give it a go. You guys, most of the time, have good taste in games. So I picked it up, and I was the same. That gameplay loop at the beginning of going in the dungeon, coming out, selling it, improving the town, improving your shop, all that stuff. Great. I loved it, and I loved that sort of almost Binding of Isaac sort of, okay, just one more try, I'll do better this time.
Yep.
One more try, I'll have one more go. Okay, all right, I've got time, I'll have one more go. And it did that. took me ages to do that first dungeon because I was obsessing about like make sure I took the right items and things like that. Got that first dungeon done, got to the second dungeon, and it all started again. I was like, I cannot be fucked.
Oh, see,
Cannot be, because it was almost like starting the entire thing again. And I was like, I've been enjoying this, but like the idea that I'm now kind of starting from scratch, so to speak, again, it lost me completely.
Yeah, but then if you
I
like
the challenge of that.
Yeah.
I liked it. It was always as good as you're getting. There's always another level to get up to, and you gradually chip away. Like, for example, you would go through one floor of a dungeon in the new place, pick up all the new loot, sell that on, potentially get a new sword, get some new armor. Then you can go to the second floor and do the same, and then get to the third floor and do the same, and then finally get to the boss. It had that really addicting gameplay loop of just selling broken wires and unnecessary shite that you don't need to unsuspecting villagers who will buy it regardless of
well, and
they
then
need it or not.
even as simple as being in the shop and just tackling shoplifters and adjusting your prices based on supply and demand. It was fun. It was a neat little jaunt away from your traditional AAA game.
Yeah. It was really cool to see how much money you could get away with selling things to people.
Oh, did you manually set prices in the game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It would give you, basically when you find an item, it would have question marks on it to its value, and you guess that value, and then a customer will come in and look at it, and they have a cloud that comes out of their head, and it's either has a happy face or an angry face or a really delighted face. If it's really delighted, that's the sweet point for the price at that time. And if it's really angry, they might not buy it. And then you get an idea and you can adjust on the fly the price of that item. And then the next person who comes in might look at it and go, oh, yes, that's the right price. And then you can, if you've not got quite the sweet spot, you can then adjust it further and see if you can get it slightly higher or slightly lower.
See, there was something in there, though, that broke that aspect of it. You have a notebook that as you sell an item, it fills that notebook in with, here's the dungeon, level 1, all the items you can get from that level. And as you sell it, it populates it on that list. It doesn't put a value, but it populates it with the lowest quality items at the top and the highest quality items at the bottom. And as soon as you get that item, it fills it in somewhere on the list. So if you know how expensive that list or that item is on the way bottom, I do believe once you sell it, it puts in what it's sold for. You can kind of guess and adjust your price from within there. So it takes a little bit of the guesswork out of it by just seeing where that item falls in that list. But I didn't have to play with pricing. Yeah, but the
supply and demand bit kind of helps with that, because like Dan was saying, someone might be angry about the price, but if that item is really, really in demand, they'll be angry about it and pay for it.
And I didn't find that the supply and demand fluctuated as much as I was hoping it would have. It didn't seem like the commerce was as fluid, which is fine.
Maybe I just obsessed over it a little. Yeah. I could see myself coming back to this and maybe obsessing over the second dungeon. And then probably getting to, then when I get to the third one, like,
it gets really hard.
Just play a dungeon every year, Mike, and then you should be all right.
Yeah.
It gets really hard, especially the fifth and final section.
Oh god, it's a real tough game.
Really hard.
But the mechanics of it, are, when you're actually in the dungeon as well, that dodge mechanic that basically you can dodge anything as long as you time it right, or it wasn't the sections that I got up to. The actual feeling of the controls inside was great, and I did love the procedurally generated aspect of it. It has that kind of Binding of Isaac sort of feel, and yeah, I don't know what it is. I got to that point. I was in the second dungeon. I started it, and I just don't know what it was. I kind of went ugh, and didn't want to go any further, and I don't know why.
It's fair enough. You don't have to like all the games, Michael.
Yeah, true. And this was one of those moments. I said earlier that I need to stop forcing myself through games. If I'm not enjoying myself, I need to stop. And this was one of those games where I was like that. I started that next bit and I was like, I'm not enjoying this anymore. Yeah. Put it away.
Eric, I'm going to give you props for this one. A hearty recommendation, my friend. Very good.
I always like to make sure I have at least one recommendation that I've made on Dan's list. I damn near got your Gotti twice in a row.
Very close.
Very close. Dan, what's your number 6?
Well, Eric, when you go to work, right?
Nope, don't go to work.
It's your first day on the job, and there's this really weird janitor who talks in riddles when he's finished as well. And then within a few minutes, you end up with telekinetic powers and stuff.
Oh, God damn it, I was wrong.
Ooh.
Control.
It's control.
Oh, shit, son.
Wow. We were off. Well, Mike was off. I thought this would have been higher on your list for as much as you raved about this.
Yeah.
It was a good game to get me through a slump. I think it kind of came
That's
at
a
the
bit
right
of a backhanded
time.
compliment.
Yeah, that it really is. Yeah,
No, I was in a bit of a
pinch.
slump of games, and then I saw Control was on sale, and I went for it, and I wasn't really expecting anything out of it, and it ended up being an incredibly fun time with a incredible level of polish. This game, from I don't think what Remedy did, Alan Wake, and what was the other one?
Quantum Break.
Quantum Break. I
Max
never played
Payne.
Quantum Break with it being on Xbox, but
It's on PC.
This was just a game with so much intrigue through it and such a cool Metroidvania world to explore. So basically, you are this girl called Jessie who's been looking for this place for a long time, and you end up there, and within a few minutes, she becomes the director of the institute. Eric's just turned into a thumb again. It's very distracting.
What? Go on.
And she becomes director of this place, and she gets powers as she goes forward, like telekinetic blasts. But the telekinetic blast is the funnest thing in the world. Imagine the Force push from The Force Unleashed, but amazing. You can pick up basically anything, and she throws it with so much force. It's so satisfying. And then later on, when you get the ability to levitate, so you're flying over people, you pick up a chair using your force powers and just chuck it in the face. Just so satisfying.
Nice.
So the game had such elements of mystery to it and intrigue, and you always wanted to go forward and find the next thing, or there was a lot of secrets to find as well. And I would just heartily recommend this to everybody.
See, it's very telling that you're saying that the game looked absolutely gorgeous and you're playing on a base PS4, because it looks even better on a PS4 Pro, and then it looks even better on an Xbox One X. And on PC, if you're rocking an RTX graphics card,
and
it
ray
is
tracing.
basically an advert for ray tracing.
Yeah.
Like,
Isn't that what Zach played it on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I
He
think
gushed
he did,
over it.
yeah. Like it's apparently it's just the way it does reflections and stuff. When you're walking past like office windows, it looks just unbelievably gorgeous and realistic.
There is one section which is one of the gaming moments of the year for me. It was spectacular. You find this place very early on, which you can't go through until later. But you basically, to get through it, the janitor helps you get through it somehow, and he plays this really heavy metal rock song as you're going through it, and you just feel like such a badass. It was just so cool.
Yeah, that's something. That's a game I want to pick up next year.
It's 100% a Tom game. 100%.
I think I would like it too.
Yeah.
I think you would. I think anybody would like it. If you love fun gameplay, then with the elements
No,
of
I
intrigue.
only like terrible gameplay, Daniel.
That's why you didn't pick up Return of the Obra Dinn as your number one, you bastard.
Oh no, Return of the Obra Dinn is torture in places, so...
Yeah, but... Oh, lost my microphone temporarily. Yeah, but it's fantastic. I don't want to say too much about it because I'll spoil it, which would be doing it a disservice.
Tom, what's your number 6? So far, you've only got one obscure game.
Listen up, you 3 bags of useless sausage meat.
Okay.
Flash fried in your sister's tears. I have chosen Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, God. It must have been a boring year.
1, 2.
Boredom simulator.
Number 6.
Well, let's not forget that they started this serial killing, so it holds a special place in his heart.
That game holds special
You know
place
what?
in my heart.
I originally, on our guesses of what would be our like the other person's number one, I originally put this in for Tom's and then changed it last minute.
Oof. Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it, but it definitely wasn't going to be my number one.
Too much boredom.
Too much boredom, frankly. I get it.
Not enough fun.
I don't like
5
fun
games
gameplay.
were more
Dan.
fun.
I don't think it even made my list last year.
It
Didn't
make
make
mine.
anyone's
Didn't
list.
make anyone's. Yeah.
It was quite something. Yeah, I think I've said a lot about it in previous shows, but I really enjoyed Arthur's story.
Possibly too much.
And I think, yeah, I ended up caring a lot about you're kind of riding with your gang and moving camp to camp, trying to find somewhere to settle and have a proper life away from crime, but it always catches up with you, and he's constantly reflecting on this, and even it's almost like he's talking to the player, where I mean the game is huge and you're doing so many fucking side quests, and it's just there's tons of missions, and he keeps almost mentioning in cutscenes in the latter stages of the game, like, how many more of these do I have to do until we settle down and have a life? Why do we have to constantly be outlaws and killing people? And you almost feel tired with him. I was actually. I do think the game stuck around.
Compliment.
I do think the game stuck around too long. I agree with you guys.
This game is so boring. Even the main character is bored of it.
It was when you hit the epilogue for me. That's when it got too much.
Yeah,
I thought it was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, it was, and I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, it does stick around too long. But having said that, it's a technical marvel, and it does
look good.
The world feels very alive, and no matter where you go, there's distractions around that will take your attention to explore something else that's new, and there's a lot to discover. There's a whole fuck ton of Easter eggs to this game, and
horses to kill.
I know it's not for everyone.
There's a ton of women to chuck in licks as well. All the women NPCs.
All right.
If Red Dead Redemption 2 has brought us anything, it's that joke.
Yes. Lots of lakes. And that was it. I was making my own side stories with this shit. I just liked being in that world. I liked making my own stuff up. I think that's part of what makes a sandbox really good, is being able to create your own narratives inside it.
I agree.
So that's kind
Tom,
of what is there.
In the past, you and I have agreed about how some open world sandbox games, they give us that sort of sense of anxiety at the beginning, like tell me what you want me to do. Like,
Jesus,
what was different with Red Dead in terms of that? Because I know there were some story beats and stuff, but in some ways it does do that to you as well.
It does, but as you know, it's slow, but it's slow by design and purposeful, and I just kind of matched that speed, and I was happy to relax into it and not get too worried about it and too hung up. Like, you can't do everything in that game. I mean, you can, but like everything's so far away from each other, and you can't exactly, like, there is fast traveling, but it's not great, and it's cumbersome, and we've talked about the controls before and all the usual stuff, but you kind of pick and choose how you go about it, and I don't know, I feel like so much of it is purposeful and by design that I didn't get too anxious about it, unlike something like Just Cause, which is very bing bang bosh and in your face, like, do this. That's too much for me. Like, a lot of Ubisoft games do that, and and you open the map and it's just a flood of icons, so you can't even see where your own icon is. I think Red Dead Redemption does a pretty good job of, it has a lot, but it feeds you them slowly. The whole game is slow, and that's one of the criticisms of it. So that's my number 6.
Mike, what's yours?
Let me pull up my list. It is... So, imagine you've got 2 planets, and you want to, like, link them up between them.
Yeah.
But there's also a legend of a certain princess at the same time.
Is there a massive, really, really iconic plot twist in this one?
In one of the offshoots.
Iconic.
I've never heard of this shit. What
So
is it?
it's Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds.
Oh,
Did you just get it, Tom? Jesus Christ. So yeah, Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. So prior to me playing this, the first top-down / 2D Zelda I had ever played was Link's Awakening, when we played it for the show. So this was my first foray into playing one at my own pace, because one of the bad parts about playing Link's Awakening for the show on the Game Boy Color was that I had to fly through it for the show, and I had to use a walkthrough of some of the dungeons just to try and get it finished. So being able to play one at my own pace and having that actual proper Zelda discovery that you can have in those, I'm so well versed in the 3D ones, and Link's Awakening is such an offshoot of Zelda and so strange in places that this in some ways was the first time that 3D world was translated into the other one and has that same kind of discovery and story and puzzle aspect that the 3D ones have. And I don't know, this game just had a really fantastic feel to it, and I loved it more than I did Link's Awakening, which I know is a bit taboo to say. But, I don't know, just everything about the overworld was great. The soundtrack was amazing. The renting of the weapons was a little weird.
Did you ever actually rent a weapon, though, or did you just always rupee farm and buy them?
I rented them to start with, then I started rupee farming later on and ended up buying them. But that was a little bit strange. But I don't know, like for me, this discounting Link's Awakening, this was the first time I'd played a quote-unquote proper 2D top-down Zelda, and it was a great experience. I'm on the other end of games where
I'm on the other end of the
spectrum.
Like,
I prefer
the 2D Zeldas over the 3D Zeldas any day of the week. I just think that they're superior in every way.
I prefer 2D Zeldas.
I've just not played enough of them. That's my
Wild,
problem.
Tom Reagan.
I mean, the whole series is shit, but I mean, if I had to play anything, it's 2D. Give me... knock off one of the axes for me.
I really liked Zelda 2. That's my game.
I only want to go up and down, left and right. Don't make me go forward and backward.
And the main reason I actually picked this up is because obviously Eric got me that 2DS,
and because of that plot twist, you wanted to find out what that was all about.
And my first thing was, right, I need to play a Zelda game. I played Majora's Mask on it last year. That was on my Game of the Year list last year, and then I got to this year. I was like, you know what, I should probably play some more Zelda, and I picked this up. It was quite cheap in CEX secondhand, and I'm really, really glad I did. I was a bit trepidatious about playing it because, as I said, the only one I played was Link's Awakening. But yeah, no, this is a real good time. I'd recommend this to anyone with a 3DS.
I think it's up there in the top 3 2D Zelda games. It is something special.
And it has made me want to, because I've never played Link to the Past, obviously. So it's made me want to play that because I'm told that this is basically like a sequel to Link to the Past.
It is.
Yeah.
You'll recognize the world immediately. What I think I liked the most about Link Between Worlds is your ability to just approach it in any way you wanted to. You could go to any dungeon you wanted and start there, which was a nice departure from how it's been in the past, because Zelda's always just, all right, go here, then here, then here, then here. But to be able to just go through it on my own and just say, I want to go here now and do it was just awesome. It was such a nice, refreshing take on something that, I don't want to say it's worn thin, but it just needed a new look.
Can I just say, though, that low rule is the most stupid pun ever?
Yeah.
And that's coming from me.
Yeah.
Wow, is it?
Yeah, that is saying something.
But yeah, that's my number 6. Are we on?
Nah, yeah. We're on to number 5s.
That was...
5? Mr. Peterson, what is number 5?
Well, since we're talking about Zelda, let me tell you about a game that's not Zelda.
Oh, the old bait and switch.
But it's kind of Zelda.
Oh, I know.
It's sort of like if you kind of want to...
Is it every game we talk about?
I know what it is.
Yeah, like if you kind of want to walk like something, but you're not, we're going to go with Cadence of Hyrule.
This is also my number 5.
Oh, excellent. What a fucking game.
Didn't make mine?
Yeah. What a game.
Didn't make mine.
So...
I'll let you go first, Eric.
When they first announced this, I had zero interest in it because I didn't know what Crypt of the Necrodancer was. So then I bought Crypt of the Necrodancer and like,
didn't they sell it on the cheap to like celebrate this? That's what I did as well.
Yeah, it was like $1 or $2. It was stupid cheap. I'm like, this isn't very fun. And then I watched some videos of Cadence of Hyrule, and Christy was watching. She's like, you have to get that. Like, I want to watch you play that. You have to buy that. So she went and bought me an eShop card and made me buy it. And my God, one of the other games this year that I just physically could not put down. It was incredibly unique. Not only was the music take on your traditional songs extremely engaging, but just the combat and the approach and how you walk into each different scenario is almost a little bit like those tactics RPG games where you have to understand where you can move within that level and not only be listening to the beat of the music, but understand how each of the enemies moves and watch for their tells on when they're going to move. And sometimes they move every third beat, and this one moves every 2 beats. So if you go here, you're going to get hit. But it's an incredibly tactical game, yet really fast paced and just a ton of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I echo the same things as Eric. I played this back to back with Link Between Worlds. I played Link Between Worlds and then this.
Wow.
And, Eric's just mentioned about how in Link Between Worlds, one of the great things is you can do that's unique to it is you can do the dungeons in any order. This is such a unique take on Zelda that I just don't think we'll see again unless they do an actual sequel to this.
Well, and
I was in the same camp. I was in the same camp as Eric. I was like, okay, I saw it. It looked cool. I didn't know what Crypt of the Necrodancer was, but I remember seeing the footage of this, and I was like, the previews and trailers of this. I was like, oh yeah, this looks up my alley. And then same as Eric, when just before this came out, Crypt of the Necrodancer was cheap. I picked it up. I was like, I don't know. I don't know about this. But I took the gamble. I was like, it's Zelda. Like, maybe I'll enjoy it when I know the music a bit more. And from that first moment, you're controlling Link and you're bopping along to the Legend of Zelda main theme, the high, but like remixed. It just, again, I spoke earlier about Luigi's Mansion. Its charm. This game oozes with charm.
Well, and it's pure fan service. Sound effects from almost every Zelda game. When you warp, you get that same sound effect from Link to the Past, and it's so cool that Nintendo they handed off one of their prized franchises to a third party. And like, here you go, have fun, do something different, and they just knocked it out of the park.
They really did, and there's little cool things as well. Like I didn't realize until afterwards that the world map is basically procedurally generated. There's certain things that have to stay next to each other. Certain squares have to stay next to each other. But like Eric might have started when he played it, might have started in the top right corner and be surrounded by like the desert and the forest area. I started in the bottom left and I was surrounded by like the beach and like the desert.
Well, and the dungeons are generated too, except for the entry room.
Yeah. So every time you play it, you can get a different version of the game as well. And there's different sections. So you have to do the dungeons in a certain order on that one, I believe.
I can't
or can you do them
recall.
in any order? I think you can actually do them in any order because you got a different instrument before me. But the entire thing is music-based, so every dungeon you do, when you beat it, you get it a little bit of a callback to Link's Awakening in a way. You get a different instrument, and then you use that to obviously get to the last boss and everything. But yeah, it's just so unique, and Crypt of the Necrodancer is quite a unique idea anyway. But to mix the Legend of Zelda themes and the characters and everything like that in there, it's such an interesting take on the gameplay. And like I said, I played it back-to-back with Link Between Worlds. I couldn't stop humming the Legend of Zelda music for weeks after this. But yeah, I couldn't put this down either. I probably wasn't as obsessed as I was with Oberdin, but yeah, I just wanted to keep playing this. And they've released some DLC, free DLC either last week or this week.
Yeah,
which
I haven't gotten
touched
around to it yet.
But I'm looking forward to going back into that world for sure.
It just didn't grab me as much as it did used to. I think it's because I bought this on the recommendation of you two at the same time as buying Moonlighter, so I was playing them back to back. And I think it also
didn't know
comes
you'd
down
bought
to
this.
I finished it. And
I don't remember.
Yeah, and it's just I don't know, it just didn't gel with me as much as it did with you guys.
Didn't
I think it
tickle
comes
the
down
old
to I
pickle?
prefer a 3D Zelda to a 2D Zelda as well.
I played the demo, but it just didn't click with me. It just wasn't for me.
I thought it would have been right up your alley, Tom, with you and rhythm games.
I know. I almost tried to force it, but if you're not enjoying it, like you say, best to just
Turn it off.
Yeah, turn it off. I don't know. I might try it again because
I think you definitely need to. It's so cool.
But I don't love
And also,
Zelda
there was a
enough.
turnaround. There was a turnaround for me. I went back to the original Crypt of the Necrodancer and I actually enjoyed it. So, but I didn't play that much. But I actually ended up enjoying that in the end. Now that I kind of understood it.
Nice.
Dan, you're number 5?
Well, when it's dark outside and you're listening to some really good music.
No.
And it's almost like a symphony at nighttime.
Ah.
I gave it away.
Oh.
Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This one's for you, Zach.
Wow. That's 2 show games on his list, folks.
Yeah. So amazingly, I missed this. I played through it and missed this show for reasons, can't remember why. But I flipping loved this game. It's been one I've always wanted to play, and I've been holding out for playing it on the show. I'm glad I did. I didn't get a chance to say my thoughts on it, and this obviously is known as one of the quintessential Metroidvania games in history, and my God, is it a good time. That section halfway through where the castle flips over and it's a whole different game, incredible.
And that's where the game loses me every time I play it. Like, this is great up until it flips. I'm like, I'm done.
Really? I love that. It was more of the same. And there were so many secrets to find, and everything was just so fun. Loads of different weapons to try. And
Beautifully designed.
items.
Yeah. Game is gorgeous.
Yeah. Still looks amazing today.
Brilliant.
Which is ridiculous.
Brilliant time. I loved it.
Yeah, except, you can just press triangle and backdash through every level. That's what I did. Every time I'd walk through a room, I would turn around and just press triangle and just dash backwards through everything. So I played the entire game.
You don't get any experience, you goon.
And yet he didn't call it Triangle Simulator.
Yeah. Well, no, because
It's
I
some
got
consistency here, Eric.
That's true. I'm nothing if not inconsistent.
Yeah, so I was a bit gutted I missed this show. Because
I bet. For your number 5
time.
game. Damn.
So,
Well, that's really cool, man. Classic. It's actually generally
I'm the
considered
same
to be
as-
one of the best games ever, isn't it? It's it's really high up there. Loads of people love that game.
I mean, it's one I've always looked at, and so probably should have played that by now. And
Yeah.
I'm really glad I did. This is the beauty of the show. Sometimes we get to play these things that we've missed.
Yeah. Yes.
And it was a
Have
really
you played
good
it, Tom?
moment for me.
Yeah, I played it for the show. But I didn't finish it.
Were you actually on the show?
No. Oh shit, I don't know actually.
I can't remember.
I know I wasn't on it. I don't think I was on. I think it was just maybe you, Eric, and Zach.
That's what I think it was as well.
Yeah.
But I'm the same as Eric. I was really enjoying it. Then that castle flip, and I was like, if I was playing it in my own time, maybe I could have.
I
But
got to
I
the
don't know,
castle
it
flip
lost me
as
then.
well. Yeah.
And I'm just not a huge Metroidvania style person.
Me
but
neither. Yeah, I appreciate them, but I'm not big into them, man.
As soon as somebody's
feck
like,
off
yeah,
a
this
lot,
game's a
you're the superb.
Metroidvania, my interest immediately wanes a little bit.
Yeah, just
I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them.
I don't know. But, maybe I like
Well,
3D
Zach, bring him
Metroidvanias
on.
better because essentially a Dark Souls game is a Metroidvania.
yeah.
Maybe I like them
true.
3D better.
Interesting.
Who knows? Who knows? Dan, I like your list so far this year. 2 show games. We don't often have a lot of show games on our lists. So,
Has anybody else picked one yet?
yeah, I did. Resident Evil 4.
Okay.
And I did have Resident Evil 4 on my list, and it got bumped off last minute. So
Well, and
I did
technically
have,
you did with your
Oh, no,
cheat
Luigi's
with
Mansion.
Luigi's Mansion, yeah.
I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Tom, get with it. Tom, what's your number
Well,
5?
Unfortunately, we played a lot of shit this year.
We did. I struggled with even getting 2.
No, I had yeah, I mean, it's a crazy year, guys. Crazy year. My number 5 is a little game called The Outer Worlds.
The Outer Worlds. See, I'm gonna let this one slide because you just beat it recently too.
Because
So.
I finished it.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah,
you finished
I finished
it.
it.
Is that the same as the Outer Wild?
There's no such game as the Outer Wilds.
Oh, what? But
There's
is
a
it
game
the
called
same as
there's a game called Outer
Worlds?
Wilds. I don't know
You
about
had
the
to-
Outer Wilds.
You had to open that can, didn't you, Dan?
I don't think we've explained this yet.
Yeah, for context, we've been winding Mike up all week by getting
I just
purposely
I apologize
confused about the 2
to
games.
anyone right now who does actually get mixed up between these 2 games, between the Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds. I know there's some people on a group who have said it, so I don't mean this offensively. But how are you ever getting these mixed up? I just don't understand it. I listen to
They
other
both sound
podcasts.
the same. They've got.
I
very
listen to
similar
other
names.
podcasts and they're like going, I always say the wrong one. I'm like, you know which one you're talking about. It's not hard.
So we've been winding Mike up, and anytime any word that we have in a chat that we send is either Worlds or Wilds, we swap it around.
but we've now started doing it with other games as well.
Breath of the Worlds.
Is this
Breath
the
of the Wild.
procedurally generated one, Tom, where you have like a certain amount of time and then it re-loops and stuff?
No,
the
that's Outer
isn't it?
Wilds. This one's The Outer Worlds, the
I've bought the wrong
Obsidian
one.
game. Yeah,
That's
you
the one
bought
I
the wrong one.
Such a knob.
This game,
Love you,
man.
Mike.
This game.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand how people mix them up. I just don't get it. It's not
You're right,
difficult.
though.
Again, no offense if you do get mixed up by it, but I just don't understand why. But why? Sorry, Tom.
It's all right. You're right. A lot of the podcasts I listen to also
Dan getting home and
get
popping
this
it open
mixed
and be
up.
like, "Oh fuck, I wanted Outer Worlds."
No, I bought Outer Worlds.
Oh, God, here we go. Kill me now. Sorry, Tom, go on.
Go on, Tom.
That's all right. That's all right.
Get that. We just need to get that out of our system. Sorry.
This
mate.
would have
Yes.
been on my list, but I didn't beat it. So
Yeah, that's fair. Look, this was really satisfying and did a lot of. There was a lot this game did really well, and there were some things the game just didn't do well, which I wish it did because it would be a lot higher on my list. It kind of gave me a bit of that classic Mass Effect BioWare style. It gave me a bit of Borderlands. It gave me a lot of Fallout New Vegas, and it kind of meshed them all into one package. And it reminded me so much of those classic BioWare games that I loved back in the day. Well, not even back in the day, like not long ago at all. But we seem to have, a lot of studios seem to have dropped the ball on those games and provided us games with a service as a service. And this one
Shitty
really...
Anthem.
Yeah, Anthem and whatever, Fallout 76 and all that bollocks. Yeah, it does so much so well. I love the dialogue. The writing is great. The supporting characters could have used a bit more work, but a couple of them are very charming and you start to care about as the game progresses. It just is such strong... It's all the best bits of Fallout and all the best bits of Mass Effect and Borderlands just pushed into one neat game. It's not too long. It's a good, like, you can actually finish it, like, speedrunning aside, you can finish it in like 11 or 12 hours if you just mainline it. And that is good. It's good that it's a short experience, but the thing is, they've built it up to be something that you can make last a lot longer in a strange way. Like, there's a lot of perks, a lot of weapons that you can spend time modifying and tinkering. There's a ton of side stuff. So it feels like there's a lot of content there, but it doesn't really get explored. You can very easily miss it all. So you kind of have to take your time with that world. And I did. I spent about 20 hours in it before finally just wrapping it up. Some of the things it doesn't do so well are the perks are kind of suck. Like, it's not that exciting to level up, which leveling up should be fun. It should be something that you look forward to because you get the new thing. But the new thing is not that great, I find. I don't know. It just didn't really rub with me that well. And I think some of the other things it didn't do so well, probably some of the storylines get a bit botched up. You might make some questionable choices, but they don't really get remembered by other quest lines that you follow. So some crossed lines with how people should or shouldn't feel based on your previous decisions. I think there's just some wires crossed there, but otherwise, I think I'm being a little bit too harsh on it. It's a gorgeous game. It's very vibrant. All the different planets you go to are really cool and different looking. Probably could do with a bit more variation with different enemies, but overall, if you like RPGs, like open world RPGs in first person, Fallout New Vegas style, this is right up your alley.
Well, I've gone from being reasonably interested in playing it to I really want to play it now. So
Yeah.
that's what I
Mass
really
Effect,
liked about what I played with it.
Fallout,
Make sure
I'm
you
all
play
in.
the right one, Dan.
Well, I've bought the wrong one, so I can't.
Dan, I'm excited for you to play this because I think you'll really love it. I had such a good time with it.
It would
So I
probably be on
randomly
my
booted
list,
this up
Tom,
for
as well,
10
if I
minutes.
played it.
Yeah.
I randomly booted this up for 10 minutes the other night. It was last week when we'd got moved, and I kind of had the Xbox set up because we wanted to watch some 4K Blu-rays, and I had nothing else set up, and I looked at what I'd downloaded off Game Pass, and I only had like half hour before bed, so I was like, I'll have a quick look at it. And I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. I kind of started them, and then I eventually get bored and just finish it off and then go, that was a bit lackluster, and probably because I don't delve into it.
Yeah.
And the idea playing this, the style of it, the humor, and also the setting, the whole sci-fi kind of setting definitely appeals to me more. And when I say I played 10 minutes, I literally watched the first few cutscenes and then walked around a little bit and had a little look at what it looked like and how it felt.
Oh, so you didn't even scratch the surface.
Exactly.
The Peterson way.
Yeah.
But already, like, just how what you said about its vibrancy, how vibrant it looked and how colorful it is, and the humor from the very beginning. I mean, that scientist at the beginning is almost like a rip-off of Rick from Rick and Morty, but, you know.
Honestly, it borrows from so much.
Yeah.
It's almost ridiculous how much it takes. It's also got that Fallout humor, that the goofy like propaganda stuff, like the posters and everything. Like it is a bit Vault-like, Vault-Tec-like, and it also takes a bit from BioShock. It's like political themes of like pro-corporation and anti-capitalism and stuff like that. And I really love that kind of thing. Very political themes.
See, and that's the one thing that I really enjoyed about this too is the fact that it is kind of harkening back to those old BioWare style games, but those games are overwhelming. They're extremely overwhelming in just the scope of everything that you need to do. But what I liked about what I played from this, I think I played 5 hours of it, is that it's that experience, but truncated.
Yeah.
It's a nice bite size. Hey, do you want to experience what you really like about that? Here's all the best parts of it. And it just strips away all the garbage. And it was just fun.
That sounds completely up my alley.
So it's funny. It's really funny because I totally agree. Like, it is truncated. It's they've trimmed the fat. Like, you can do all the side stuff and you can explore more if you want to, or you can make it a very tight experience for yourself. And you can actually not explore. There's some planets you can not even land on, I believe. But what was funny was, despite me doing a bunch of side stuff and spending 20 hours in it, when I finished it, I was actually gutted it wasn't longer because I was really enjoying it. I was having such a good time with it. But I mean, I could always just replay it and play as a different build. Like, apparently if you build a character with super low intelligence, you get loads of goofy options.
That's the whole route that I was playing.
Yeah, like you can have a really joke playthrough that just goes so
like real life.
badly.
I know. It's just, art imitates life.
So is there no post game, Tom? Can you not go back?
No, it's a bit point of no return type.
Yeah, Mike,
It doesn't load you back to the point of no return.
No.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Why have done that?
So, Mike, did you ever play many of those early BioShock or BioWare style games where you can just lose yourself in the entire world and questing and all of that shit?
Not really, no. I've always been, I've said this before, like I've attempted, I will probably try it again at some point, but I've attempted Skyrim so many times. The games where you're creating your own character and creating your own sort of narrative don't appeal to me as much as like you guys. It seems like I like this is the story we've built for this character that we've created, like Uncharted, the story is about Nathan Drake and everything he's going through and things like that. And I enjoy that experience more. There are exceptions. Like I have played Fallout 3 and 4, and like I said, I enjoy them to a degree, and then I kind of get bored and see, I find it hard to kind of get myself into those games.
I don't put like Skyrim into this style of game though. Skyrim is truly what you were saying, where it's you create your own narrative. These early BioWare style games are not that. There is truly, here's your character. Like, think of Dragon Age Origins if you've ever played that. Here is your character.
Mass Effect.
Or Mass Effect. Here's the character. Here's all these interwoven stories. And those really wore thin on me for a while because they are so overwhelming. And not to go back to it again, but Greedfall, I'm experiencing that again, except they've done it right, where you start a quest and you talk to one person and your characters physically become emotionally involved in what's going on here, and you start down this rabbit hole, and by going down this rabbit hole you uncover 5 other rabbit holes, and then by going down each of those you uncover even more, that by the time you get to the end of any one of them you've unlocked 15 other things you can go and do that you're emotionally invested in, and all of this stuff it's interwoven with each other that you've forgotten what the hell your initial quest was in the first place. That's the type of stuff that I really like, but you have to have a huge amount of time set aside, and the Outer Worlds, from what I've played, does that in a very concise fashion.
Yeah.
See, that appeals to me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mike,
I
have you
actually
played
think you'd
Mass
like
Effect?
it. Yeah, I was going to say Mass
No,
Effect.
I have
Because
not.
you like sci-fi, right? Because Mass Effect was right up my alley. I mean, I know
Mass
it wasn't
Effect,
so much.
Mass Effect trilogy is fantastic.
Not
It's
mine.
a travesty that's never had a remaster on PS4.
I know.
I booted up the original on Game Pass when I first got Game Pass, and
That's a tough one.
I
That's a
just I
tough
don't know.
one.
It felt far too dated for me. But I
Yeah.
mentioned this to Tom in a private message to him, and he was like, "Maybe you should just start with 2 because it feels much more modern."
2 is superb, possibly
two
one of
is-
the best games of the decade.
Yes, two is one of my best games of the decade, no doubt.
I made it to the final jump point and then stopped.
which is crazy.
Yeah.
Which is the best part of the fucking game.
Yeah. 2 is amazing. And yeah, I actually didn't even finish 1. I just started 2, and then it gives you a bit of a graphic novel intro where you just decide, you make the key decisions in the beginning, a bit like a Telltale game.
Okay.
And then you can just kick off from there, and it really doesn't matter too much, to be honest with you. And that game still holds up pretty damn well, because... Yeah.
Second is by far the best of the trilogy.
Oh, it really is.
Interesting.
So yeah, Outer Worlds is brilliant. One little note here is I had some more side stuff to do, but I stopped because the load times, unfortunately, are not very good on PS4.
Ooh.
It's a good 30 seconds load time between areas, and you're changing areas quite a lot. Like you would fast travel to your ship, that's 30 seconds. Then when you get to your ship, you want to open a door to go back outside, it's another 30. So it's a minute of load time each time you do something
Sounds
like
like
that, which
how
can
Skyrim got
God,
towards
roll
the
on
end.
PS5 already.
Yeah. So, and that's on a PS4 Pro, but I don't know if maybe it's the same on Xbox. It might be a bit quicker. I don't know. Just a little thing to note.
I will let you know when I eventually play it because I've got an Xbox. So.
Yeah.
You sure you haven't got Outer Wilds?
He's got both.
Actually. I have both. And guess
Yeah,
what?
we're done.
I've never mixed them up.
I hope you do mix them up, you twit.
Lucky you.
Right, Mike, what's yours?
I've already told my number 5.
You're
It's
the old
Cadence Hyrule.
cadence.
All right.
Oh, God, we're back to me?
Yep.
Hold on.
Number 4, Mr. P.
Number 4. I got to pull up my list here because I forgot. Number 4 is a little game that got me sick over Christmas. Plague Tale. Because I caught the plague.
God damn it.
Oh.
Feck on a stick.
Oh.
See, we were close.
Yeah. Has anyone else?
That was cool.
Oh, no, just me.
There's no way that's on anybody else's list.
I've not played it yet. I picked it up. But
It was my number 8.
Oh, God.
Oh,
what?
man, that's my number 1.
What a game. I tell you what. This was an experience and a half. Just, I don't want to say it was the best game, but the narrative within this was so captivating, and the world that was created. So essentially, what's happening is it's taking place in what is it, 13th century France, right around the time of the Black Plague. 14th
century?
Whenever the hell all that shit happened. But it
Yeah.
meshes the real world with the mystical world. And
Yes.
you are the daughter of a French nobility.
No,
And
I'm not.
your mother is she's kind of a alchemist trying to create a cure for this.
No, she isn't.
Oh my God. Okay, Mike. She's trying to create a cure for this plague that's taking over, and you have this little brother that you don't really know anything about because he has been... I can see you wanting to say it again.
Just still laughing at it.
There you be.
So your little
Hugo.
brother he's infected, but he hasn't succumbed to it yet because your mother is generating this potential cure for it when your family estate is stormed and your parents are killed. You take off into the countryside with your brother, and it's this story of surviving with your little brother who is slowly descending into varying levels of sickness from the plague, and you trying to find a way to not only keep him safe, but to also put an end to what's happening as you're unraveling this inquisition that's happening. Incredibly cinematic.
Yeah, very cinematic. And I don't think I played a better game this year that managed to create that level of tension.
Yeah.
Like you were always very well, especially in the first half of the game. Actually, no, to be honest, most of the game you're constantly against it. I mean, you are just one kid with another little kid.
You are always outnumbered, and you are always at a disadvantage.
Always outgunned, always just trying to sneak around and not engage in combat, because if you can engage in combat, but you are gonna be struggling. It's best to sneak.
Well, and they drip feed you different things that you can do. So you have a sling that you can use to create diversions. You can throw a rock at a pile of helmets or something, and the guards will walk over there and you can run by. But later you start using that. You can upgrade your sling so it becomes more powerful. You can throw harder. You can reload faster. You can swing without it making noise. You can start killing people. And it sort of becomes this moral dilemma of, do you really want to do this? Because you're not a killer, but you also have this little boy here who you're trying to protect, and you also don't want to expose him to the horrors of the real world, yet you need to keep him safe, so you need to do whatever is necessary. But as you continue through, you start getting different abilities through alchemical potions. You can light fires, you can extinguish fires just by having these little potions that you can throw. But then they introduce the rats, and the rats are probably one of the most disconcerting enemies in a game I've played in a long time. So the rats are essentially what carried the bubonic plague, but they take that to a whole new level where they've kind of become this hive mind, and they have this extreme aversion to light. So light plays into the game extremely heavily, where you can carry torches around and work your way through these rats, but if one rat touches you, you become consumed. So the enemies will start carrying around torches, so you can use these potions to extinguish their torches. If it's an enemy that you normally would not be able to beat in combat, you can extinguish their torch, and then the rats will overtake them. So it's figuring out the multiple different ways you can get through each level. But this game, before Death Stranding came out, had the most impactful moment in any game I've played this year. First of all, Tom, without spoiling it for Mike, because I know he's going to play it, but the scene with the windmill, and then the scene where you get to the aqueducts. Those two were by and far the most impactful scenes of a game I played this year. Where this is an actual living, breathing world where some fucked up shit has happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so cool. And I think there's even you're not always controlling Amicia either, are you? Like, you control other characters, I think, and it's just like the emotional connection that you end up feeling between Amicia and her brother. It just feels very real, and you want the best for them both. Because
she's such a genuine character too. It's really hard to convey, especially when your game is relying so heavily on story to convey that sense of emotion.
Yeah. And it can be very trial and error. Like if you mess up once, I mean, if a guard even comes into contact with you, you are dead. There is
you
no
will
chance.
die. You cannot run away.
It just immediately cuts to black, and you have to start from that checkpoint again. It's pretty generous with its checkpoints, so it's not too bad. Doesn't throw you back too far. But yeah, it doesn't want you just cheesing it and running through. This is you got to be purposeful with your movements and figure out when to go and when it's clear.
And oh boy, those boss battles, they are something else.
Oh yeah, the boss battles are really cool.
Yeah.
I can't give them away, but
Mike, you said you have this, right?
Yeah, I picked it up on a 2 for $20 deal at Game. So essentially I got it for a tenner. So
play it with Hazel. It is one of those games where you experience with somebody else. Christy and I played through this completely together. It is much more cinematic story movie than it is video game.
It's interesting. you aren't the only guys I've heard gushing about it, like in terms of like podcasts and stuff I listen to, and it seems like I'm getting the impression that this is going to be one of those really just underplayed games.
Yeah.
That those who do play it really enjoy it, but just not enough people will.
Yeah. It was extremely hard to find. I only ever saw one copy here in the wild, and I picked it up. And I've seen a few since then, which is, always the case. Once you don't need something, you find it everywhere.
Yeah. Also, I've just realized when you read this out, I went, rah, and this isn't even my guess for you. So I don't know why I reacted like that.
But it was mine, which is very irritating.
Yeah. I did talk about it quite a bit, so it was a good guess. It was a really good guess, but I don't know. If you like those story-driven cinematic games, this is an absolute must.
Agreed. 100%.
I'm glad you finally got around to finish it. I was afraid you were going to taper off with it.
It's crazy. I started it in August, September time, and then I stopped around chapter 9, and then I just picked it up this month to...
the way that we did it, Mike, it's broken down into really bite-sized chapters, and Christy and I would play one chapter a night, and it was anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes at a shot, but it's the perfect length, and it is really emotionally draining in some of those chapters. Like, there is some really heavy stuff going on here, and just to kind of play through it instead of pounding through it where you may lose some of that emotional appeal, it kind of went back to the days of the original Walking Dead Telltale games where you'd play through a chapter and then talk about it with people. Christy and I did that same thing. We would play through the chapter and then we would talk about it and just think about what's going to happen next, and then put the kids to bed and then play the next chapter. And it was a 2-week experience.
Nice.
So
yeah,
that's my number 4.
I'm looking forward to playing it.
Oh, do it.
I'd quite like to play it as well.
Do it. Dan, what's your number 4?
Well, I'm not going to give this one a grand introduction because it will be higher on somebody else's list, but it is Death Stranding.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Got it higher on my list.
It's a hair higher on mine too.
Okay. Both withheld.
Thomas.
My number 4, my friends, is Tetris Effect.
Really?
Oh,
Wow.
Tetris Effect.
Tetris Effect?
Yeah, I've not played anything else ever where audio, video, and input is so tightly connected. That is a truly zen, relaxing, almost emotional, borderline emotional experience. It is easy to say that it's just Tetris. That's fair, because it is. It is just moving blocks down. We've all played Tetris. But you don't even... I don't know. You feel like you're the producer of a track when you play this game. Because everything you do, every time you move a shape, a piece of the music changes. Every time you clear a line, the music might change key or move up a level or get faster or go slower. This is also tied to like the visuals that you're seeing around you. Now, I've not played this game in standard mode. I've only played it in VR, and VR is definitely the best way to play this game.
It's not as powerful in standard mode.
Right, totally. Like, you want everything wrapped around you. So like one level you're playing, you're underwater, and there's like fish swimming around, and it's slow and it's melodic, and you're moving things around, and then you clear a few lines, and then boom, like sharks come out, and then the pace picks up, and you're rotating blocks quickly and creating lines, and like it's so hard to explain. It's one of those games. It's pretty hard to sell people when you're just talking about it. It's something to be experienced, I think. And as I said, in essence, it is just Tetris. But I can't play VR games for longer than about 20 minutes a time. I play this one for a good close to an hour, and that's a long time to be in that headset. I'm fine with it, and I'm like, this is so relaxing. I just sit there with the DualShock and just headset on and just experience the music. And that sounds a bit wanky, but it just really is cool. I really enjoy playing it. I get such a positive feel from it. And there's even other modes. So there's a journey mode that will just take you through the ebbs and flows of all the different tracks but there's also an effect mode where you can choose the mood that you're in. So maybe you want something to make you feel more focused, or make you feel more relaxed, or make you feel more alert, and you can choose those, and it will just like conjure up tracks that suit that mood and bring you in that place. And I think it's so special that a game can do that, and it's just Tetris. It is just a simple Tetris game.
This might come across as even more wanky, to put it in your terms, Tom, but sometimes like the experience you get from it, and like it's going to sound like I'm exaggerating, but it almost is a little bit like a spiritual experience with it. Like you're in that kind of world and just that relaxation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was going to use that exact word. Like it is definitely spiritual. I listened to someone talk about it recently. It was Jonathan Dornbush.
On Jared Petty's new podcast.
It was his like one of his best games, and the way he put it.
The podcast, son. They've got to listen to this one.
Oh, all right, mate. I was I'm in a trance when I play it, and it brings such different feeling than other video games I've played this year, and so it just had to be on my list, and it was high because I will just pop that in anytime and enjoy it and play some Tetris. I think it's one of the more definitive ways to play Tetris now. That is it.
I didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah, me neither. But I remember playing the demo of this because they released a demo. It was not long before I came to Phoenix because Eric actually picked it up for me for cheap in the US. But they did a demo that basically from the day they released the demo would stop working about 4 days later, I think it was. I didn't know what to expect. I was like, it's Tetris, innit? I think they showed it at an E3 that year. And I was like, it's Tetris. Like, why are they putting this in VR?
Game to show off. It's just Tetris,
I played that demo, and it gave you the first two levels of is it Journey or Adventure mode, they call it?
Yep, Journey mode.
And just from that first moment, I think that underwater level that you're talking about is literally the first level of it.
It's so amazing. Good. It's just completely quiet. It's black background, light blue blocks that fall down, and every time you rotate, it's like ba 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 ba, right? And you just keep building up, and then you clear a line, and then the vocals slowly start to kick in.
Yeah,
and then the drums come in as well, and then firework for each snare drum is a firework, and then a kick drum, and it just you feel it it gets in tune with all your senses. And I mean, you're not even using move controllers or moving your body, it's just a controller, but you can the tactile input, there's like zero latency on the whole thing, and you feel like you're producing this music. You feel like you're the composer. So to tie that with the puzzle of Tetris that we all know so well, it's just a perfect marriage. I just think it's a great experience to have.
Yeah. I have a pretty decent soundbar, which has a bass sub with it. And just, on that first level where that beat starts kicking in, and like I have the bass quite high on the speaker. So like just that moment where you kind of feel it through the living room floor at the same time as well. It just it's like, it's great. I love Tetris Effect. Now that I'm in a house where hopefully I can use the VR more, I'm looking forward to actually playing through the Journey mode properly.
Yes. Yeah.
Good choice, Tom.
Thank you.
Out of left field.
And Mike, let's hear your number 4.
Mine, I had this honestly on my list from the very, very beginning. The Blair Witch Project.
Ooh. No, you didn't.
Thank you so much for bringing this up earlier. I completely forgot about this, and I don't know how. Let me start off by saying my love for this game. I will repeat what I said when we played it. This is the best horror game I've ever played.
I would agree.
Holy shit.
100%
in terms of pure horror, like, there's been better games I've played that are under the horror title, but in terms of an actual horror game, in terms of suspense, in the feeling of horror it gives you, this is the best horror game I've ever played.
Oh, man.
Wow. Not one for me, then.
One for us, Dan?
It's extremely uncomfortable on so many levels, especially with how slow the descent is into the horror.
Shit.
It really is like the feeling of loneliness, and it's just you and the dog, and the levels of tension it gives you, and then it'll have these sudden highs where like the enemies are coming towards you, and the dog is barking, and you've got to quickly flashlight the enemies and everything like that. And it just, I don't know, the pacing of it is just perfect as well. It takes you down, it takes you up, it makes you emotional at certain points.
I think what makes it such a good horror game, though, is that it doesn't throw a ton of stuff at you. Like Silent Hill, it's enemy after enemy after enemy after enemy. This is, okay, I know I'm going to be attacked at some point, and it always kind of like teeters on that edge of, oh my God, I feel like, okay, it's coming, right, and then it doesn't. So then the next couple times where you feel that way and it doesn't happen, boom, one time it happens, and you're like, you weren't expecting it because it lulls you into this false sense of security, and then right there. But the tail 25% of this game are just wild.
Yeah,
Oh
for
my
sure.
God.
Like, you end up in a building. Like, I won't say, I think we mentioned this before, but you end up in a building, and the end section of the game is all within the building. And honestly, I've never felt such a feeling of unknowing, of tension, and just fear whilst playing a video game.
Yeah.
It just had me on the edge of my seat, and like just hairs tingling on your arm and everything. And me and Hazel played it together, and this is one of the big things as well. A couple of years ago on my Game of the Year list, I put Alien Isolation on there, and that was because me and Hazel played it together. I played it, she watched, and part of that enjoyment of video games is being able to have that with her. And this was one of those games. Hazel found it fucking frightening. She was behind pillows and all sorts, and she was still asking me to play it. Like, oh, can we play some more Blair Witch? Can we play some more Blair Witch?
Yeah, Christy and I played
Oh my
through it
God.
together as well. Definitely best experienced with someone else.
Yeah. And then we touched, Eric brought it up. We touched on, it bridges on to the sort of mental health stuff as well. It had, it has some real interesting stuff in there. And as we all know, I love games that kind of delve into that kind of thing. And it did such a good job of that as well. It wasn't heavy-handed, I didn't think.
Nice.
And that played with your fear as well, because we mentioned about he has PTSD, and there's things with, if you look further into the game, he has an old school kind of Nokia style mobile phone, and you start questioning whether, if you don't have to look at that most of the time, but there's things on there you can miss, and you can look on there and you can kind of go, well, so you start questioning what parts of that were real and which parts weren't. And I don't know, it did hands down, in terms of actual horror and fear, this is the best horror game. And I'm a massive fan of Silent Hill too, so
Yeah.
I can't say I'm not intrigued.
it's on PS4 now, Tom.
Is it?
Yeah, I
Got
know.
released at the beginning of December.
No excuse.
It's still
now.
digital only, right?
I'm not sure.
I wish I wasn't such a pussy because it sounds cool, but
Yeah,
I'm not be able to get through it.
I'm the
Best
same. Dan,
played in the
but-
dark, everyone.
Oh, God, yeah. If you're going to do it, you got to set the tone.
Jesus. Oh, nice choice. I need to think about that one.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me about that, Eric. I can't believe I missed it.
Yeah, it's all right. So top 3, here we go. Do we want
Oh
to...
God,
Yeah.
I have no idea what you guys are going to choose now. It's crazy.
It's been a weird list. This has been a really
has.
unusual list.
It's been really bizarre.
So my number 3. You ready for this? Link's Awakening.
God damn it. That was my guess as your number 1.
Anybody else got it higher?
Nah.
It's not even on your list, Mike?
No.
Friggin' Game Boy game.
Gee.
I will let you gush over it, and then I'll give you my reasons why.
I was going to put it higher, but Zelda 2 just knocked it down.
Oh, God. Dan's number 1 game of the year. Gex, Zelda 2.
That's 2 games.
Ghostbusters at number 3.
Yeah, Ghostbusters number 3.
I'll let you gush, and then I'll go into reasons why it's not on mine.
So I thought about making it higher, but I don't know. This game for me was years and years and years of waiting for them to do something like this. And when it came out, for me, yes, Link's Awakening, if I had to choose, is probably my favorite game of all time. Is it the best game of all time? No. But in terms of what I played as a kid and what's resonated with me throughout time and what's always been there and I've always enjoyed going back and for me has always held up, it's been Link's Awakening. So to revisit this in a more polished sense, it was incredible because they really didn't change anything. For me, playing through this was a modern representation of how I pictured this world as when I was playing it as a kid on that little monochrome Game Boy screen. Everything is exactly where it was. I remembered the placement, the enemy patterns, exactly how to clip through the game. And it was just it was a neat little romp back through childhood but in a different lens. I was initially really turned off by the graphic style of it and kind of being this little cutesy, polished, clay-looking diorama set. But once you dive into it and really just immerse yourself into it, it's gorgeous. The entire world is just brimming with charm. And, it's got that Nintendo polish to it. But for me, it had to be high on the list because Link's Awakening is that quintessential game that I think represents me right up there with Mega Man.
Has a special place in your heart.
Special place. So just to hear that they were giving this game love, because Link's Awakening has always been one of it's kind of the black sheep of the Zelda family. It has this cult following, but everyone's like, it's no Ocarina of Time or Link to the Past. It's like, no, it's fucking Link's Awakening. It's even better. So to have that finally come out and clip through, another one of those that I pounded through in like 2 days, mainly because I know this game like the back of my hand, but
yeah.
It was just it's Link's Awakening. There's nothing I can say about it that we haven't already talked about. It's just such an amazing game.
I thought it would be high on your list for all those reasons. For mainly because of your incredible nostalgia towards the original.
Yeah, but there's a couple that are higher.
Yeah,
there's a couple that are higher.
So,
and I've got reasons.
Mike, why did you decide against putting this onto your top 10?
Okay, so I've mentioned many times the first 2D Zelda I played was Link's Awakening, Game Boy Color. Loved it when we played it for the show. I was very excited about the remake. It was great. I enjoyed it. But I don't know, I realized through playing this remake that some of the things that made Link's Awakening great on the Game Boy were actually the limitations of the Game Boy itself. So Koholint Island on this version feels so small. It feels like there is just nothing there. There's plenty of stuff to do, don't get me wrong, but in terms of sheer size, it is so small, and that is because on the Game Boy you had these limitations of it going frame by frame, square by square over each bit. I felt on Koholint Island on this time, 30 seconds I could be at the other end, and that was probably walking.
Yeah.
And I think it really showed that aspect, and the limitations made it better. The dungeons, obviously, these are Game Boy dungeons. They were going to be simplistic, but once you get them into that high graphical fidelity, you realize how basic they are. And I could probably go back on the Game Boy and really enjoy them again, but I don't know. I found the dungeons to be quite dull.
It is a very simplistic entry-level Zelda game.
Yeah, compared to what I'd bear in mind in the same year, I have played A Link Between Worlds. And I feel like all the way through I was comparing it to that, and I just didn't have that same level of enjoyment. I did enjoy playing Link's Awakening, but I don't know. I played it over the space of a week, I think it was, and apart from that horrible tower dungeon where you're throwing the ball.
See, and I didn't struggle with that this time. I was dreading that, getting there, but...
Other than that, I didn't ever really feel challenged in the game.
No.
And that's not a bad thing, because I put Luigi's Mansion on my list, and I never felt challenged in Luigi's Mansion. But I don't know, graphically, I loved it, and it was great to return to it. But I don't know, it didn't have that same magic for me that I had when we played it.
See, whenever we talk about
Gilbert came on.
Games getting a remake, there's two ends of the spectrum you can fall on, and one end is what they're doing with Final Fantasy VII, and they are completely reimagining it. The other end is what they did with Link's Awakening, where they changed literally nothing. And I'm glad they didn't change anything, because had they reimagined it, at least for me, it would have completely ruined the magic of the game, because it is a truly unique Zelda game. It bridges that gap between a lot of different genres and franchises. There's Mario characters and Kirby in there, and it's neat. It's a fun little romp. It's not the best Zelda game by any means. If you want a true dyed-in-the-wool Zelda game, if you want the hardest 2D Zelda game, go play Minish Cap. That game's going to rock your world. But
I love Minish Cap.
Yeah, if you just want a fun little romp through Hyrule, or not even Hyrule, through Koholint Island, it's just a good game. I don't
now, I will put a little caveat on this that could have potentially affected my enjoyment. I don't enjoy replaying Zelda games. Breath of the Wild is an exception. I've replayed some of that.
I was going to say, every month or so, you're like, I haven't played Breath of the Wild.
This is the only one I enjoy replaying.
Breath of the Wild is an exception. I've been able to replay bits of that, but anytime I've tried to replay any of the 3D Zeldas I've played, I've ended up putting it down because I just don't enjoy it. Like, I think it's just getting through the beginnings and stuff like that. This is going to be a really interesting thing because we're hopefully playing Wind Waker next year. This will be interesting when we get to that because I really enjoyed Wind Waker. So I'm going to see how much this actually affects my enjoyment.
See, and I have no problem replaying the 2Ds because the 2D Zelda games don't have just a ton of garbage filler at the beginning. I mean, look at Twilight Princess. That's like 4 hours before you get to do anything exciting. I heard these goats, and it's just annoying. I can't replay the 3D Zelda games.
Well, you're gonna. We'll be on the list eventually.
Yeah, I guess. So that's my number 3. Dan, what's yours?
Well, start your engines for a Beanox Recreation.
God,
It's Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled.
CTR. Good call.
Oh my god, I love this so much.
It is a good little romp, isn't it?
I missed it.
Yeah.
I missed that one, man. I missed that boat.
Because you know how I love the original, and this is literally the original, but like Eric said with Link's Awakening, looks how it did in my memory.
Yep.
And it's just plays exactly the same as it did, and has just such a fun gameplay hook to be able to jump online and get really good at it. Like, I hammered this game to death. When I jumped online for the first time, I got absolutely thrashed. Within probably about a month of playing it, I was coming first myself. And it has that real... CTR has a really steep learning curve.
Well, I'm glad they didn't nerf that. Because
No,
that's
me
what made
too.
it great.
And so it has that slide mechanic where you can boost. And then I just went through so many stages of this game. I finished the adventure mode, then I played online for a bit, then I did all the time trials and did the time trials, then beat end trophies things, and then beat nitrous oxides times, got even better at it, and then started playing more online, unlocking all the things. Like, Mike had an issue with it introducing the microtransactions at this point, which was sneaky. They did it after the release, which I don't agree with, but they were not obnoxious, and you could earn anything by just playing the gameplay. Nothing was locked out, which is great.
Yeah.
But it's still sneaky on their part. But talk about a love letter to an original game back in the day. And I just flipping love this. I've petered off and not played it for a while now, but because I literally hammered it for like a month.
Oh, Ellie was obsessed with it for a while too. I'd come downstairs in the morning, she'd have turned it on and start playing CTR by herself.
Yeah.
And then she discovered Mario Kart. So CTR is a little bit of a steep learning curve.
Went down to a less superior game.
Well, I mean, she's 5, so, gotta let her get her feet wet somewhere.
Yeah, man, I loved it. Loved it so much.
I did hit a bit of a brick wall, though, because it is extremely difficult, especially those boss battles. I do think that the boss races are extremely unfair. There is some very...
Well, the boss races are shite compared to the rest of the game, but...
Yeah, there's some obvious rubber banding where you can be a lap and a half ahead of the boss, and suddenly you go around a corner and boom, he's there.
Yeah.
So
That sucks.
It sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it came out at a bad time for me anyway. I think something else came out at the same time, and I did get it on like a. So Game had a deal where if you traded in the Insane trilogy, you got this for £10, which was an awesome deal because they weren't even giving 20 quid for the Insane trilogy in credit. It was just a special offer they had on, and I had the Insane trilogy on both PS4 and Switch. So I was like, well, I'll keep the Switch version, trade in the PS4 version. And it was great. Yeah, I played a little bit of the adventure mode and everything like that, but I just came at the wrong time and I didn't really pick it back up again. But yeah, their sneakiness with the microtransactions, whether they were intrusive or not, really soured it for me.
Yeah, that's
But
fair.
Yeah,
it's interesting you mentioned the
it's a
difficulty,
shame
though,
because the introduction of the Grand Prix mode online was genuinely great and give you an incentive to keep playing.
The interesting thing about the difficulty, I literally said to Hazel's sister this morning, because Hazel's sister bought it for her son, who I think is... How old is he now? I can't remember how old he is. I'm going to get killed for that because she listens to the show. But anyway, she sent me a video of him playing it, and he was lagging behind. I said he needs to get that drifting down, and I explained the drifting to her and sent her a link, and she was like, well, that's going to be quite hard for him to get, but we'll give it a go. And I said to her that, Mario Kart is easy to pick up, difficult to master, whereas like Crash Team Racing, it's not easy to pick up. I don't think it's not a pick up and play kart game. You couldn't put Crash Team Racing onto.
If you knock the difficulty down, it's pretty easy.
But I mean, you
don't have to use the boosting mechanic unless you're on a higher difficulty, really.
Yeah, but on Mario Kart, you can literally get a room full of people who have never picked up a video game in their life, and they can sort of play it. I don't think you could do that with Crash Team Racing.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, I managed as a child, so can he. Okay.
Yeah, but you play video games, so.
Well, so should he.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so number 3, Mr. Yomus of Reagan.
It is moi. My number 3 game of this year is Death Stranding.
Death Stranding. Shit. I got it higher.
Shit.
Oh, Eric. I think I know what Eric's number 1 is.
Oh, higher.
Death Stranding. Hey there,
So
Porter.
I'll talk about it later then.
My
No worries.
3? Okay. So my number 3 is technically DLC, but it's big enough that I am including it as a game. It is the Frozen Wilds DLC of Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, yes. Very good choice.
Yeah, so
I toyed with this myself, my friend, because I played it as well.
So when I originally played Horizon Zero Dawn, I borrowed it off a friend of mine. Thanks again for that, Dan. Not this Dan, a different Dan. So I never actually owned it, and I always wanted to play the Frozen Wilds, and I can't remember. I think it might have been Base or something like that. Randomly had the is it the Game of Year edition that has the Frozen Wilds on it? Physical. It was the PlayStation Hits version, so it has that horrible red line that Eric hates. But it was like £12, and I think the DLC itself was more than that alone on PSN. So I was like, fuck it, yeah, I'll get it, because I wanted to play the Frozen Wilds DLC. My save was still on my PlayStation. Well, I transferred it from my original PlayStation because I don't think I had the Pro when I originally played it. I definitely didn't have the 4K TV, and I booted up my original save, which was saved just before you go into the last section. Was about to reverse my way up to the area of the map where you start the Frozen Wilds. I'm like, fuck, I don't remember how to play this. I am not going to be able to go in there and play this game. So I restarted the main campaign, and my plan was see how far I get, but I need to get to grips with it again. And I restarted the main campaign, and like I said, this was the first time I played it with both the PlayStation 4 Pro and also the 4K TV. And man, this game is fucking beautiful. Hooey. Like, honestly, it was another one of those moments where it's like, I'm so glad I've got both the Pro and the 4K TV. But by the by, got myself to grips with it again. I got to the point where you get out of the first area. You're pretty much free to go on the world map wherever you want. I was like, you know what? I think I'm ready to go back onto the original save and go onto the Frozen Wilds. By God, I cannot believe how much content there is there.
It's crazy. It really is a lot.
It is mental. There is like a whole new like villages to go to. There's whole new side quests. There's whole new enemies, different obstacles, things like that. And even though it's now dark and snowy all the time, I mean, I gave Tomb Raider a bit of shit earlier for the snow, but it's such a contrast to the rest of the game, which for the most part is quite a bright, sunny game. It is still just absolutely gorgeous, and it was so fun to return to that world and be able to go to a brand new section that I'd not seen before. You know, play with Aloy again, see her in some new cutscenes that I'd not seen before, because I really like some people think Aloy is a bit bland. I don't know. I really liked Aloy as a character.
I liked Aloy.
I did as well.
And it just felt good, and there's plenty of challenge there as well. Like, even though it's DLC and you could play at any point technically in the game, there's plenty of challenge there. You know, some bits were pretty hard towards the end. It just, I don't know, it was so good to return to that world again and play something new, and the surprise at how huge this piece of DLC was, it was just really, really, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it any more than I have, but I just enjoyed myself again, and it made me want
easily
to
get 10 plus hours, I think, in that.
Yeah,
I had no idea that it was that big, and I'm wondering now, because I played the Horizon Zero Dawn on my base PS4. And I don't really know if I did transfer everything over. I don't know if maybe there's a cloud save. I'm not certain. So
There probably
Play it
will be.
again.
yeah, play it again.
That's what I did. I played through the entire campaign and then Frozen Wilds.
It was my game of the year. It's definitely one of my games of the decade. That game is
Yeah, I
fucking
forgot how
brilliant.
much you liked Horizon, Tom. Yeah, honestly,
Loved
get
it.
it, man. Like, there is so much content there. You will be surprised at how much
It
content.
actually adds to the storyline as well.
I should probably go back and
It's
replay
not just
it.
throwaway a story.
I might
properly.
go back next year. Yeah, it's £10 on base right now for the greatest hits edition.
I can tell you that I thoroughly enjoyed playing through it again.
Yeah. Like I said,
Nice.
the DLC
Reason-
on its own costs more than that, Tom.
Yeah, that's crazy. It also has an awesome photo mode. I went crazy on that thing because it just
yeah.
looks so good. And I didn't have the 4K TV either, so might be a good reason to go back.
Oh, dude, you will be blown away when you see it on a 4K
Yeah.
TV,
It looked
honestly.
great on mine and I because I have the base PS4 with the HDR on now, and it looks
Oh,
even
yeah.
better on mine.
Oh,
So
yeah, of course, yeah. Good choice.
yes, very good choice. Is that
Oh,
number
we're-
2 now?
We're getting
that was
tight
number three,
now,
so number
aren't we,
two now.
boys?
On the number
Getting-
twos.
oof. God.
Mr. P.
Mr. P, here we go.
Here we go. 8 of the greatest games of the year coming up.
Number 2, Death Stranding.
Yes.
Anybody got it higher?
Everyone's
It's only
mentioned it, haven't they?
I had it 3. Dan had it somewhere else.
4.
And Mike hasn't finished it. So let's talk about Death Stranding.
Yeah, before you ghost attack about it, this was the one I was on about earlier that is omitted from my list. So I don't think I felt like I couldn't put it on there because I haven't played enough of it. And I think with Kojima games, I think you need to have the whole experience before you can judge it.
I agree.
And also, like, this isn't a spoiler. I got to the end of chapter 3 last night. I'm now on chapter 5. Chapter 3 is very, very long. And it seems to be, well, it seems to me from what I played last night, after chapter 3 is where the story properly kicks in again after the beginning.
Yeah.
Now, if you
it's
haven't
true.
played Death Stranding, to give you an idea of that, I have already crested 30 hours before I got to the end of chapter 3. And if I'm saying this is where the story kicks in again,
Jesus.
I don't feel like I could put this on my list. It will probably be on my list for next year. Spoilers for next year, because I am enjoying the hell out of it, but I just couldn't. So
fair.
it isn't because I didn't like it. I just don't feel like I have enough of the experience to put it on my list. But go ahead, gush away.
So this game has created some of the most impactful moments just in terms of what was being presented on screen. Not just visually, but also thematically and just how everything tied together. I was extremely on the fence about this game. Like I talked about on the show prior to coming out, like, I don't want this. Canceled my pre-order for it. And you know what? I bit the bullet and went on, and Jesus, I obsessed over this thing. But one of the most powerful moments was when you first step out of I can't remember the name of the first city, but you're on your first delivery and the camera pans back and then they introduce the music from Low Roar with Don't Be So Serious. And you're just trekking your way across this barren landscape going, I don't know what the fuck is happening here, but this seems sullen. This is extremely depressing. But it was one of those pivotal moments where it just is ingrained in my mind with how that looked and what I was feeling at that time. I'm like, those moments in games come across so infrequently that you just, they stick with you. And I'm thinking, there's absolutely no way Death Stranding is going to be able to pull 2 of those off in one game. And sure as shit, 3/4 of the way through the game, another one of those moments happens. And that's when it kind of sunk in, like, this game is something special.
It is weird and wonderful. I know the moments you're talking about, and I felt the same way. I had these tent poles throughout the whole game where I just took a step back and thought, this is a really unique and bizarre and interesting and deep experience, and you see the flares of Kojima.
Did anyone else lose Tom?
Oh, you lost me.
Yeah.
I'm here. Sorry about that.
We got to experience.
Yeah, I think I just the you see Kojima's stamp on it as well every now and again. It really comes through, and especially with with boss battles and stuff like that feels very Kojima, which is so welcomed. Like, because one of my favorite things about the old Metal Gear games was the bosses, and the amount of character that he would instill in those. And I don't know, it's just I kind of echo the same feelings as you, Eric, to be honest with you. It was just, it had such these experiences where you'd sit back and go, wow, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but this is amazing.
But also in that same vein, though,
that exactly sums it up for me as well.
It never had its head up its own ass. Where sometimes with the Metal Gear games that can kind of happen, where you're like, okay, this is now just it's a little too out there. Where everything within this game, by the end of it, I wasn't going, what the hell's going on? Like, I understood, despite it being a Kojima game and being an absolutely asinine premise, like, I get it. I know what's going on. And there may be 10 hours between massive story beats, but by the time that story beat hits, you go, oh, okay, I remember what's going on, because it was presented in such a powerful fashion.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's weird that a game that was hyped up so much and looked like it made absolutely no sense when you play it through to completion actually does make quite a bit of sense.
Yeah.
In the context of its own world, which is bizarre and quite an achievement in storytelling, I think.
Yeah.
For somebody not to descend into metaphysical bullshit that you don't care about.
And I'd like to just generally give some props to you guys and anyone else I've known that has played it, and the internet in general. This has been out quite a while now in video game terms. I've not had a single thing spoiled for me yet, and I'm impressed by that, because normally you just would.
It's hard to
whether
spoil
it's
shit
through
in this
silly
game,
memes. Sorry,
it's hard to spoil anything in this game, though.
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to let me explain
the
something
end
about
was all
spoiling.
controlled by a dog.
Okay, so this is no spoilers whatsoever. How I'm going to word this. I went to Mama's lab last night, and you discover something there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you know what I'm on about?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't have that spoiled for me. And I said to Hazel last night, I said the same thing to her. I'm surprised I've had nothing spoiled by this game, and I'm glad I didn't have that spoiled, because that's quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, and it gets even more interesting. Now that you're in chapter 4, shit really starts to flow.
But one thing I want to say as well, like, do not get me wrong, I can understand why this isn't some people's cup of tea, but those reviews and stuff that said this is basically like a walking simulator, I do not know what they were talking
anything
about.
but.
I feel that every step of the way in this game, I have been given something new, whether that's a new item to use that it wants you to kind of take advantage of, or a new area you're going to, or just a new mechanic in general. I'm always being given something, unless I get distracted and do side quests and stuff. I'm constantly being given something new to do, and I don't understand where these people
until
said.
the end, Mike, either.
Well, and I even got to the end too, and there was stuff that I hadn't gotten that Dan got.
Yeah, same.
It's crazy.
Well, yeah, I got an item, didn't I, that none of you guys got?
Yeah.
Yeah, the harmonica.
Yeah. And I don't know. Like I said, I understand why some people don't like it. I can understand why people drop off, but I don't agree with a lot of what the reviews said.
I said it in a previous show, but I think the
bullshit.
reviews genuinely did this game a disservice. I don't think I read one review that actually really captured what this game truly is, or why you should
Even
play
the glowing ones, even the good reviews.
Yeah.
Even the 10s out of 10.
I remember distinctly that when we talked about it on the show, Mike, you said we were the first people to influence you in such a way to actually want to play it, because the reviews were so they didn't represent what the game was about enough. And hearing us talk about it actually made you want to go out and play it. And that was one of the big moments I remember from this year as well, which was really cool.
And that happened. And I still wasn't planning on getting it straight away, but if you remember, I ended up with 2 copies of Pokemon, and I was in game, and I got my Pokemon refunded. And I was literally on my way walking out, and I walked past it on the shelf, and I went, fuck it, I'm going to get it. And then, like, when I handed it to the guy who literally just served me, I goes, "Oh, well, I'm here. I may as well have this." He goes, "Haha, good choice. We're all playing this. It's fucking good." And I was like, "Yes."
See, and the one thing that really turned me off about it, I remember a couple reviews saying that every step is perilous and every rock can cause you to trip. I'm like, that sounds fucking tedious. I got to the end of
I remember
50 some odd hours. I fell 12 times.
Fools. Yeah, same.
The reviews made it sound like you were going to be doing nothing but falling, tits over ass, and it's just
Hold L2 and R2.
yeah,
That's
and
all you
run.
need to
Yeah,
do.
that's it.
As long as your stamina
Yeah.
doesn't drop, you should be fine.
If you're on
This
slightly
game
rocky
also
terrain.
spawned one of my favourite things of the year, which is Ellie shouting, "Beatties!"
I think
I don't
gameplay
know why
wise,
she does a southern accent, but it's amazing.
I don't know, but she watched
Although-
she watched a large portion of that game with me. It obviously when there was really scary stuff, I would have her not watch, but just the traversing across the world and just the atmosphere, it was so unique.
I was about to say, I think gameplay wise, other than the usual story beats and getting new things to do and finding new discovering new mechanics, one of my favorite aspects was definitely the survival aspect of being like the world being such a cruel enemy when like conditions were bad. Like I mentioned in one of the previous shows, when you're kind of traipsing through like a blizzard,
Yeah.
and the howling wind, and you're just like, this
That was
sucks.
amazing. That bit
All my
was
shit
so
is getting
cool.
ruined. I'm down to my last pair of boots. I keep dropping stuff. The BTs are here. Like it's all going wrong, and you're like, and then you come over the crest of the mountain and you see the port that you need to get to, and you just cannot wait to get to that safe haven. That is how you do survival, man. Yeah. It's just so cool.
Yeah. I do. Yeah, it's such a strange game, but I remember when we were talking about the reviews of Death Stranding, and it was before any of us had played it, and I said, so many people, including myself, we go, "Oh, well, I love Kojima games." Really, we just love Metal Gear games, and I think a lot of people just wanted another Metal Gear, and I can see why,
so.
but
I was
you
afraid
can't go
too
in there
because
with
he's
that thought.
unproven as a standalone developer.
He's proved himself now to me.
Jesus, yes, he has.
And
Yeah,
rumour has
he's-
it he's working on a horror game next.
Holy
I
shit.
would love a Kojima horror game. Because he infuses Metal Gear with horror sometimes. There's obviously horror
Yeah, he
elements of
does.
Death Stranding. I
point.
think it would be great.
He just likes to express himself through different genres and doesn't get constrained to one thing. Doesn't he really? Like Metal Gear is so many different things by the end of it, really, wasn't it?
That's true.
So you can't be constrained by one thing, Kodge.
I think for a game that has been hyped for however many years it's been hyped for, to actually, at least in my opinion, live up to that hype is very rare.
Agreed.
Because I've been seeing that for years and watching the trailers and going, "Yeah, that looks great," but what the hell is it
But
about?
what?
And to finally get to the end and go, I guess it makes sense now. It's the beach and the BTs and
Right
the
eyes.
BBs and the mules and all that. It could have done without that shit cameo, though. Fuck that thing. That was dumb.
You really hated that, didn't you?
That was so dumb.
I had to Google it because I didn't get there.
Yeah, be glad you missed it. It sucked.
The one to get the otter hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was real
Wasn't
dumb.
that bad.
It was dumb. So, that's my number 2. Dan, what's your number 2?
Well, you know how we were talking about Mario going off on his Odyssey? Well, this other game also has an Odyssey in it, and it's Assassin's Creed.
Whoa.
Good lord, that is high.
An ass cream game in the top 2?
Are you
Hands
high?
down the best game in the series. It is superb.
I forgot
put-
about this.
I
Yeah,
put
me too.
over 80 hours into this game. And it marries together. So one of my favorite games in the series was Black Flag. So this incorporates the naval aspects from Black Flag with the exploration. It revamps the combat system to make it genuinely excellent. It has amazing things to find, excellent exploration, a huge, incredibly detailed, graphically stunning world. It introduces dialogue choices for the first time in the series. You can play as a female or a male. It has relationships. And I just got suckered into this right at the start of this year for the entire month. And it was just fantastic. Even if you don't like Assassin's Creed, this is the game probably to get you into.
And
it,
I think
'cause it was
actually
great.
You turned me off to it for that exact reason, because of how deep it is. Like, I just don't have time for that. Like, every time I see it on the shelf and it's 15 or 20 bucks, I'm like, I should really get that. And then I go, I don't have time to play a game like that.
Man, just slowly.
Yeah, it looks so cool. I love the setting. I never got around to actually play Black Flag, but the naval aspect of Assassin's Creed 3 was my favorite portion of that game, even though it was a really small portion of it. But yeah, I really want to dig into this. It looks so cool.
Oh, yeah, Dan, you might have sold me on that.
And apparently
it
it
was
looks
quite
fun.
cheap these days as
So
well.
when I was looking through my
Yeah.
list of games I played this year, I kind of forgot about it. But then I was like, oh my God, how did I forget? Because it was January.
Yeah.
And I loved it literally so much. I got it last Christmas and started it, I think, probably after we came back from Phoenix. And it's just such a cool experience. I was gutted to, even actually when I came away from it after 80 hours, there was millions of things still to do, which is ludicrous.
That's crazy.
It was huge, but everything was so fun. Like, even because it's set in ancient Greece, there's mythological creatures to fight and things, which is just so cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think this is one I do
didn't
definitely want to
play-
get on the One X because it does run native 4K.
I
Oh
only
my God,
played.
that will look incredible. It looked stunning on a base PS4.
Yeah, I only played the first Assassin's Creed, and I did not like it, and then I just abandoned the series entirely from there, which I really should just
Yeah.
give it a go.
I'm the same as you,
none
Tom.
of them are
Yeah.
anything like the first one. So, but if you wanted to, it's relatively easy to understand as well because there's an entirely new storyline going on. So you don't have to have played all the others.
Well,
I mean,
is it
the
Dead Space?
overarching storyline of the Assassin's Creed series at this point is absolute bullshit.
Have they
anyway,
ditched
so
the
it just-
animus and like ducking in and out of the world?
No,
Fuck that.
but it's like it's totally taken a back seat. Really, it's there.
that's good.
It happens, but then you spend literally probably about 30 hours inside the animus before it even interrupts you. So
But I remember playing the first Assassin's Creed, and I don't know, I heard about the kind of modern day, going back to the old day stuff, and I remember thinking, oh, that sounds really cool. And then when I actually started playing, I was like, I could do without the modern day stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it really, really put me off. And
it's
I'm saying to Tom,
unnecessary
I
to be
played the
honest,
first
but
one
it's
and
kind
just
of their thing now. So it's just
I don't
there.
know. I'd be quite happy just to know that all the different people throughout the games are related through history and that with ancestors and stuff like that. I don't need that modern day link. I don't know.
Shit.
Can you
I
can you
just
believe
didn't
as
get on
well
with the first one.
they've released 2 absolutely huge DLC packs for this as well, which expand on it even further. So
Jeez.
there's one DLC pack which I think uses the base world, but there's another one which sends you to an entirely new location, Atlantis, where it's all mythological and things, which sounds brilliant. But I played it so much, I was like, I can't do it. I can't go back.
Shit.
Dan will just start a
Yep.
new game.
A hearty pip for me
Hearty
for this
pip
one.
tip. I think you've sold me. I just looked. It's $15 right now, so I may go snag that. I think this one I would definitely get on the One X.
Want to
And if
open
it-
or not?
Huh?
Want to open or not?
You know the answer to that, Tom.
If you're short on time for it, Eric, as well, and Dan's going to go, ooh, it's cheating, there is a DLC for it that like means you get XP quicker.
Yep, I think I would
yeah,
actually pay the
forgot about
$10
that.
for that.
Doing yourself a disservice.
Listen, some of us don't have infinite time.
Some of us
You
don't
would
get
have children.
Friday off every week.
Some of us are already 4 years into our 30s. Actually,
are you
3. My
old, kid?
birthday's in 4 days.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
January 2nd.
Sorry, I thought it was the back end of January.
I thought it was the 20th for some reason.
No.
Yeah, I had it written down as
Yeah, well, you're
19th.
getting a late birthday
shows
present as
who,
well, Eric.
yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, man.
shows who my friends are.
Well, Mike still hasn't wished me happy birthday for Boxing Day.
And
so-
with that,
Yeah, happy
that's the end of the show. Thanks for
Actually,
listening.
I think Hazel's new calendar has your birthday down as the 20th. I need to check that.
Sorry.
Nice.
So yeah, you're getting a late birthday present as well. I
I'm
haven't even
used to
sent
not
Dan
being
yet. So
loved. It's okay. Tom,
Thomas,
reveal to us your number 2.
All right, sons. My number 2 is a little game called Blood and Truth.
Oh,
Oh, really?
damn.
Blood and Truth on the PlayStation.
Well, I know what your number
VR.
1 is now.
Yeah.
So, just to point out, all of my number 1 guesses are still eligible standing for all 3 of you.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they really? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know, this game blew my tits off. It is like a true VR experience, like a proper game without any concept stuff. It's just like, in terms of being an action game that utilizes every aspect they can think of at the moment in VR. So it's like, and you just feel so cool when you're just like reloading guns from and grabbing shotguns from your bag and your assault rifles and looking through the scope, and
What about spinning your pistol around your finger and then just
spinning
shooting
your
someone in
pistol
the
around,
face?
flipping
Brilliant.
someone off, and you can like unlock doors, and you have to like use the move controllers to actually physically twist them to pick a lock. You can climb ladders, and you're actually doing this with your hands, and you're moving
and then
across.
swing on monkey bars and then climb up pipes and everything. It's
Then you can
really
hang
cool.
with one hand on a monkey bar and shoot with the other.
It's so cool, man.
You can crawl through vents, so you hold the move controller sideways and crawl through a vent. And then when you get to the end of the vent, you actually put your hand up as if you're pushing off the top of the vent to get yourself down. Like, I've never felt more inside a world than on Blood and
It's
Truth.
incredibly immersive.
It
I
is
didn't
very
realize
immersive.
it was that in depth. I've
dude.
just bought this on the PSN sale for $12.50, like I said
It
earlier.
is
So
so immersive. It is so fucking cool. I love it. I absolutely adore this game.
I wish
And
they gave you the ability to use the aim controller, though.
Yeah, that's the only thing that was missing for me. It's on it's probably on
I
my
agree.
honorable mentions list. I kind of wanted to put it in the list somewhere.
Yeah.
But I played it in, I think I did myself a disservice because I played it in bits and I should have stuck with it a bit more. And I kind of forgot what I was doing and it didn't kind of gel as well with me. But it was so cool, man. Like, even the bit where you're at the start of each mission where you sat on the table and that dude's talking to you.
Oh,
and you're
yeah.
like, and you're sticking your fingers up his nose. And everything. It's just bloody hilarious.
Yeah, there's loads of opportunity to be really dumb and goofy with it all, and it
Yeah,
lets
the
it's got that.
sense-
It's got a very British sense of humor. Obviously, it's set in London, and it's
Yeah. It's basically a pseudo sequel to The Getaway. That's what
it
is.
basically
It's by the same
is.
studio.
It is, yeah.
I need to finish it. I think I only did the first couple missions, but it was fun.
I mean, Mike, have you played London Heist on PSVR Worlds?
briefly,
I mean, it's
I remember
really like
throwing.
that.
I
It's
remember
kind of
throwing a
expands
cigar
on
at a
that.
man.
I think London Heist was their concept piece to see what
Yeah.
they could do. But I there's moments where, and also the warp point stuff works very well. So you look somewhere, and if there's an arrow that shows, you can warp to it. But you can also use X and circle on either move controller to strafe left and right between sections, so you can hide between different tables or other cheat of drawers. And basically, when you one of the cool things I liked was, so you'd be low on health and you'd be physically ducking underneath like a table or something and waiting for your health to go out, and you can see bullets ricocheting off the top, and you're kind of literally peering over the edge trying to shoot them,
Stick your shotgun out and blind
sticking
fire.
guns out and shooting the air and shooting lights out. And it does its best to make sure that you can interact with almost everything. So you can open and close drawers, you can fiddle with like control panels. There's various puzzles where you're moving batteries out, cutting wires. Like, it does a very good job of trying to make sure that everything involves making it feel tangible and that it's right there for you. It's not just a game that they just stick in VR and you just play it as you would anything else. They really are getting you to use your body, move around.
Yeah. You can even chuck like paper balls into baskets and stuff. which
Yeah,
is
there's
really
loads of little
cool.
trophies you can get, little targets to
Yeah.
shoot, little extras. There's a new game plus mode that's very much worth doing. It carries over all your guns, and
Oh, is there? I didn't know that. I might have to
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I love about VR and listening to people talk about VR? It's how people are so excited about the most mundane stuff, like you can open and close drawers.
I know. It's ridiculous, right?
But in games, it's like it's so much different, and it's such a cool experience because gaming's always been so passive, and to be so involved in the world, it's just so cool, man.
Yeah.
One of my only issues I had with Blood and Truth was, so with the warp points, sometimes it would choose whether you were crouching or standing up, and I hated that. It was a bit jarring at times.
True. I did find that I would try and match whatever the character was doing. So in the scenes between levels where you're sat at a chair, I would physically sit on my sofa and then hold the start button to move my perspective back down low again.
Yeah, because if you stood up sitting in a car, it feels really weird, doesn't it? So
Yes. But yeah, like when you're in the middle of a shootout in a car, you can like do stupid things like change the radio or like
open the
glove box, and there's another gun in there that you can grab. And
you guys have got to be really excited about playing this.
I just had
want to play it again now.
Fun time.
How long is it?
Again, doing stupid things in the car, like when your mate sat next to you, he's chatting away, and you're just like, you're trying to flick his ears and prod him in the nose. And
I still need to test the VR
doing like
out
the
at the
rock
new
on
house,
symbol
but-
in his face.
And there's these bits where you're like, they're almost a bit on rails, so you're kind of running
those are
through,
super
and that's
cool.
more like shooting as you're going by, and then maybe you like. I think this is in like a first mission anyway, but you'll like jump out of a window, like, you know, James Bond style, and suddenly you look down and there's the streets of London below you, and you're just like this through the air.
It's in
and
slow motion, and there's a helicopter, and it's awesome.
And your stomach ends up up here, and then you have to grab onto a rail. It's just very cinematic and over the top.
So much adrenaline, Tom. That bit, it was so cool, man. And then like I don't want to spoil it, Mike, anyway, but one of the coolest things you can do in it for me is you can throw a cartridge up in the air and you can knock it into your gun as it's in the air. So like you do like an active reload up in the air, and it's amazing. You feel like such a badass, and then as soon as you're doing it, you whip your pistol out and shoot some dude in the face. Brilliant.
And you get really good at this, like this idea of, so Mike, it will like map out this area in the chest where you would grab a magazine to reload your gun for the second move controller. And so you just get to this stage where you're like looking around and then grabbing the magazine and loading it, and it just feels like you're in it. It's the little things, man. It's the little things.
Awesome. I'm really excited to play this now.
Fantastic game.
I need to test out the VR in the new room. Like
Yes,
I said, we've got
you
some
do.
quite thick curtains up, so I'm hoping that
Should be
all of
fine.
this will be as good as that.
Yeah, it should be good.
My
Light tracking
dinosaur
on there.
curtains manage it, you can. Good choice, Tom. Really good choice. I
Thank
really
you.
toyed with putting this on myself. I think if I played it through in one sitting, like I said, probably would have been on there.
I thought it might have been on yours. I was surprised, but still, it's been a tough year.
Mike, you're number 2.
Number 2.
So I am predicting that this is Tom's number 1.
Oh no.
So I'll find out in a second. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
I got it higher.
Ah, really?
I almost
talk
chose
about it
this
in
as
the
your
next
number
round.
1, Mike.
Yeah.
Sorry?
I almost chose this as your number 1.
I suppose we'll have to talk about it when we get there, Tom.
Oh,
Yes,
that ruins my
you will.
guess for Tom's number 1.
So Eric, you're number 1.
My number 1. Let me tell you what. You know,
I
when
can't
you
think
have a
what this
nice
is.
dinner with your hubby, and you don't have any
Don't
kids
say
around,
hubby.
with your wifey,
Don't say wife either.
with your love muffin,
That'll do.
and you don't have any kids, and it's been a long time, and the mood is just right, and you make your
gosh.
way upstairs.
I don't
What
want
is
to.
going on?
You know it's
It
time
is, isn't it? Yeah.
for some Wreckfest.
I can't believe you baited us in the chat. I put in the chat
can't
earlier
believe
on.
this is
Obviously,
number
you guys
1.
can't see this. I put Eric's number 1 is Wreckfest. And Eric was like, no, I actually forgot about Wreckfest. And he just fucking lied to us.
Oh my God, Wreckfest.
Oh my god.
Dude, the best game I've played this year. For a couple reasons. One, I don't like racing games all that much. And for me to dump as much time into that game as I did, not only because it's a stellar racing game, but because of just how fun that game was to play. I mean, Tom, think about all the times we played online and just how stupid stupid that game can be.
It is so stupid. It is so brilliant. I want to say I'm surprised. I am a bit surprised that it's your number one, but I'm also
I am
not.
too.
It is
other ways.
Talked about it a lot, though.
It is. It is
It's
the
basically become a thing.
yeah.
I'm surprised that it's number one because I don't know. I bought it when it was on sale to play with you guys. Admittedly, I've only played it with Eric so far, and I don't know. My complete reaction to it is an Alan Partridge shrug.
It is the quintessential Eric game. It is just cause as much chaos as possible and have a fucking blast doing it. I
That's
have had
100% an Eric game.
so much fun, especially when you get into some of the higher tier races. And it's ridiculous, but it's also extremely challenging. It is a very on point racing game, extremely realistic, provided you adjust the settings just right. Very challenging. But you get into some of the higher tier races, and yeah, you're doing combine races against lawnmowers, and you do that dumb shit. But then, you're getting into true, actual demolition races where you have to be very, very strategic in how you're going about this, because you only have a certain amount of damage you can take before you're done. And you have 7 laps to complete on this, where everybody is just absolute balls to the wall, pedal to the metal, trying to kill each other. And there's just nothing funnier than going over a hump and somebody else in front of you just clips a pole and they're fucking cartwheeling and you go underneath them and then 3 other people crash in front of you. It's just an absolute blast. Like every time I popped that game in, I was smiling while I was playing it.
I'll admit it's the same for me. I still think one of the funniest gaming moments this year was when I got absolutely T-boned right in front of Eric, and it was one of those you had to be there moments. There was a video somewhere, but yeah, it's a multiplayer blast.
It was your first race in the figure 8, and I was like, Tom, I'm coming to get you, and crosses over that figure 8 and just gets T-boned at 90 miles an hour and just shredded. But, or the other part, like you finally fell into a groove with it, and we're on that triangular track with all the BMX jumps, and you clearly didn't go the right way and just like wreck fast and launch yourself up into the air and just destroy everybody. You just threw a massive wrench into the entire race by sacrificing yourself to the altar of hilarity.
Yeah, I was losing pretty badly, so I decided to take slightly different route and ruin it for everyone else. And that is the nature of the game, though, Mike. I wasn't just being an asshole.
Yeah, it is designed to be stupid. I can't remember the exact title of the races, but they are designed to be destruction races. You are racing, but it's also crash into people. You're supposed to be a jerk and just cause chaos.
It's from the makers of the Flatout series on Xbox, right? I believe. And it reminded me of those the PS1 days of Destruction Derby and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Which is always good fun. And a bit of Burnout in there as well.
Well, and then they add on there the whole element of being able to customize your car, and you can put armor plating on it, and you can put a shark on top of it and give it a stupid paint job and razor blades. And it doesn't, the cosmetic stuff doesn't do anything but make your car look stupid, but you take your race online, and if you're this gigantic flaming pink car, you become a target for everyone. And it's just so much fun.
And there's you can drive a portaloo in it as well.
Yeah, you can drive porta potties, school buses against.
It's like when we played Saints Row the Third. That was just totally up your alley, just so ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
you could just cause chaos. That's just you.
There's nothing stupider
any
than
game that lets you do that.
Going on a figure 8 track in the middle of a field against a combine, a lawnmower, a semi, a porta potty, and a bunch of Ford Mustangs. It's the dumbest thing that's just so much fun. But I will say that the PC version, I've only played it on PC, but from what I've read about and seen with the console version, it's probably still a friggin' blast, but they've nerfed the amount of characters that you can have from 24 to 16. So you need those extra people. But yeah, it's... I don't know,
man. I didn't get it. I don't know what it was. I mean, I'm not a fan of racing games either, but I just didn't get it. Like, I was really excited to play it with you, and I don't know.
I think you got to have that right mentality. I mean, I like the games like this, like Just Cause, Saints Row the Third, things where you give me constraints to play with and just let me mess around. and that's exactly what Wreckfest is. But it also had that element of extreme challenge. There were some races like, I cannot beat this, so let's go back. Let's upgrade my car a little bit. Let's come back. Let's readjust for the different track settings and just hope you get lucky. Or if you're in second place coming around that last corner, just T-bone the shit out of the guy ahead of you and hope that he fares worse than you do. It's so much fun. I love Wreckfest. It's the game that I had the most fun playing all year.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
It is.
That's what it's all about. That's an awesome choice.
and that was
it's
just a
possibly-
random one-off gaming suggestion from a listener.
Yeah. It's possibly a factory seal first to have a PC game as number one.
Oh shit!
And a racing game.
Yeah,
And a racing game at that. Yeah.
breaking
That's
molds.
amazing. I can't believe it. Amazing.
They don't call me the mold breaker for nothing.
I can't think what Daniel's number one is.
I think I know.
I know what it is.
I'm almost certain of what it is.
Yeah.
Well, lads, are you ready to escape with me? Because the Operation Overkill is about to kick in. Because my game of the year is Beat Saber.
I called it.
Yeah.
I called it.
I had that written down and I changed it.
I can't believe this is not on your list, Thomas Reagan.
We had it last year.
It was on my list last year.
It's still so good.
It is. It's only got better as well.
Thing is,
It's only
Tom,
got better.
you played it this year. It's eligible for the list still.
This is true. This is
So
true.
Mega Man can
I'm
be on
a bit
my list every
disappointed.
year.
If you wanted it to be, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
God,
the
but
rules.
Okay, I'm going to
we're
rewrite
talking
my
about
list.
just a game that is just fun to play. It's the
It
same
is.
as Eric with Wreckfest. You strap me in Beat Saber and I go to a special place where it's amazing.
Dan.
It's every,
You know,
Yeah.
yes.
one thing I wish you were coming in March, because one thing I want to see you experience are the 360 levels on the Oculus.
Yeah, man.
They
sound
are
amazing.
a riot. Oh my God. The 180 levels are fun, but when you're dancing around in a full 360 and you come out, you're like, didn't think I was facing this way.
I went through so much with this game though. So I started in January, got the Move controllers in January, and I started off relatively slow and on medium, just playing it to an extent. And then I built up my skills over time, got up to hard. And then this was around the time that me and Tom got this huge rivalry going on where we tried to one up each other's scores all every day, and each of us were taking a picture and saying, I've got this, and then I've got this, and we couldn't rest until we beat the other. And it went
got
on
bad.
for ages, and I just have such fond memories of doing that. It was so fun. And over that, and then I got better. I got up to expert, and then I can do some elements on expert plus now as well. And but this game, it's actually got me fitter as well, which is mad. But it's so intense on a high level that I sweat more than I would if I did normal exercise. And I have actually seen a marked improvement in my body from playing Beat Saber all year, which is insane. And
Wow.
I can't even tell you how many hours I've put into this bloody game because it's just so fun. Most nights I'll just pop it on for half an hour and do a few songs, and then it's a great workout and it's fun at the same time.
I just wish they were a little bit
great-
more liberal with their music packs. And
Yeah, I know, but it's great that they've expanded it
Yeah.
and give us more songs to play, which has kept my interest over the year.
my one
And
frustration
I'll
with it is that, so I have it on PSVR and I have it on Oculus. And when Christy and I play, we play it on PSVR. When we have friends over, we play it on PlayStation. When I just want to play alone, I'll play it on Oculus. I'm tired of having to buy the music packs twice. So I know that this isn't a norm within the industry, but with a game like this, where it is on multiple platforms, where people are probably going to have multiple versions of it, why is there not some sort of cohesive, like, if you've bought it here, you can get it on this one as well? It's just, I know that's not the norm, but
I don't know, Eric. I think you're in the minority there. You're saying that people have it on multiple platforms. I think that's going to be very few and far between.
yeah, I guess.
Plus, that's like saying back in the Rock Band days, you should have been able to have the tracks across like PS3 and 360, and that wasn't a thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
But yeah,
If I don't know how you can be unfamiliar with it at this point, but Beat Saber is essentially just you standing in front of a track. You move controllers are two lightsabers. You hit blocks in time to the music. It's just brilliant. I love it so much. It's the quintessential VR game for me. And if you've never experienced it before, it will absolutely blow your tits off.
Well, when we were playing it
For
on our
someone-
live stream too, people were like, holy shit, this looks like a freaking blast. So just even watching other people, we've gotten friends who don't play video games at all hooked on it.
Yes, definitely. That's very accessible to other people who, it's such a simple concept done so well. And that's so often the right formula for making games.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention during the live stream when we played it, that was a highlight of the year for me as well, because it was just so fun having that competitive edge with all of us. And then like people like Zach, who'd never played on it before, being put on expert straight.
Have fun.
For someone who really wasn't sold on VR until you got the headset down, for a VR game to be your game of the year this year is
And last
mental.
year.
And last year.
And last year as well, yeah.
Yeah, Astrobot.
Oh, because it was
last year.
Astrobot, wasn't it? Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I am 100% sold on VR now. I think it's the future, and if they continue to support it and release new experiences, I'm really excited with how it can go. Because things like Boneworks and the new Half-Life Alex game look fantastic.
Well, and with
It's-
Oculus putting out the finger tracking, it's a little rough around the edges, but it's really cool to be able to see your hand and manipulate things. I know we've talked about it before, but I think the future of VR has to be completely wireless, and it has to have finger tracking. It has to if it's going to succeed.
Yeah. It's amazing what they can do without those things, but I agree that that's the next step forward.
Yeah, and 6 depth of field. You need to be able to walk complete 360s.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the movement that's the killer. I don't know how they're ever going to solve that.
Yeah.
Beat Saber's amazing, dude. It's only got better, and they're so deserving of. I think they won the award this year for best VR game.
Yeah.
I think they won it 2 years in a row, didn't they? Because it was released because
yeah.
of what it was released on. They were eligible both years.
Yeah. It's totally deserving of it. It is the quintessential VR experience. I agree, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you.
If there's people who've never played VR, the games that I always like get them on, whether they played video games before or not, Beat Saber, Until Dawn, Rush of Blood, and Super Hot VR. And if I'm feeling feeling really horrible, I'll put them in the kitchen demo first.
Fuck. I've still got that to play.
Which one is that?
It's only like 30 seconds long.
No, I mean the actual the full game.
Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tom, have you even opened that yet? Because I sent that to
No.
you for your birthday.
Yeah, but I've not cracked it open yet.
You gotta.
So I will.
All right, Tom. I clearly guessed wrong on your number one. I thought for sure it would have been RPG Maker because you have like 100+ hours into that.
I do, but it's not technically a game.
It's a game.
It's software.
Yeah, but it's a game. You can buy it on a game store.
Yeah, but you can buy software on Steam as well. Sorry, son. Not
Next.
eligible.
You make games with it.
This is true. No, good choice. It was a good guess though, Eric. Not a bad angle to go down. But no, my game of the year, as previously disclosed, is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
That is a good choice.
Yes.
I don't remember when I played it. It was early, very early. Might have been March.
I thought
And-
this was last year.
I put it in my list. I keep a list anyway of top games, and I move them around all year. And I locked it in at number 1, and it has not moved.
Wow.
I have just not found anything that really came that close.
Not even Wreckfest.
Yeah, even Wreckfest.
Even Wreckfest.
Damn it. What can I say about this game? It's just, first of all, it's so epic and cinematic that I was like, every now and again, I'd stand up and play. That's when things get serious. I was like standing up like a kid in front of my TV, like, oh my God, I'm going to die. And it instilled a wonderful fear in me of permadeath, which the game makes clear at the beginning. And
There is permadeath in it?
yeah.
Oh, damn.
So it makes it clear at the beginning that, if you die too many times, that your save will be wiped.
Ow.
And it just gives it a whole new edge, and it creates this wonderful tension throughout the whole game. Combat, the combat isn't the focal point here. It's definitely a huge emphasis on mental health and psychosis, and there's a documentary included with the game, which is really neat, actually, which talks to the game developers and and how closely they worked with mental health experts. And I know I've talked about it before on the show. I know Mike has as well, and the way it has all these different symbolisms and stuff that links so connected to psychosis and mental health is really neat. The puzzles are really interesting and very cleverly done too. You're kind of like literally matching shapes up in the world with, different, changing your perspectives to unlock doors and progress further through the game. Combat's a bit repetitive, but I liked it. I thought it was epic. It felt really, it looked artistically beautiful. The camera work, and I mean, I don't even know what to say about the sound design other than I've never played anything quite so incredible when it comes to sound. It is one to play either with headphones, with noise cancelling, or a really, really good sound system if you're fortunate enough to have such a setup. It's just so epic, and I know it's a game I just missed it last year, but I was so happy to get around to it this year. And
after beating,
I think it was you guys.
Hill,
I
it's
think it
one
might
that I
have been Mike
definitely
mainly that recommended it. So
finish.
Oh, it's just amazing. I'll let Mike talk about it because I know you had it as your number 2. So
Yeah, I want to start first with the sound design because like Tom said, you need to listen to this, something with a decent sound system. I mean, I have a sound bar and bass sub set up. It's not surround sound or anything like that. But you can still, even with my setup, and it's a fairly decent setup, you can tell that the voices are around you.
Yeah,
and that's the most important part. And the big thing of this game, I mean, Tom's mentioned that the combat is quite simplistic. The puzzles are fairly simplistic. It's more of an experience than anything else. And, the gameplay section, parts of it are not, there's nothing you've not seen before. But the major part of it is the psychosis of the character and the way that the voices in her head guide you and also distract you. And that is just what makes this game super special. And the actual developers of it themselves, Ninja Theory, they put so much research into psychosis. They even got people who suffer with psychosis and suffer with hearing voices in their head and things like that. When they created the game, they brought them back to review it to see if it really, is what it's like for them. And the amount of research they put into it like that is absolutely incredible. And I think, obviously, I don't suffer from psychosis, and so I can't say whether it's a realistic representation of it, but it definitely had you thinking while you were playing it and really kind of thinking about the stuff that Senua was going through. And it's kind of like it's a bit like God of War. It's kind of based around Norse, kind of that kind of world, and obviously very sort of primitive society and stuff. And her mental illness throughout the game, you learn that she herself thinks it's a curse upon her, and her people who she was close to think it's a curse as well. And that's not a spoiler, don't worry. And to see it through her eyes that she's living with this psychosis and is being judged and shunned because they believe it's some sort of curse, it's just a really incredible journey you take with her.
Yeah, it's something else. It really is. Had such a wonderful time with it, and it just felt so. I think they did such a good job of making you feel like trying to get in tune with the way she's feeling in the game. Especially with all the permadeath stuff, I thought that was really, really, really unique take on it all.
Yeah,
Too bad she looks so derpy though.
Oh, for God's sake, here we go. One of the great things about this game as well, the girl who plays Senua, who did the voice acting and the motion capture, she had never done either in her life. she was just a stand-in originally for several months
Maybe that's why she
while
looks
they were
derpy, Eric.
while they perfected their motion capture techniques, and they basically just in the end said, "Wow, she's really fucking good at this. Let's just use her."
No, she does look good.
I think that's cool. But some of the creation of the game as well was great. They did it on a very, very low budget, so like they had to opt for only using like 2 cameras on the helmet that she had, and then because they wanted to record all the audio live and stuff like that, they had to play, and because they're recording it live, they couldn't have the sounds playing to her, so they had to like do like audio notes and stuff like that into her ears and stuff. It was just really interesting how they made it. Like if you do a lot of research into it,
I love that when you were kind of getting stuck in the game, if the game would notice that if you were taking a little bit too long with some puzzles as you moved around, the voices would get a little bit clearer and kind of nudge you in the right direction.
yeah.
And that was a nice idea of rather than just dropping a beacon and being like, hey, you should climb this ladder, or hey, you should go over here. It would actually just use 360 audio to give you subtle hints here and there. It was a really nice idea.
This sounds like it would be awesome on my setup.
It really would.
Yeah.
I
think further to that point, Tom, like I like when you start going in the wrong direction and the voices start going, she's lost, she doesn't know where she's going.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool.
Absolutely.
But yeah, they really, I mentioned before, they really did their research, but like Hazel, through her like history of mental health and some people in her family who've dealt with mental health and stuff like that, she noticed things about it that were obviously very clever, like the stuff to do with convexed and concaved images and stuff that you see later on. And she's like, oh, they put that in because like people who suffer with this kind of thing would see that in a different light, and then as you go around it, you see it convex and concave and stuff, and it's just very interesting. And little subtle things like if you move the camera around Senua, she will never look at the camera straight in the face, like straight in the eye. She always kind of turn away from it and stuff like that. And it's just a really awesome experience. Like I said, as a game, in terms of like the stuff you do, it is a little bit paper thin if you think about it.
Yeah.
But it is, in terms of everything coming together, the sound design, the feelings you get as you go through this journey with Senua, just the way it looks, it's just an absolutely incredible experience. And Eric, maybe you might need to edit that thing out that I said. Now that I think about it.
Remind me later.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what timestamp it was at. But if you're listening to this with Eric's edited version, I spoiled something, but don't worry about it.
I think it'll be all right. Mike.
Hello.
Let's round this out.
We all know.
I guessed
Don't
it.
we?
Did we all guess it?
No.
I still don't know what
Dan
it is.
thought Oprah did. Resident Evil 2 remake.
Yes. God, I guess 2 of the 3.
So I remember back when I was a listener to this show, and the website for this show had something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing here, something along the lines of, was gaming really as good as we remember it? Did we look through it at rose-tinted glasses and stuff like that? The whole essence of this show is things from the past, were they as good as we ever remember? And Resident Evil 2 for me
dick
is...
jokes and stupidness.
Resident Evil 2 for me has always been one of my favorite games of all time. It's definitely in my top 10, possibly my top 5 if I had to write them out. I've never actually written them out. And to learn years ago that we were getting a remake, and then it kind of just fell to the wayside. We didn't hear anything for ages. And then it was E3, last year. You and Eric and Tom were watching it while we were asleep, and I woke up in the morning, and you guys had obviously started watching the trailer, and I think Eric even said, oh my God, Mike's going to flip. And I watched the trailer, and I already knew it was Resident Evil 2 because you guys had said it in the chat, but then watching that trailer where it was like through the rat's eyes, and then you followed the rat, and then suddenly there was Leon through the door, like I just lost my shit. Like I'm so excited that this finally happened. And they nailed it, man. They absolutely nailed it. Bringing a game like Resident Evil 2, which is such an important game from my teenage years that and managed to bring it in such a modern setting with such care and such appreciation. Now, it has problems. I'll get into that in a minute. Such care and appreciation, and really just making it feel important as well. Like, they absolutely nailed it. And this was the first, well, the second of my list, but the first game that made me really thankful that I got the Xbox as well, like looking for the two, because they'd released that one-shot demo where you literally could play it once and then it wouldn't play again on your console. So I was able to play it twice because I played it on my Xbox and my PlayStation. And it was then that moment that I realized the difference between the One X and the PS4 Pro. And even Hazel noticed it. She's not massive on looking at like visual fidelity and stuff. But as soon as I put up the PS4 version, both of us just went, wow, this just doesn't look as good. Like, really noticed the difference. But
crazy. Yeah,
they encapsulated everything about, the police station is such a recognized
stupidly
place in
designed
gaming.
building.
Well, yeah, that as well. But they managed to get that across in a modern way that still felt the same way. And that RE engine that they're using, which doesn't stand for Resident Evil, funnily enough, I can't remember what it stands for. It has such a way of playing with lighting and a way of making everything look so, like, it's a strange thing to say, but everything looks so moist and wet. So everything just looks so kind of real and tangible as you're going through it. And they managed to keep some of the horror. They subverted your expectations in places. They changed up some of the locales. They did change up a little bit of the story in places, which is where I'll get to with my problems. But all in all, like, this is the definitive way to play Resident Evil 2 now. It really is.
I'm kind of in that same boat with you. Resident Evil 2 is one of those quintessential games of my childhood where I think about games that really stand out, and this is up there. One of my buddy's older brothers bought this the day it came out, and I didn't have the money to buy it. So he actually loaned me his brother's copy of Claire, because he was playing through Leon, so he gave me the second disc. And I think maybe that's why I have that kind of affinity towards Claire's campaign versus Leon's. But I played through the A and B sides of these games to death. So to hear that it was coming out with a remake, again, kind of with the same thing, Link's Awakening, it was a little bit of trepidation. It's like, please don't fuck this up. But like you said, Mike, they absolutely nailed it. I didn't care for the extent to which you were running away from Mr. X constantly. It started to wear thin a little bit. But I think what they kept the heart of what made Resident Evil 2 so special.
One of my favorite things of the year is people modding Mr. X to be Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh my God, yeah.
It made it even more terrifying.
Did you see that someone turned him into the goose from Goose Game as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Complete
He
with the
also
honks.
did the giant snake in Sekiro was Thomas the Tank Engine as well, and that was terrifying.
Brilliant. But yeah, I agree. Like the Mr. X stuff could get a little bit tedious in places, but I don't know. Like it was such an adrenaline rush trying to get like the puzzles done whilst he was chasing you.
Well, it was, and once I understood that he's not constantly, like, he's not just going to appear. He's in a location. He's walking around, so you could avoid him if you wanted to. You'd come out of the door and you'd see him walking across the way and be like, okay, I'm clear on this side of the building for a little while.
I can't believe it's amazing that he walks around the station without warping. Like, that is incredible.
Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't even know that when I was playing it.
I mean, I've only really seen Mike. I watched quite a bit of you playing it when we were at Eric's, and this engine is superb. It's one of the best going now, I think.
Yeah, well, the new Devil May Cry is in it as well.
Oh,
is
Devil
it?
May Cry 5.
I've just been gifted it by Mr. Tom, so I'll get to enjoy it.
Yeah. But yeah, the Mr. X stuff, yeah, it could get a little bit tedious. And, you know, I expressed last week that the things with Mr. X, I've got my concerns about 3 and Nemesis, but we'll see how that pans out. I said it has problems. I think they fucked up the whole A and B scenario thing.
See, I didn't play
one
through
of the best One of the best things about the original was the A and B scenario, and you know if you did Leon A and Claire B, it was a slightly different story to if you did it the other way around. You know, like certain characters will be in certain places, you get certain parts of the story. Whereas this one, you know, I played as Claire first, and it's very, very apparent later on in the game when you you talk to. There's a character in there called Annette Birkin. I'm not going to do any spoilers or anything, but in the original, depending which way around you played it, she was in different places at different times, and it correlated between the A and the B. Whereas now with the A and the B, like, you essentially do the same story twice, which is a bit of a shame. It's just like some items are in different places and stuff like that, and the enemies there's a lot more enemies and stuff. It's still definitely worth doing, but in terms of a complete story, it does kind of feel like you're doing the same thing twice.
I always forget what's technically
canon.
canon. Is canon Claire A, Leon B?
Yeah, because it makes the most sense that way around.
Got it.
It's a bit like Resident Evil 1, where both campaigns are technically canon, but it just makes more sense doing Claire A, Leon B.
Sure, because of how Ada intertwines with it. Sorry, redacted intertwines with it.
I don't think we actually said that joke last week. But anyway, yeah, I just... pure nostalgia, it tickled every one of my nipples.
Oh, yeah.
And then...
all 8 of them.
Yeah. And then just in terms of an actually great game as well, like if you're familiar with the series or not, this is just a really, really fun game. And it did keep some of the horror in there as well. It's strange because it feels like it's Resident Evil 2, but it feels like it's a sequel to Resident Evil 4, if that makes sense.
Well, maybe now that Leon has stuck around for some more training on how to move and shoot, they'll remaster 4.
Yeah. I just, in terms of like nostalgia and gaming, for me, this was incredible. And one of my favorite memories this year was, how chilled out we all managed to be at Eric's house. Like, it honestly, like, Eric, kudos to you and Christy. Like, it honestly felt like home for a few days. And
it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was
if
so
I
good.
was at there was some mornings I was, all of us were in the living room and I was just sat there playing Resident Evil while we were all chatting, and I wouldn't have the nerve to do that at anyone else's house, just sit and play a single player game.
No.
And, I was comfortable enough to do that. And one of my favorite memories, I'm playing this game. It was the first time I got to play it after the demo because it came out whilst we were in America. And, that's one of my favorite memories from this year, being able to sit there and be comfortable enough to play it. And you guys were all enjoying it as well. And we were just chatting and having fun and drinking coffee with vanilla creamer in. And it was great.
I'm going to stock up on the vanilla cream.
We were WhatsApping each other going, do we get up? Because we were really awake because we weren't on American time yet. So we were like, do we get up? Is that okay? And then within about 2 days, we had the bloody run of the place. It was mental.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Get down there, play game.
I imagine there must have just been such a down moment when we all left, Eric.
Oh, it was.
It must have been so empty.
It was.
Yeah.
I was genuinely gutted to go. I wish we'd done like 2 weeks. I know we couldn't because Mike had to get back and stuff, but it was so good.
I had RE2 on my list a little lower, but it was only because I'm still playing it and I'm at the Umbrella Lab, and so until I finish it, I didn't feel like I could put it much higher. But I wanted it to feature because I'm not big on horror games because I just struggle with them, but I really am having such an amazing time with it. It just had to be there, and it feels like a brand new game. It feels like I don't actually have a huge amount of knowledge of the Resident Evil universe, and especially 2. Like, Nemesis was always my jam. I kind of just missed out on 2, and so I don't know if I'm definitely going to play through to the end as soon as possible.
I've had a hankering to go back and play through it again. Just,
yeah,
especially since there's a sale going on right now where you can get the DLC with the 4th Survivor and Tofu and all the other DLC stuff, minus the second or the soundtrack DLC. I'd really like to play through the original sound effects, but
that was only a few quid over here. By the way, Tom, I said that playing the B scenario doesn't feel that different. It does towards the end. You do the true like final bosses if you play the B scenario, so it is worth playing through.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's called second run on this one, not B scenario. So who are you playing as, Leon or Claire?
Playing as Leon.
So you'll get Claire second run unlocked when you've done that. So play that next.
Gotcha.
And that's the complete game, basically. But there will be some bits you repeat.
Nice. That's cool. Yeah, it's amazing. The lighting and shadows and stuff it is gorgeous. And I'm playing on a PS4 Pro, so I have no idea what it looks like on Xbox. But one criticism has been, and I think you've already really mentioned it, was Mr. X really does change the pacing, and it's like in a weird sort of way that I'm not familiar with. Like Resident Evil has always been pretty purposeful with like slowly trying to figure out puzzles, taking your time. To be suddenly up against it and the time pressure of these stomping footsteps somewhere in the building. Like it was super annoying when I was trying to move like a bookshelf in the library in the police station and he just keeps fucking turning up and walloping me. And I'm just like, all right, I'm going to do a few circles and wander out a bit and then come back and hopefully you won't be there anymore. And yeah.
It has gotten me genuinely excited for Resident Evil 3 though.
Oh, my God, I'm very excited for that. That is the one Resident Evil I have nostalgia for.
I've already got that pre-ordered, bitch.
That's what, February?
March, I believe. Or is it April?
I think it's February,
I
isn't
don't
it?
remember. Hang on.
It's a month in 2020.
Let's see.
A month in 2020.
I can't find it off the top of my head here.
April 3rd.
Oh.
Plenty
Yeah,
of
we have
time
a month
finish
to
Final
beat.
Fantasy. Twice.
Anyway, solid list, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome lists all
It's a
around.
really good list. I think we should go through our honorable mentions really quick. Probably not spend any time talking about them, but I think there's a few games that deserve to be mentioned.
Yeah.
But have a couple of sentences on them, gentlemen. You treat yourself.
But let's just go through like we'll say each of the three, and then not go through what's your three, what's your kind of like we have been. But my honorable mentions. The first one was Final Fantasy VIII Remaster. I'm afraid I'm going to catch some flack for this one not being on my list. But the reason that it's not on there is because for me, it's not any different. It's Final Fantasy VIII. They added a 4x speed and they polished up the graphics a shade, but it wasn't different enough to really warrant this being a brand new game. I've played Final Fantasy VIII to death, and I think just putting it on the list would have been, oh, I love Final Fantasy VIII. Let's just put it on the list because it came out this year. It's still phenomenal. Absolutely enjoying my time with it. It's one of those that I'll still occasionally drop into and chip away a little bit at, do some grinding, draw some stuff, junction myself. Leave it at that. Honorable mention number 2, Luigi's Mansion 3.
Nice.
I wanted this on my list, but it's just too many other ones.
Space.
There's just no space.
Happens.
I fucking loved this game. Absolutely loved it. From the minute I put it in till the minute till the minute I ran the credits on it. Unfortunately, as soon as I hit the credits on it, like, well, I don't want to go back and do anything else.
Standard Peterson.
Last one was kind of a tie between Outer Wilds and Call of Duty.
I thought you were going to say Outer Wilds.
No, I played enough of Outer Wilds
Hang on. Mike just got confused because you said Outer Wilds.
No. I was expecting him to say it. Is what I said.
I played enough of it to really wrap my head around it. But if you haven't played it, it is such a unique game. It's
one I want to play as well.
It's so cool to hop in and go, the fuck's going on? No idea. Okay, I'm off this planet. Where do I go? Okay, I got to this asteroid. What do I do here? Oh, boom, sun exploded. Start over.
Started off as a student project, apparently, that game. They just entered it into a game jam, like 20-minute long game, and they just fleshed it out to be this thing. Yeah.
It's so unbelievably unique in what's going on that it's really hard to describe because the exploration and the discovery is a massive part of the game itself. But the other part was Call of Duty. And Dan, you'll see this in a little bit, but God, that game is
I've just started
cool.
playing the campaign. My God, wow.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. I'm probably about 70% of the way.
The quality of the cutscenes is amazing.
Yeah.
It looks photorealistic.
Yeah. And I've always enjoyed the stories, but they've always been a little bit like, But the character development and the world that they're generating and the topics that they're touching on, it's really cool. There's a sniper mission about halfway through, Dan. I cannot wait for you to get to that because Zach kind of prodded me about it. He's like, just wait for the sniper mission. And I got to it and went, oh my God, this is incredible.
I want to play that so bad.
But the multiplayer, and this is where it really sticks out for me, the multiplayer with Call of Duty has sort of in the past couple of years fallen off with me.
It has.
Because it's so fast paced. I've always preferred Battlefield to Call of Duty because it's bigger, it's a little bit slower, it's more methodical, it's squad based. And Call of Duty has become super fast paced, action oriented, jumping off walls.
Yeah.
This one has dialed it back. They've put ground war in there. You've got vehicles. The maps are much bigger. You have squads. You have different classes now that you can. You've always had the classes, but the different classes actually function like a class should. And it's not just a bunch of people running around screaming and shooting whatever moves. Like, camping is a legitimate thing within this game, and it's just such a unique online experience. I love this Call of Duty.
And closed doors.
Oh my God. Yeah. So you're camping and suddenly someone kills you. Like, oh fuck, I didn't know that door behind me opened.
I hid behind a door yesterday when I tried it and waited for somebody to come through, and they ran straight past because they couldn't see me, and then I just poked out, killed them. Lovely. The campaign seems really impactful.
I was playing COD 4 remastered multiplayer, and I was like, well, this is so strange. Something doesn't feel right. Where are all the screaming kids? And I was like, oh yeah, they're playing Fortnite. They've moved on.
Yeah.
They've moved on from COD.
I noticed that too. It was actually really pleasant. I never really played with the game chat on, but when you do, you're like, oh yeah, they're not a bunch of 13-year-olds.
They're gone.
So yeah, Dan, I'm really glad that you got it. I think you're going to really enjoy this one.
I hope so. Right, shall I do mine?
Yes.
Okay, so what did I pick? So I put Super Mario Galaxy,
Oh,
Nice.
Cuphead,
Ooh,
Oh.
yeah.
Batman
Nice.
Arkham City.
ooh!
Very nice.
You had a really
Nice.
interesting list this year, Dan.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of really varied selection of games this year. So
Very cool.
yeah, so they're all pretty self-explanatory. I went on a bit of an Arkham Asylum kick with the series this year. City is still the best. Super Mario Galaxy, absolutely frigging loved it for the show.
Nice.
But I've played it quite a bit before, so I didn't really want to add it on. And Cuphead was just quite brilliant, really. It was really, really challenging, so that's, I think, why I didn't put it on. I thought it was a bit too hard.
Yeah.
I've still not finished that.
I haven't beaten one level in it yet.
A really cool little game.
Yeah. Tom, your
Thomas?
honorable mentions?
Yeah. Grim Dawn.
Yes.
Grim Dawn it's so close to my.
It was it was close. I knew it was going to be close to your list.
Yeah. Really awesome. Theater Rhythm, Curtain Call.
Yes.
On
Ooh,
3DS.
nice.
That was fucking great. I still play that. It's my bedtime game. I love it a lot. Very fun. If you like Final Fantasy, you like Curtain Call and music. And then my last one was the final season of The Walking Dead. Yeah, it was more of the same, but it was really nice to get Clementine's story wrapped up in a really neat way. So I really enjoyed it.
Completely
Was it a
fell by the
satisfying
wayside
ending?
for me then? I
Yes,
loved the
really
first
good.
series of The Walking Dead, but then
Yeah.
I just haven't played the rest.
It's they actually did a really good job with this one. It was a bit of a swan song for Telltale, I guess. Which I
They've
think
come
are back.
now, haven't they?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're not. A company has bought the name basically, and they have some of the original developers, but
Well, that's what I
it's
mean.
not actual Telltale.
He's
They're
hoping they
back
gift
in the
them with a
worst
new
way
engine.
because I think a couple of the writers for The Wolf Among Us 2 were like obviously part of the layoffs, and now the name's been all bought and they've brought everything back again, but not the people that actually worked on it. So it's really sucks
Yeah.
for those people. Yeah.
They found out through the E3 announcement, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Honorable mentions in no particular order. The 2009 Ghostbusters game.
I thought for sure that would have been on your list.
I thought
Yeah,
it would
me
have been as
too.
well.
It was great to revisit it. As I said when Zach asked me about it on the show, it is complete fan service. The game, it's a great several-hour playthrough. there was better games in it, and I've played it before.
I saw it was on sale on eShop for like $12 or $15, and I thought about snagging it.
Bargain. Absolute bargain. Did you... So Wolfenstein, The New Order.
Yay.
I am not the first... As I've said many times, I think, during the Halo show, I am not the first-person shooter guy at all. And I started this at the beginning of the year. I think I mentioned that I was... I can't remember if I'd finished it by the time we did the Halo show or whether I was still playing through it. I had to knock it down a difficulty level. I was playing on normal. I did have to knock it down one from that because I did find it hard. But I think part of that is my inexperience with shooters. It was just... I don't know, like...
You hear that?
To find myself enjoying a first-person
He didn't
shooter
say easy
amazed
yet.
me.
Maybe
but
he started on expert and moved it down
He
to
said
hard.
normal. He said
just said
normal. He
normal.
knocked it down a difficulty. That's easy.
But I just really enjoyed the story, and it was just a very, very interesting game, and it kept me captivated with the story, and it was good fun, just kind of mindlessly killing Nazi robots.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to playing the
The
sequel.
sequel is even better.
It's the only Bethesda property I consistently play is the old
Apparently,
Wolfenstein.
Youngblood wasn't very good, though.
No.
Yeah,
I didn't even bother with it
I kind
because
of
I
want
heard
to try
it
the
was bad.
Cyberpilot VR thing. That might be quite fun.
Yeah. The New Order,
I
though,
want to
is
play
really
the second
cool.
one. I've got it.
And I've got the second one, but I've not played it. But it's actually fair enough that you knock the difficulty down because a lot of people did that for that exact game for the New Order. So if you're also not big on first-person shooters, it totally makes sense that you would do that.
But yeah, it was great. I'm looking forward to playing the second one. It's on both. I did buy it on PS4 and then they added it to Game Pass, so I'll probably play it on Xbox. And then also Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah,
This
nice.
completely surprised me. I had it on my PS3 for ages. Now I've mentioned before that sometimes what I like to do if I'm not sure what I want to play, I'll try and play a different console I haven't played for a while. And I wasn't sure what to play. I hadn't played anything on my PS3 for ages. So I looked through my PS Plus games and there it was, Spec Ops: The Line. I was like, I'm going to give this a go. And I don't want to go into too much detail because it's honorable mentions and all that. But what started off seeming like it was just a bog standard kind of third-person shooter just gets very interesting towards the end. And, as you're going through it, the team you're playing as do questionable things and you realize things aren't quite right. And it starts just adding really interesting parts to the story. I don't think the PS3 version is the way to go. It stutters and like textures pop in and out and stuff like that, and it looks real muddy. I think it's better on 360 and PC, but yeah, real fun. It seemed like it was going to be very basic at first, but
Nice.
yeah, it was great. It was great. Good time. It was a surprising time.
Nice.
It's quite the list we put together this year, gentlemen.
Yes.
The only other thing two other categories I think we want to roll through really quick. Top 3 games we played for the show this year. So it's game-specific show. Or game-specific. Show-specific games. There we go. I got there in the end. For me, my favorite game we played this year was Resident Evil 4.
Shit.
I know. I know.
Amazing.
We're here.
Amazing.
Followed very closely by Dino Crisis 2. And then
Wow.
rounding out with Mario Galaxy.
I have Symphony of the Night, then Dino Crisis, then Mario Galaxy.
Thomas?
Resident Evil 4, Dino Crisis 2, Mario Galaxy.
Exact same 3 as mine.
Yep.
Wow.
Got Luigi's Mansion, Resi 4, Symphony of the Night.
Wow. Resi 4. Good shot this year.
Clean in-house.
We've mostly ironed out our list for next year. There are going to be some things that are changing, but there's a couple on the list that I'm really looking forward to that I don't think are going to fall off. Particularly Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, Mario Sunshine, and a recommendation from Mr. Tom, Police Knots.
Yeah.
I'm super pumped for that one.
I have, these might change, God knows, but Mario Sunshine, because I've never played it. Metal Gear Solid 3.
Oh, that is on the list. We got to get David Hayter back.
We haven't ironed out if this is the exact choice for the RPG next year, but I suggested Lost Odyssey, and I would really like to play it.
Infinite Undiscovery, perhaps?
He's got it.
Oh my god, Tom managed to pick up a game in Canada.
No, I think he got it
Actually, I
here.
got this in America.
Oh.
I'm most looking forward to Metal Gear Solid 3. Surprise. Alan Wake, because that's the one Remedy game that I would like to play other than Control. And Super Mario Sunshine, because I've never even touched it.
Mine, in no particular order, Snake Eater, Metroid Prime, Mario Sunshine.
Nice.
And then three
Nice to
games.
revisit,
Well,
maybe.
not 3 games, but we've talked a little bit about it. But what's your most disappointing game from 2019? Or 2, Mike, if you have more than one.
I've got 3. I thought we
I
had
have
3.
3.
Yeah, but yeah. I have 2. Actually, you know what? I do have 2. So I'll go first. My absolute most disappointing game of the year is, no shocker, Sekiro. I was extremely excited for it, and it just did not resonate. Second one was Untitled Goose Game.
Oh man, yeah. What a I tried playing that the other night on Game Pass.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's just not very fun.
Damn it.
It's kind of dull. I
right.
played
Enjoying
through
the
it.
memes.
It was neat.
Fair enough.
The best thing that came
Fair
out of
enough.
that game were the memes.
I think the memes got bigger than the game itself.
They
didn't
did. The game was
Yeah.
the game. There was no way it could live up to its hype. But then the other one that I was really looking forward to playing, I told myself at the beginning of the year I'm going to beat it, and I finally did, and it was disappointing. Was Legend of Zelda: Spirit Tracks?
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
screw that
Makes
game.
sense. I chose There May or May Not Be Endors, Zone of the Enders.
Oh yeah, that was disappointing, wasn't it?
It was rubbish. Eternal Darkness. I expected a lot more from Eternal Darkness.
No.
than what we
Yeah.
got. And a little Stephanie is going to give me serious flack for this, but Blasphemous I thought was rubbish.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, Zach.
Well, we're not rubbish, but like kind of
Disappointing.
just mediocre. Yeah.
Zach posted something about that, and I looked at it like, that just doesn't look like it's up my alley, but it looked like it was right up yours. So I'm shocked that it's not something
Yeah.
that you
It
finished.
just wasn't a very good game. It had no direction, and you just ended up wandering back and forth, not knowing what to do.
I have it, but I'm probably going to trade it, I think.
You know,
I
I
didn't
think
like it.
yeah. Looking at your list, Dan, I would agree. I have to say I was extremely disappointed in Eternal Darkness.
I know.
I
Extremely.
expected so much
So
more from
sad.
it. I was expecting it to be a horror game for starters, which
Yeah.
because you always pick a horror game to make me go brown trousers on Halloween. So
I had one of mine was Eternal Darkness as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my disappointments.
Mine was Kingdom Hearts,
Ouch.
of course. Rainbow Six Siege. I'd really hoped for that to be great. It was not. And Quantum Break. Man, I wanted that to be great, but it just wasn't.
And mine, Kingdom Hearts 3. Just what an absolute damp squib that turned out to be. It just came and went.
I forgot that even came out this
I
year.
thought you guys
Yeah.
liked that.
Jesus.
It just came and went. Like, I just got to the end of it and went, You know,
I mean, for
and-
a game I bought 3 times, I forgot it came out this year.
You guys should just
and
give
then-
up on that series.
Sunset Overdrive. I won't take too long on this, but
Oh, no.
I knew Sunset Overdrive was an Xbox exclusive. So when I was getting my Xbox, like on the day that I bought it, I picked up a copy of Sunset Overdrive, and it turns out the game for some reason just had the case on the shelf and couldn't find the copy of it. But it was on Game Pass, so I was going to get around to it anyway. But my thing with Sunset Overdrive, you know, I heard that Insomniac created it, and it was the thing that everyone went, "Wow, they should make a Spider-Man game," because of the traversal in Sunset Overdrive. So I loaded up Sunset Overdrive, the things I knew about it, like it looked great, cartoony, the music looked like it was right up my alley because it has a sort of kind of rock kind of feel to the music. And I started playing it, and I don't know, it was just far too arcadey for me. The traversal felt a bit restrictive compared to Spider-Man. I think that's my own fault for playing Spider-Man first. And I thought I was going to really enjoy it, and I know I'd spent an hour with it, and I just went, this isn't for me. Which is a shame.
It's too bad.
it looked like it was right up my alley as well, and it's one of those I've never got to play with it being Xbox exclusive. So interesting.
But yeah, it was a bit of a shame because I'd been wanting to play it for so long. And like I said, it was the first thing I tried to pick up for my Xbox when I bought it.
So, do you guys want to save this topic for our next show, or do we want to delve into it? Because I feel like if we just clip through this, we could probably be doing a little bit of a disservice, but our top game of the decade.
I say wait until the next show.
I
Although
say-
Tom's not going to be on.
He's not.
I could always do a little clip for you.
You could do, yeah.
Because I feel like
I don't mind doing that.
I do want to have a deeper conversation around it, but I feel like if we cut it any shorter,
Yeah, we will be rushing through it.
and that's
Yeah.
kind of a big topic to cover.
Yeah,
in
this has been a long
few minutes.
episode already.
So
We
we're
can
going to
always do it
save
the
that
episode
for our
after.
next show.
Or whatever.
We have one email here from Stephanie. So if you want to send us an email, factorysealed@manatank.com or podcast@factory-sealed.com, they will both get to us. She writes, I've been thinking hard on Dan's post in the community about favorite games and moments of the year and decade, but I really just want to thank the FS crew in this community for getting me back into modern gaming. Though let's be honest, I'm still mostly playing 2D side-scrolling throwbacks. For most of this decade, after my PS3 outlived its usefulness, because I dropped it, I simply replayed my all-time favorite from the SNES and PS1 era until I found your show looking for Zombies Ate My Neighbors on Apple Podcasts in the middle of 2018. You lot inspired me to usurp the PS4 that I'd previously purchased for my boyfriend and get back into gaming. I've also become a proud owner of a DSi, Wii, and Switch in 2019 thanks to the show and this community, after having been a PlayStation-only gal for the last 20 years. Sure, the games I've been playing are all still very clearly modern installments of my childhood favorites, but at least I'm now playing games from this decade. This got me thinking. Instead of mentioning individual games I loved playing this decade, I want to show some love to this decade's trend of developers going back to 2D and 2.5D graphics and cranking out some truly beautiful, challenging modern platformers such as Rogue Legacy, Hollow Knight, The Messenger, Salt and Sanctuary, and Game of the Year alert, 2019's Bloodstained and Blasphemous. I know you have a ton of stuff to cover on your Gotti show, so I'll keep this short. Thank you for getting me back into modern gaming. I'm looking forward to all the shenanigans in 2020.
Oh,
Amazing. Actually, surprised none
you
of
have
us
an
chose
influence
Bloodstained.
against Eric.
Yeah. What did you say, Dan?
Bloodstained was just all right for me. It
Yeah.
was just, I don't know.
So I didn't mention any of my favorite moments of the show for this year, but I have. I
Just
know.
before you move on, I just want to say thank you, Stephanie. Like, you always show us great support, and I'm glad that the show has been able to kind of help you enjoy some more, like, gaming a bit more, whether it's from different consoles or modern or retro or whatever. But you're always a frequent contributor, and thank you for that.
Here.
Yeah.
Agreed with the Tyson.
So you guys have kind of dripped ears in throughout the conversation, but I would say that my two favorite memories from this year are our January meetup where everybody was in town. It was just incredible. Coupled that with being able to be there for Tom's proposal, just a really neat moment that I think is going to stick around for quite a while, and then set up for our next meetup next year. But then also MoCon this year. MoCon is always a ton of fun, but having listeners come was so much fun. Being able to meet people and more than just like in January when we got to meet the people who came and had lunch and drinks and played games with us, that was great, but that was only a couple hours. Like MoCon, we got to spend the whole day with these people, and it was so cool to just get to put faces and personalities to these names that we see within the community. And I wish we had more opportunities to get together as a group and have people
Definitely
come and meet with us. But also Dan's photoshopping has hit new heights, which culminated in that horrendous blanket.
Which I am proudly sitting on today.
Yeah, we've been staring at one eyeball.
I do feel like my Eric's head photoshopping has hit a new level this year. I do. Long may it continue. I think we peaked. I think we peaked with Resi 4.
I think
that
we
was
did.
the best.
I think we did.
I thought you'd peaked at Mark of Cree, but no, you just kept going.
I thought the Chronicles of Riddick was a good one as well.
Yeah.
I was surprised to not see the Force Unleashed cover on that blanket, because that was a really good one. I loved that one.
I don't remember that one.
It is the one with your face like this.
I just dug through the Facebook posts, and I just must have
It's
missed
very
it.
good. They're all very good, though. It's hard to choose.
Thank you. Highlight of my week.
Do you guys want to share anything else before we close it out here?
Well, we kind of messed up when it came to the questions post this week because we kind of asked for more people's lists rather than the Facebook memories. There are some favourite
I think we should
memories.
recirculate it for the next show.
I think we should
We can
too.
do. Yeah.
And then we can
I was
give
gonna say
people
I can
more
mention-
time to consider. I think that's
Yeah.
probably the
Yeah.
best way to do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are 2 posts up already, Game of the Year show posts. We'll keep those there, but if you guys want to just tell us what your favourite factory sealed memories are from the past year, there's some there already, whether they're funny or whatever. Like, it's always a good reminder for us of things that we've forgotten about. I will say that one of my favourite moments this year is all of the Snipmas stuff, especially the songs.
God, that was brilliant.
I forgot about that. Was Tom's alarm this year as well?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
That's another one.
Kingdom Hearts. Tom's iguana. That was a good one.
You fucking wanna.
Still say it. Still
Father
haven't,
Gascon?
I've dug my
It's a
heels
personal
in.
Still
highlight
wrong.
for me, but I can't remember what episode it was. It wasn't that long ago, but Eric was just talking shite, and I just lost me rag with him completely.
What was I
Sealed
talking
games.
about?
About sealed games and stuff. And I just,
Oh, yeah. I remember
I was joking, by the way, but listening back to it was just frigging hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You just go, well, fucking open them. I think you said.
Father Gascon was another highlight.
Oh my god, that was this year.
That was. So,
Last show with Leon and his 1 day of training and the gonads.
we'll throw that back out there. Share your favorite memories. I always like reading back on those because,
Yeah.
we forget
Like,
a
it's
lot of
interesting-
shit.
It's always
because-
interesting to hear how something that might not have had an impact on us as much has impacted
yeah.
other people, because there's been throwaway comments where we haven't laughed that much at them, but other people find them absolutely hysterical.
Well, yeah, like,
Like somebody mentioned you standing on an accelerator and they're playing like the sound of an American eagle or something.
It's always interesting to see what we forget as well, because I'm here recording the show, but because I get up so early and how the time difference is, Eric tends to send me a copy of the show for me to check for any bugs or anything whilst I'm driving. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. So if there's ever ones where it's wrong, it's usually ones where he doesn't. But anyway, so I'm here recording it, but I also listen to the show back. And it's interesting to see how much I actually forget.
oh, yeah. It's
Oh,
I
yeah.
forget when I'm trying to write the words for the show afterwards.
But yeah, some memories from you guys would be great. And thank you, everyone who listens to this tribe.
I will recirculate the post in the next couple of weeks.
What we've got on the docket coming up is a special request from Santos Lopez. We are going to be playing the PS2 pseudo MMO RPG .hack infection. But guys, we have 4 days left of the year. And with that, I'm going to channel my inner Mike and my best dad joke of see you next decade. This week's episode is brought to you by our wonderful Patreon sponsors, with an extra special thank you to Zach Foley, Santos Lopez, Sarah Irvine, Wes Rainey, Taylor Favor, Phil Gartside, Nicholas Bradley, James Hall, Thomas McGrew, Richard Cuttress, Jordan Lawfrey, Stephanie, Chad Schaefer, Miles Prower, Jeremy Lucas, Shannon McIntosh, and Samuel Chun.